As soon as I was transported here, I got to enjoy the very best perks a man could ask for. Not a bad deal, really. The original host was also named Lu Changfeng, a simple-minded man from Yintu Village in Nanning County, Qi State. It was a time of chaos, natural disasters and man-made calamities one after another. Droughts and floods alternated. Plagues of locusts ravaged the crops, leaving fields barren and harvests non-existent. Oppressive taxes, roaming bandits, displaced citizens. It was even common to trade children for food. The original owner's family had it even worse. For walls bare, no grain in storage, a cold stove, and an empty pot. His parents had died early. He once had an older brother, but on the night of his wedding, he was dragged away to war, never even stepping into the bridal chamber. He ultimately perished on the battlefield. The only one remaining in the family, staying with him, was his sister-in-law. Her name was Chu Wanru. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, and even in coarse linen clothing, her graceful figure couldn't be hidden. Though the original owner was a fool, his sister-in-law treated him exceptionally well. Whatever food or drink she had, she always saved the best for him, fearing the Lu family bloodline might end with him. When others tried to bully him, despite her own frailty and need of protection herself, she would always shield him without hesitation. Changfeng, it's my fault. Beside me, Chu Wanru calmed down, her face full of guilt. I saw you unconscious and feared you might not survive, so I thought to leave the Lu family with some descendants. Don't blame your sister-in-law. She was still puzzled. How had this foolish man suddenly found the capability to take the lead, with no one teaching him? Sorting through my memories, not only did I feel no resentment toward her, but I was also deeply grateful. I wanted to pull her into my arms to tell her I didn't blame her, but suddenly remembered, I am now a fool, and a fool must act the part. Quickly retracting my hand, I rested my head against her heaving chest and whined, Sister-in-law, Changfeng doesn't blame you. Changfeng still wants. Hearing this, Chu Wanru's heart trembled. She couldn't handle it, and with me freshly awakened and physically weak, she gently patted my head to console me. You silly man, one time is enough after just waking up. Wait a few days, all right? No, sister-in-law, I want to, at night. She looked up at the window. The sun was scorching, night was still a long time away. Blushing, she coaxed. All right, you just lie down for now. I'll go prepare something for you to eat. Supporting her waist, she wobbled her way out. I lay on the bed, scanning this drafty, refugee camp-like home. The fleeting pleasure ebbed away, leaving my heart cold. Other transmigrators landed as prime ministers, dukes, or at least some carefree second-generation rich sons spending their days lounging in brothels. But me? Here I am, in a famine-stricken era, stuck in the body of a fool, with a home so poor it doesn't even have grain. How is this life supposed to go on? As I wallowed in anxiety, a crisp ding rang out in my mind. Here it comes, the standard transmigrator package, a system. Detected the hosts suffered greatly in their previous life as a laboring beast. The eternal legacy system is now bound. Marry wives, take concubines, and propagate your lineage to grow stronger. Host has already obtained an unparalleled sister-in-law. Receive a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. The panel appeared, showing several icons. Healing pills, basic combat strength, equivalent to 3 ordinary adults. A 1 cubic meter beginner storage space, 5 pounds of coarse rice, and 5 pounds of pork. I clicked on them one by one. In an instant, the pain in my head vanished, my wounds visibly healed, and my body filled with strength. Consciousness probed into the spatial storage. In the vacuum-like environment, there was a half bag of coarse rice and a chunk of pork. I had just taken the rice and meat out when Chu Wanru entered with a chipped earthen bowl. Inside was half a bowl of bitter soup with a few wild greens floating on top. Changfeng, get up and eat. It's not much, but I'll go gather more wild greens later. Wait, what's that in your hand? I looked down at the rice and meat, offering a sheepish laugh. Sister-in-law, this is something I hid a long time ago. Worried she might suspect theft, I quickly added, it wasn't stolen. An old immortal gave it to me. Hurry, go cook the meat. Old immortal? What old immortal? She frowned in thought, unable to recall anyone being so generous. Could someone be targeting Changfeng with ill intent? I don't want wild greens. They're too bitter. I want meat. I urged impatiently. Helpless, she carried the meat to cook. As she worked, thoughts raced through her mind. Earlier, when they were together, Changfeng clearly didn't have these items in hand. If not for an old immortal, there was no other explanation. Regardless, she decided to cook it. At worst, she'd taste test it first to ensure it wasn't poisoned. She cooked the rice, cut off a small chunk of the meat while storing the rest in the cabinet. The small piece was diced into bits and boiled in water. As the aroma of cooked meat wafted out, a furious roar echoed from outside. Lu Changfeng, get your ass out here. Bang. The door was kicked open. A thin, Monkey-like figure stormed in, his shifty demeanor making him look like no good. Hands on hips, glaring, he shouted at me on the bed. "You're milking this, aren't you? Just hit your head a bit. And now you're pretending to be fragile? You've been asleep for 3 days. Get up and start working." I turned my head to look at him. Based on the original owner's memories, I recognized him. Lu Eryong, son of my eldest uncle. I was about to toss a few words at him when my sister-in-law stepped forward bravely, standing protectively in front of me. Fear flickered in her eyes, but her tone was firm. "Eryong, Changfeng just woke up. He's too weak to work. Let him rest for a couple more days." Lu Eryong's triangular eyes flared with impatience. Rest for a couple of days? Dream on. A fool like him should feel lucky getting these 3 days off. His voice rose even higher. "Lu Changfeng, if you don't get up now, I'll beat you so hard you'll be bedridden for life." As I remained motionless, just staring at him, his temper boiled over. Taking several strides, he reached out to grab me. Chu Wanru quickly threw herself forward, shielding me while pleading humbly. "Eryong, he has no strength left in him. Please, let him rest a little longer. I'll do the work for him. Anything you want. Just don't hurt Changfeng. I beg you." Seeing the lengths she went to protect me, Lu Eryong's fury only grew. What was so great about this fool? Was a widowed beauty like her really worth guarding him so fiercely? His heart burned with envy, and his gaze turned sinister. With a lecherous smirk, he said, "Chu Wanru, if you're so eager to protect him, there's one way to make me drop this. If you're willing, that is." From his expression, it was clear no good idea was brewing in his head. "Sister-in-law, marry me, or sleep with me for a few nights. I won't lay a hand on him. How about that?" He grinned sleazily. "He's just a fool who doesn't understand anything beyond eating and shitting. Not like me, handsome, smart, and considerate. You've spent years alone and barren land everywhere. You must be holding back urges. Let me help you out." "You?" Outraged, Chu Wanru couldn't form words. He even reached out to stroke her chin. At that moment, I turned over and rose from the bed. With one hand, I clamped down on his wrist like an iron vice. Lu Eryong turned his head, eyes wide in disbelief. "Me? Lu Changfeng, you big idiot. Do you dare to squeeze my hand? Are you tired of living?" I sneered. "Lu Eryong, you little punk, it's you who's tired of living. Just look at your pathetic face, and you dare to lust after my sister-in-law? Keep dreaming." With a sharp twist of his hand, crack. His wrist was broken. "Ah, it hurts." He doubled over, howling in pain, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at me. This little coward, who was always timid and submissive, never daring to defy anything. What's gotten into him today? The pain made him unable to think straight. He lifted his good hand, attempting to hit me again. I kicked his chest with my foot. Bang! He flew 5 or 6 meters backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground, breaking out in a sweat with pain. Seeing him writhe on the ground like a worm brought undeniable satisfaction to my heart. The system didn't lie. This beginner-level strength stat was truly useful. After struggling for a while and realizing staying would only get him beaten further, he scrambled to his feet, limping and howling as he escaped outside. At the doorway, he couldn't resist throwing out a threat. "You big idiot. Wait and see. I won't let you off." I curled my hand into a fist and waved it at him. He freaked out and bolted. Once the troublemaker was gone, Chu Wanru looked at me with confusion. For a fleeting moment, my gaze had been sharp, my presence commanding. Nothing like the fool everyone knew me to be. She was about to ask something when I pulled her into my arms, cutting her off and laughing. "I don't allow anyone to bully my sister-in-law. If anyone's going to bully you, it will be me, in the night." Her initial suspicion instantly faded. She thought, for a second, that Changfeng had grown clever. But then this cheeky remark. Nope, still the same fool. She was a bit disappointed, still hoping one day Changfeng could become a normal man. But in the next moment, she thought it through, whether he was foolish or not. She'd protect him no matter what. She patted my back and spoke gently. "Silly Changfeng, stop hugging me now. The meat is cooked. Sit down, and I'll bring it over for you." She brought the pot of stewed meat to the table, tasted a small piece herself first, waited to ensure it was safe, and then served me a bowl of rice. "Eat while it's hot." I noticed she wasn't serving herself and asked, "Why aren't you eating, sis?" She wanted to save all the meat and rice for me, but she simply shook her head. "I'm not hungry. I ate earlier." Of course, I knew her intentions. Without missing a beat, I played dumb. If sis doesn't eat, Changfeng won't eat either. I pushed the bowl to the center of the table and dropped my chopsticks, refusing to eat. "Ah, you silly boy. Fine, I'll eat some with you. A little isn't enough. You have to eat plenty, finish a big bowl. Otherwise, your body won't handle it, and you won't have any energy left for activities at night." "Changfeng, you." She blushed and quickly served herself some rice to eat along with me. After the meal, she cleaned the dishes. I sat and calculated my options. Although the starter gift had given me beginner-level strength, some storage space, and a few pounds of rice and meat, it wasn't enough in a year of famine. For the long term, I had to start stockpiling food. In troubled times like these, no families had reserves. Most of the villagers survived on wild greens. So to get food, my only option was to hunt in the mountains. I told her, "Sis, wait for me at home. I'm going to head into the mountains and see if I can bring something back." She was about to respond, but I added mischievously before she could. "But before I leave, can I mess with you a little? I'd really like to." "Chafon, what are you saying? It's not even night yet." Her cheeks flushed red. I chuckled, teasing her. "Just joking. I'm off to hunt in the mountains." She was concerned. "You just woke up, and your body hasn't recovered. How are you going to hunt? What if you run into wild beasts?" I pulled her into my arms and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry. If I meet a wild beast, I'll run. You know I'm fast." That part was true. In the past, the original host of this body never fought back when bullied in the village. He only ran. Over time, dodging danger had made him extremely swift. Hearing this, she finally relaxed. "All right then, be careful." I grabbed the broken bow and arrow, an old relic from my late father, who was once a skilled hunter, off the wall and headed out. On my way through the village, the locals called out to me. "Hey, Changfeng, going hunting again?" "That's right, uncle. What are you hoping to bring back this time?" "I'll try my luck. Changfeng, if you make a kill, save some for Auntie. I'll introduce you to something fun in return." "Auntie, what fun are we talking about?" "Bring back a catch, and I'll tell you." "Changfeng, if you give some to Sis, she'll set you up with a pretty girl, one of the red flower maidens." "Changfeng doesn't want a red flower maiden. Changfeng wants someone like Sis." "Sis, will you be my wife?" Changfeng, what nonsense are you talking about?" Some were sincere, while others made fun of me. I didn't care. A fool like me being treated as a joke was to be expected. Leaving the village, I trekked towards the mountains. Behind me, a few villagers whispered, "This poor fool, Changfeng. Just a few days ago, he got his head bashed in by Lu Eryong. Now that he's just regained consciousness, he's heading out to hunt. In times like these, who doesn't go into the mountains? But it's not so easy to find game. His body hasn't fully recovered. What if he encounters a wild beast? Even if he catches something, he won't get a bite. Everything he kills goes to his uncle's family. They've never seen him as a human. As a human? Calling him livestock would be generous. If he doesn't die under their hands, it's pure luck." When I reached the outskirts of the mountains, I scanned the area. The trees hadn't suffered much from the drought, still lush and green, but the wild greens beneath had been mostly dug up. With half a year of drought, the villagers were surviving on wild plants. The wild greens near the outskirts had long been depleted. If anyone wanted more, they'd have to venture deep into the mountains. But dangerous beasts lurked deep within, and many people couldn't even find enough greens to eat. I scoured the outskirts to no avail. No greens, and not a single trace of game. There was no choice but to head further in. I walked at least 5 kilometers before spotting a big, fat rabbit. Squinting, I aimed my bow and pulled back the string. Thwack! The arrow flew. The rabbit remained unharmed. The arrow just grazed its tail and embedded itself into the mud. I shook my head and sighed. The foolish son of an old hunter truly lived up to his reputation. While my system had awakened, it only contained my sister-in-law for now, with some basic strength increase, storage space, and food reserves. My abilities were still vastly lacking. Looks like I'd have to rely more on this Millennium Eternal system to get by. The rabbit, startled by the sound of the bowstring, leapt away in fright. I thought I'd lost my chance, only for luck to turn. The rabbit, panicking, ran headfirst into a tree, and with a glorious thump, it knocked itself out. Me? What the hell kind of dumb luck was this? In 3 quick strides, I lunged forward, grabbed the rabbit by its ears, and twisted some grass into a makeshift rope to tie up its legs. My first foray into the mountains since crossing into this world, and I'd managed to catch something purely by chance. All right, today's luck. The sky dimmed as I stuffed the rabbit into my sleeve and descended the mountain. As I reached the doorstep of our home, I heard the sound of my sister-in-law crying. My heart sank. Could it be that idiot Lu Eryong causing trouble again? I quickened my pace and rushed into the house. The moment I entered, I saw my elder Aunt Li Tuyen standing in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips, yelling angrily at my sister-in-law. "Chu Wanru, you shameless woman. Don't be ungrateful. What's so good about that fool Lu Changfeng? What kind of life could you possibly have with him? My son Xiao Yong took a liking to you, and that's your blessing. Xiao Yong asked you to marry him, and not only did you refuse, but you also incited Lu Changfeng to beat him. You're such a venomous woman. No wonder you're widowed. You bring this misfortune on yourself with your wicked heart. Wait till Lu Changfeng comes back. I'll break his legs and give you a proper lesson." Chu Wanru didn't dare to make a sound, only crying quietly. With Li Zuelian's seniority in the family, She couldn't afford to retaliate, and she had endured this abuse many times before. Hearing my sudden burst through the door, Li Zulian twisted around viciously, glaring at me. "Oh, so it's you, you big fool. You've learned to fight people now. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place." She charged at me, rising on her tiptoes to slap me across the face, spewing curses as she moved. "You dumb idiot, hitting people? Why don't you just drop dead?" Chu Wanru was terrified and pleaded. "Aunt, please don't hit Changfeng." "Shut up. You shameless thing. When did I give you the right to speak? I'm not just going to hit this fool. I'll break his hand so he'll think twice before hitting anyone again." She glared at me, baring her teeth, her nostrils flaring, as if she wished to slap the flesh off my face. But in the next moment, I raised my hand and grabbed her wrist firmly. Startled, Li Zulian screeched, "Lu Changfeng, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Let go of me now, or else." In a cold voice, I said, "Who do you think you are? Some dead old hag, looking all disgusting and decrepit, and you dare bully my sister-in-law? Do you have a death wish?" With a pull forward and a shove backward. Bang! Io! Li Zuelian fell flat on her back, flailing on the ground. Furious, she laid there cursing me. "Io! Io, Lu Changfeng, you fool! You parentless mongrel! You dare to lay hands on me!" I stepped forward, crouching down beside her with a cold smirk. "Li Zuelian, so what if I pushed you? If you've got the guts, bite me." I raised my hand and smacked her face twice, hard enough to make her ears ring. "Lu Changfeng, you've turned against your elders. I'm your aunt. You insubordinate idiot. Do you think you can afford the consequences of hitting me?" Nearby, my sister-in-law was panicking. "Changfeng, she's your aunt. Don't do this, please." I shook my head. "Don't worry, sister-in-law." Li Zuelian kept shouting curses. I chuckled and said, "Oh, so I'm a fool, right? Isn't it normal for fools to hit people at random? Get out, or I'll beat the crap out of you." With another 2 resounding slaps, I smacked her so hard her nose started bleeding. I grabbed her collar like one would grab a hen, dragged her to the door, and threw her out. Bang! I shut the door behind her, ignoring her wailing and screaming outside. Turning around, I pulled my still sobbing sister-in-law into my arms. "Whoever bullies my sister-in-law, I'll beat them up. From now on, I'll protect you." The look in her eyes was complicated. She had always been the one shielding me, even though she couldn't fend off the bullies on her own. More often than not, we'd end up being beaten together. But ever since I'd woken up from my injury, I seemed like a changed man, no longer timid and weak, but willing to fight back. She appreciated seeing this side of me, but at the same time, she feared retaliation from our elder uncle's family. "Changfeng, you hit aunt. What if she brings people to beat you? You should leave, hide up the mountain for a while," she urged urgently, trying to push me out. I wrapped my arms around her again and playfully tapped her nose. "Sister-in-law, don't be scared. If anyone comes, I'll beat them up too. No one's allowed to mistreat you." With that, I pulled the large, fat rabbit out of my sleeve and waved it before her eyes. "Tada! Look what I got. I caught this rabbit up the mountain." Her eyes lit up with delight. "Wow, Changfeng, you even managed to catch a rabbit without letting anyone in the village rob it from you. You're amazing." I knew very well. I really had grown smarter. Hee hee, I laughed foolishly. "Sister-in-law, cook the rabbit. I want rabbit meat. After rabbit meat, I want your meat." Her face flushed beet red in an instant. With a soft she grabbed the rabbit by its ears and went outside to skin it. Outside, Li Zuolian was still making a racket. I picked up the kitchen knife and ran out, holding it against her neck. "One more word, and I'll cut you down. Ah, don't kill me. I'll leave." She was so scared that she scrambled up, trembling at the glittering reflection of the knife in the sunlight. The thought crossed her mind that something was off about the fool today. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to provoke him further now. She'd get her revenge later. She hobbled off, crying and wailing all the way. Along the road, she ran into other villagers and started complaining that I'd hit her. But the villagers all shook their heads. "Aunt Li, if you're going to lie, at least pick someone believable. Lu Changfeng might be a fool, but he's always been filial to you. You tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. How could he possibly hit you?" "Exactly. If you said your own sons, Lu Dakue or Lu Eryong, hit you, that I'd believe. But Lu Changfeng? No way. He's got the mind of a little child. For years, he's been like a dog following your family around, cutting firewood, hauling water, digging wild vegetables, even giving you all the game he's caught while he and his sister-in-law are starving. And you're still not satisfied, bullying him on top of it." Defeated and angry that no one believed her, Li Zulian fumed silently. Back home, my sister-in-law had boiled water and was peeling the rabbit. I squatted beside her, looking like an absolute idiot, glancing between the rabbit in the pot and her. Both had one thing in common: large. Very large. Bouncy. The kind that wobbled enticingly at the slightest movement. With full sincerity, I said, "Sister-in-law, This rabbit keeps moving its eyes around. Seeing it makes me want to eat it. She glanced up, and when she saw I wasn't looking at the pot, but at her, her face turned crimson. She gave my shoulder a playful slap with her wet hand, scolding. Silly Changfeng, what nonsense are you saying? Still pretending to be oblivious, I replied. Sister-in-law, I'm just being honest. I'm hungry. Right on cue. My stomach growled loudly. Realizing she'd misunderstood, her face turned even redder. I kept pressing. Oh, sister-in-law, why's your face so red? I. She quickly changed the subject. Changfeng, go grab the dustpan to gather the rabbit fur. I'll wash it, dry it, and make you a cloak. I went to fetch the dustpan. When I came back, I saw her squatting on the ground, her curvy silhouette catching my eye, and I felt secretly pleased with myself. This guise of being a fool was incredibly useful. I could flirt with my beautiful sister-in-law without restraint and was thoroughly enjoying myself. My sister-in-law was not only gorgeous, but had an amazing figure and great cooking skills. In no time, she had the rabbit in the pot, simmering into a stew. Half an hour later, the alluring aroma of stewed meat filled the air, making even someone like me, who had tasted modern delicacies, drool uncontrollably. She had only added a pinch of salt, no other seasonings, yet the flavor was so pure and original. Perhaps it was because this body of mine had been hungry and cold for so long. I craved meat with all my being. She served the meal and set it on the rickety wooden table. Eat up, Changfeng. I ate with large, exaggerated bites, gobbling down both rice and meat like a harmless, obedient fool. Slow down, silly Changfeng. When you're done, I'll serve you more. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're so good to me. Silly boy, if I'm not good to you, who else will be? Tonight, I want to do the same thing with sister-in-law that we did at noon. Good heavens, silly Changfeng. What nonsense are you spouting? Just eat. Halfway through the meal, she suddenly reached out and touched my face, plucking 2 stray rice grains from my cheek. Don't waste food, she said as she popped them into her own mouth. I gazed at her cherry-like lips, soft and pink, slightly parted and temptingly plump. My Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. What are you staring at? Eat your food, she said with a laugh. After the meal, she cleaned the dishes while I went to sit on the wooden bench in the courtyard, basking in the setting sun and taking the opportunity to assess my living situation. The courtyard was simple and rough, but my sister-in-law kept it spotlessly clean with her regular tidying. There were 2 ramshackle thatched huts, leaning precariously, one mine, one hers. The windows were broken, and the roof let the wind through. Luckily, it was the dry season now, and it hadn't rained for half a year. If it suddenly started to pour, there wouldn't be a single dry corner indoors to take shelter. I was making mental notes. I'd have to make good use of my eternal legacy system. After earning some money, I'd renovate the house. Otherwise, there wouldn't be room in the future when more women came along. Tonight, I'd have to test the system again and see if it could produce any results. If not, I'd have to start thinking about finding other women. The problem was, there weren't many beauties around here to begin with. Who should I even consider? As I was lost in thought, a shrill voice, like a broken gong, shattered the evening peace near the courtyard gate. Lu Changfeng, who gave you the audacity to hit my second brother and my mother? Do you have a death wish? My brows furrowed. This family of my uncles really never stopped. It was my uncle's daughter, Lu Yuniao, who stormed in. She was big and brawny, with small eyes, a flat nose, and a huge mouth, a uniquely ugly combination. At over 20 years old and still unmarried, her standards were impossibly high. She wouldn't settle for the poor, yet the rich wouldn't have her. She turned into an old maid. She charged at me, pointing a finger and shouting, Lu Changfeng, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the guts to hit my mother and my brother? Do you want to die? I sighed. If I didn't take each one of them down a notch, they'd never shut up. Well, so be it. I got up, pointed at her forehead, and said, when did I hit Aunt and your second brother? Don't go around spewing nonsense. How could it not have been you? My second brother and my mother both said it was you, she retorted angrily. I suddenly burst into laughter, moving closer to her ear. Actually, I tricked you. It was 'em. Not only did I hit them, but I'm going to hit you too. Smack. I lashed out with a slap, using 60% of my strength. She was sent sprawling to the ground, her face swelling instantly. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and a tooth flew out. Well, that did it. She finally shut up. She looked at me in disbelief, bursting into hiccuping sobs. Apparently, her mother had warned her about my madness, but she hadn't believed it. Now, coming over to test it out had earned her a beating. As she cried, a few curious neighbors gathered at the courtyard gate to see what was going on. When I noticed I had an audience, I crouched by her side and pretended to help her up, feigning concern. Big sister, how did you fall? Let Changfeng help you back home. One of the neighbors asked. Changfeng, what's going on here? I switched back to my foolish expression and said in a pitiful, wrong tone, Uncle Lee, I don't know. Big sister Yunyao came rushing in and accidentally tripped at the entrance. She fell so badly that she even lost a tooth. It's so sad, isn't it? My sister-in-law came out when she heard the commotion. I repeated what I'd just said, and she hurried over to help. Together, we lifted Lu Yunyao from either side and prepared to take her home. Lu Yunyao kicked and screamed, insisting I had hit her. Holding on firmly, I said pitifully, Big sister, how could Changfeng dare to hit you? You came in and fell down on your own. Please don't accuse me unjustly. You absolutely hit me, you bastard. Stop pretending, she shouted. I tightened my grip on her arm, painfully enough that she cried out. Still, I asked innocently, what's wrong? Is the spot you hit earlier hurting again? You. She was so furious, she could hardly speak. Not far from the courtyard gate, I suddenly let go and collapsed onto the ground, refusing to move. I wailed, I won't take big sister Yunyao home. Home. Uncle and his family will definitely say I hit her and beat me up. I didn't hit her. My sister-in-law quickly comforted me. All right, good Changfeng, don't cry. If you don't want to take her, you don't have to. Big sister Yunyao, how about I help you home? Get lost. I don't need your help, you wretched woman. Lu Yunyao cursed, glaring venomously. Lu Changfeng, just you wait. I'll bring my father and my big brother to beat you to death. With a shake of her hand, she left in a huff. Hold on. I suddenly sprang to my feet, ran back into the courtyard, grabbed an object, and chased after her. Big sister Yunyao, you forgot something. She turned around, only to see me holding her tooth. I ran up to her, grabbed her hand, and placed the tooth in her palm. In a low voice, I said, hold on to this tooth carefully. You'll need to put it back. Otherwise, with your looks and a missing tooth, you'll look like an old granny. How will you ever find a husband then? Lu Changfeng, you idiot. You bastard. She was so angry that she burst into tears on the spot. I turned to the gathered villagers, putting on a pitiful expression. In a loud voice, I lamented, Big sister, I kindly returned your tooth, so why are you cursing me? Why? Crying, she clutched her face and ran off. I returned to the courtyard with a wronged expression, while the onlookers murmured among themselves in my defense. Changfeng, that Lu Yunyao is just bullying you because you're not all there. Next time, just fight back. Your uncle's family is too much, always leeching off you and hitting you as well. Next time they set foot in your house, grab a stick and chase them out. I looked at my second aunt in surprise. Second aunt, is uncle's whole family evil? She nodded, looking heartbroken. Changfeng, my poor child, your uncle's family is full of bad people. Next time they come around, hit them. Hit them as hard as you can. I nodded resolutely. Okay, Changfeng will hit back. As hard as I can. The crowd gradually dispersed. Night slowly fell. On the other side, Lu Yunyao returned home in tears. Her second brother, Lu Eryong, sat on a chair, clutching his bandaged wrist and howling in pain, while their mother, Li Zulian, lay half reclined on the bed, cursing furiously with traces of blood still smeared on her face. The moment she saw her daughter crying, Lu Eryong erupted with rage. That bastard Lu Changfeng. The scum's completely out of control. Li Zulian caressed her swollen face, muttering bitterly, that dog bastard. Always obediently like a dog. You told him to go east, and he'd never go west. What made him suddenly rebel like this today? Lu Yunyao sobbed. I didn't believe you before, but the moment I stepped into his courtyard, I was beaten. He even knocked out one of my teeth. Mom, second brother, he's cunning, not stupid at all. I suspect he's been pretending all along. Li Zulian shook her head skeptically. Impossible. I've watched him grow up from childhood. If he were pretending, would I not know? I suspect this might be his head injury causing changes. Lu Eryong slapped his thigh in realization. Mom's right. It must have been when I hit him on the head. Before, he'd do whatever he was told. Even when I beat him, he wouldn't fight back. But now he dares to retaliate? Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? The three of them couldn't figure it out. How could a simpleton change so drastically after suffering a blow to the head? Suddenly, Li Zulian slapped the bed, declaring, I've figured it out. It must be that lowly Chu Wanru teaching him to fight back. Think about it. Lu Changfeng was so obedient before. How could he suddenly start hitting people? Lu Eryong clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he said, Chu Wanru, just wait till my hand heals. I'll make her regret it. In his mind, he added, she's rejected me time and again. One day, I'll have her begging for mercy beneath me. Though furious, the three dared not act rashly. Li Zuilian's husband, Lu Qingyan, had gone to the county to sell medicinal herbs and hadn't returned. The eldest son, Lu Dakuai, was lazy, gluttonous, and prone to every wicked act under the sun. No one knew where he'd vanished. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter-in-law, Yuan Ju, though at home, was merely another woman, no match for anybody in physical altercations. And even if she knew, she wouldn't lend her support. She was hardly virtuous herself. Hatred simmered in their hearts as the trio sat in the house, cursing and ranting, too aggrieved even for dinner. Meanwhile, after enjoying some rabbit meat that evening, I wasn't hungry and skipped dinner entirely. Once darkness fell, I freshened up quickly and clambered to sleep. My sister-in-law prepared a bed of rough flax cloth for me, saying, "Changfeng, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stay in the next room." How could I let a treasure slip through my fingers, especially such a seductive beauty, soft and curvaceous in all the right places? Pulling her into my arms in one swift motion, I carried her onto the bed. Sister-in-law, Changfeng doesn't want to sleep alone. Her cheeks flushed as she shifted to the inside of the bed timidly. Silly Changfeng, then come up. Sister-in-law, I'm coming now. Stripping off my clothes in seconds, I climbed into the bed. We lay side by side. She kept still, pretending to forget what she'd promised at noon. After all, her legs were still trembling from earlier. But I wasn't about to let her forget. Sister-in-law, you promised me earlier today. Her face turned beet red. She wanted to refuse, but I had already begun to take the initiative, leaving no room for objection. The old creaky wooden bed groaned under the strain for half the night, nearly collapsing. I couldn't help but marvel. So the system's initial boost to physical prowess wasn't just useful in fights. It served other purposes as well, and marvelously at that. However, the next morning when I woke, the system hadn't granted any new abilities. That's when it dawned on me. I needed more wives, definitely more wives. Unbeknownst to me, my sister-in-law had already gotten up, and breakfast was prepared. It was porridge, flavored with the rabbit broth and diced meat from yesterday, fragrant and satisfying. Midway through the meal, someone suddenly hollered from outside. Quick, quick. The government's giving out wives. They're handing out wives. I froze in surprise. What? The government was distributing wives? I had been fretting about where to find more, and now opportunity had come knocking. It's like a bowl of porridge arriving just when you're starving, or a pillow when sleep hits you hard. Sister-in-law, they're saying outside that the government's giving out wives. I want to go take a look. She chuckled. Go ahead. If you find one you fancy, bring her back. Though she didn't state it outright, in her heart she thought, silly Changfeng, your sister-in-law can't keep up with your demands anymore. Please, find a few more wives to share the load. At the eastern end of the village, the open space was crowded with people, abuzz with commotion and liveliness. There were government officials distributing the women themselves, single men from the village, and plenty of nosy onlookers. It was an era of chaos. The great Qi Empire was embroiled in perpetual wars, conscripting men year after year. The male population dwindled rapidly. To bolster demographics, the government decreed a policy of forced marriages. Every eligible man over 18 was to receive a wife, with refusal forbidden except for valid reasons. I am Lu Changfeng, and I just turned 19 this year. By all rights, I should have married last year. But being deemed a fool, the officials didn't bother pressing the issue. The reasoning was simple. Marrying meant bearing responsibility. As someone perceived as an oaf, incapable of even supporting himself, how could I support another? As I waded into the crowd, people began jeering. Well, Changfeng, you're here to pick a wife? Planning to birth a little fool of your own, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Wait, so even fools understand procreation? Who knew? Wonder if the brain's muddled, but, you know, that part still works. Figure he knows where to put it? Ha ha ha. I didn't get angry. The fool persona was my own creation. Losing my temper now would ruin the act. Besides, poking fun at me was nothing new. They'd been at it for years. Let them laugh. An official brandished a wooden baton, shouting instructions. Quiet down. Line up properly to pick your wives. Keep acting out, and you'll taste the baton. The 20-odd bachelors from the village instantly formed an orderly line, keeping their mouths shut. Last year, someone had made a fuss about not wanting a wife, only to be beaten nearly half to death with 30 strikes of the baton. That lesson lingered fresh in everyone's memories. The official's warning was all it took to silence them. The selection began. One by one, the men made their choices. The women being handed out were either of marriageable age but from impoverished families who sold them, captives from war, or noble women who had been exiled. Each had a tragic backstory. I stood at the end of the line. Ahead of me stood Old Man Lee, a 60-something whom I usually called Uncle Lee. Turning back to me, he whispered, Silly Changfeng, when it's your turn, pick someone strong and sturdy, good for bearing children. Don't choose one of those scrawny, useless ones. Won't work for crap and won't survive. I didn't respond. Uncle Lee, seeing my expressionless face, probably didn't know if I understood or not. With a sigh, he turned back around. Sure enough, all the bachelors chose robust, broad-shouldered women. Uncle Lee also selected a dark-skinned, thick-waisted woman with broad hips. She looked like an ideal helper for chores. When it was finally my turn, the official couldn't believe his eyes. The village idiot? You want a wife too? Choosing a wife? They had come by a few times before and already knew me. I chuckled. Sir, Longfeng also wants a wife, and little ones in the future. Ha! The official laughed. They probably knew I could hardly sustain myself. But with so many women left after a morning of hard work, they didn't really care anymore. If I wanted one, I could take one. Whether I could keep them alive or not wasn't their concern. Just handing them over was enough. There were still about 10 stout women with wide hips left, and 2 frail, skinny ones with thin arms and legs. The sturdy women saw my tall and striking demeanor and couldn't help but take a second look at me. However, upon hearing that I was a fool, they immediately lost interest and even feared being chosen by me. They muttered under their breath, I won't marry a fool. I won't marry a fool. Only the 2 frail ones in the corner remained, their hair messy, faces dirty. But I saw through the grime at once. Their figures were lithe yet shapely, with oval faces, high-bridged noses, and delicate cherry lips. These were rare beauties. Their looks could even rival that of my widowed sister-in-law back home. Sir, I pointed at the 2 skinny ones. I choose them. The 2 women raised their heads with complex expressions and looked at me. The government had started distributing them as wives yesterday, and they had followed the officials through many villages without being chosen. They hadn't expected anyone to want them, especially here in Yintu village. Even if that someone was a fool. A fool is still better than no one, they thought. Anything was better than being sent off to serve as military prostitutes. At least this offered them a place to belong. People nearby quickly tried to dissuade me. Foolish Longfeng, don't choose those 2. They can't carry or lift anything. You won't be able to keep them alive back home. Choose someone sturdy instead. Exactly. Your widowed sister-in-law is already so frail you're struggling to feed her. Why add 2 more? Hurry up and pick someone else. Even the official couldn't help but ask, Big fool, are you sure? I nodded. Haha, I'm sure. These 2 are so thin, they won't eat much. Sigh. The official sighed, stuffing 2 ownership certificates and marriage contracts into my hands. Take them, take them. I grinned foolishly as I walked to the corner and took the hands of the 2 women. They didn't speak, tears welling in their eyes as they obediently followed. The villagers jeered from behind. Foolish Longfeng, hurry and take them home. Start working on making babies tonight. If you don't know how, your brother will teach you. I ignored them, holding onto the women, one on each side. They were so frail they wobbled while walking, nearly stumbling several times. If I weren't holding them, they would have fallen. I reassured them, don't worry. I may be a fool, but if you stick with me, there'll be food to eat. You won't starve here. The 2 exchanged a glance and then looked at me, nodding slightly. When we reached home, I pushed open the courtyard gate and pointed at the 2 run-down, thatched huts. From now on, this is your home. The place is a bit shabby, but it's fine to live in. They looked up at the dilapidated huts, their hearts sinking. A house like this likely couldn't even ensure a full meal. The younger one leaned towards the elder's ear and whispered tearfully, Elder sister, we might still starve to death here. The elder patted her hand gently and comforted her in a soft voice. It's still better than being sent to the army. At least we have a place. We'll figure out the food situation slowly. The younger one nodded, looking pitiful beyond words. I didn't catch what they were saying. Standing at the courtyard gate, I shouted, Sister-in-law, I've brought my wives home. The 2 froze. Sister-in-law? From inside walked out a stunning beauty. Not even coarse, homespun clothes could hide her charm. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes clear like autumn lakes, with a graceful figure that moved delicately like the swaying of a willow. The 2 whispered to each other softly, astonished that their fool of a husband had such a beautiful sister-in-law. Her name was Chu Wanru. As she saw the 2 women I brought back, she smiled and said, Longfeng, you really brought wives home. I nodded. Sister-in-law, I just wanted to help lighten your load. Her cheeks turned red. You silly boy, talking nonsense again. Then she turned to the 2 sisters with a warm smile. Come inside, sisters. The house was bare, just 1 bed, 1 table, a cabinet, and a stove. There was nothing else. The 2 women stood uncomfortably, not daring to move. Chu Wanru took note and kindly invited them to sit down. From now on, your family. Don't be so reserved. Wait here, I'll go prepare lunch. There's lunch. The younger one couldn't help swallowing hard and stood up. Sister-in-law, let me help you. The elder also got up. I'll help too. Chu Wanru waved her hand. No need, no need. You've both had a rough journey and are weak. Rest first. You can help when you've recovered. The elder was so moved, she nearly burst into tears. Choked with emotion, she said, Thank you, sister-in-law. I laughed. Go ahead and sit. There's enough food to go around. By the way, you haven't told me your names yet. The elder bowed slightly and softly said, Husband, my name is Shun Qingluo. This is my younger sister, Shen Furong. Shen Furong also bowed, shyly calling me husband. I nodded. Go to the courtyard and fetch some water to wash your faces. You're so dirty. You look like little mud kittens." They nodded and went to the water jar, drawing some water to clean their faces and returning inside. And oh, what a transformation. Their once grime-covered faces were now as fair as porcelain dolls. Oval faces, straight noses, cherry lips. They were breathtaking. Even the hardships they'd endured hadn't diminished their beauty in the slightest. I was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Chu Wanru took out 3 handfuls of coarse rice, cooked a pot of it, and reheated some leftover rabbit meat from yesterday before serving it at the table. "Foolish Longfeng, come eat," she said with a smile. "Qingluo, Furong, you join us too." "Thank you, sister-in-law." The 2 sisters were already starving, their eyes glued to the rice and meat as they swallowed their drool. I served them some rice and placed a few pieces of meat in their bowls. "Eat up." They immediately dug in, wolfing down the food as if they hadn't eaten in years. I was stunned watching them. Just how hungry were they? After clearing a bowl each, it was clear they were still hungry but dared not ask for more. Their eyes lingered on the remaining food, but they didn't dare touch it, fearing we'd think them greedy and later refuse to feed them. Shin Qingluo whispered apologetically, "Husband, forgive us. My sister and I have gone hungry for too long. We couldn't help ourselves and ate too much earlier. Please don't hold it against us." I laughed loudly. "Why would I hold it against you? If you're still hungry, eat more." With that, I grabbed their bowls and served each another full portion, adding a few more pieces of meat as well. Chu Wanru chimed in kindly. "That's right, eat more. We still have some grain at home. There's no issue feeding you a few more meals." They nodded repeatedly, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, husband." "Thank you, sister-in-law." After scarfing down 2 more bowls, they were finally full. It was the first proper meal they'd had in months. Once done, the 2 knelt on the ground, crying and bowing their heads repeatedly to thank me. "Thank you, husband, for saving our lives. My husband isn't dumb at all. He's a living bodhisattva. Husband, you're so wonderful." Their repeated use of husband made my head nearly spin. With a sudden warmth rising within me, I instinctively wanted to do something husbandly. I looked up and noticed the blazing mid-afternoon sun. Forget it. Broad daylight wasn't appropriate. Such sweet delights should be kept for the night. It was noon, so I figured I might as well head into the mountains and try my luck. Maybe I could hunt something to bring back. The sisters helped my widowed sister-in-law with clearing the table, washing the dishes, and tidying up the house. I turned to the 3 of them and said, "Stay at home like good girls and wait for me. I'm heading into the mountains to see if I can hunt something." Chu Wanru smiled and said, "All right, be careful." I took the bow and arrows off the wall, slung a bamboo basket across my back, hung a water bottle at my waist, and strode out of the house. I wandered the mountain for half the day, dug up a decent amount of wild vegetables, and even gathered over 10 August melons. But as for prey, not a single one. I finally saw a wild mountain goat, only for it to dart past me before I could react. I chased after it for a long while, but still, it escaped. By twilight, I dragged my exhausted body back home. The sisters saw me return empty-handed and hurried to console me. "It's all right, these wild vegetables will last us several days." "Wow, August melons. These are so sweet." Chu Wanru chimed in. "Don't worry, you'll definitely come across prey sooner or later." I nodded silently. My hope now rested on tonight. "All right, system, time for you to deliver." The sky darkened quickly. Since food was scarce, my sister-in-law cooked a light dinner, porridge with a few tiny bits of diced meat. I didn't argue and made do with it. When bedtime arrived, the women went to the other room to wash up. Chu Wanru, always thoughtful, asked softly, "Changfeng, tonight, which of your 2 wives will you sleep with first?" I glanced at Shin Qingluo and Shin Furong. The 2 sisters were as beautiful as blooming flowers under the moon. "I don't mind, either is fine." Shin Qingluo took a couple of tentative steps forward, biting her lips shyly before speaking in a soft voice. "I am the older sister. Tonight, I shall serve husband first." All right. I made sure to clean myself thoroughly before climbing into bed. Our house had only 2 rooms, mine and the one next door, which belonged to my widowed sister-in-law, Chu Wanru. Shin Qingluo, having also freshened up, entered the room and closed the door behind her. Her face glowed with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Silently, she removed her outer garments, and then her inner ones. I shifted to the inner side of the bed and patted the mattress. "Qingluo, come on up." She let out a soft hum and climbed onto the bed hesitantly. Deep in her heart, Qingluo had already been prepared for this. Marrying someone as tall, handsome, and dependable as me, though rumors called me a bit dumb, was far better than being wed to some filthy village brute or wrinkled old man. In fact, ever since she had entered my household, she felt that my so-called silliness had a kind of endearing charm. To have met someone like me, she considered herself lucky. "Husband, let me help you undress," she said as she sat at the bedside. I lifted the blanket slightly and chuckled. See, I'm all ready. She glanced up, and her face immediately flushed crimson. I wore nothing at all. Husband, you. The next moment, as natural as water flowing downhill, events unfolded. The bed wasn't of great quality. It creaked continuously through the night, sounding as if it might collapse at any moment. I made a mental note to find a sturdy wooden board tomorrow for reinforcement. Shen Qingluo underwent a transformation that night, from a naive maiden unfamiliar with the ways of the world to a fully grown woman. The walls weren't soundproof. Sleeping in the outer room, Chu Wanru and Shen Furong were disturbed by the commotion, tossing and turning until almost morning before barely managing to fall asleep. The next day, the two women rose with dark circles under their eyes. A glance at Qingluo revealed that she, too, wore the marks of exhaustion. The three exchanged complicated looks. When their eyes met mine, a deep blush swept across their faces. Ah, their husband is extraordinary indeed. Even though only one had accompanied me, I somehow managed to torment all three throughout the night. After the women went outside to freshen up, I remained seated on the bed and summoned the system silently. Hey, little system, wake up. Where's my reward? A second later, the system's notification rang out. Ding. Detecting the host's acceptance of the unparalleled beauty Shen Qingluo. Rewarding. God-tier archery. Threading the needle. God-tier archery. I grinned. Nice, just in time for hunting. In the next instant, the knowledge flooded my head. How to pull the bow, how to release arrows, how to hunt with precision, how to locate prey by sound, how to track footprints, how to identify species by scent. A complete arsenal of skills was now mine. I felt like a seasoned hunter. No, even better. A master. Every shot guaranteed to hit its mark. I asked, that's it? No additional rewards. The system fell silent, as if it had never been there to begin with. I let it slide. Instead of arguing with the unreliable system, I decided to put my new god-tier archery skills to good use. More wives would mean more rewards eventually. After getting up, Chu Wanru and the sisters worked on preparing breakfast. Once again, it was porridge with bits of diced meat. I gobbled down a bowl and said to them, wait for me at home. I'm heading up the mountain. This time, I'm bringing back something big. Chu Wanru gently reminded me. Be careful, safety first. Shen Qingluo glanced shyly my way, her face flushing red with memories of the previous night. In a soft voice, she said, Husband, I'll wait for your return. Shen Furong added, Husband, take care. I playfully pinched each of their cheeks and laughed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Following the usual ritual, I grabbed my bow, strapped on my basket and water bottle, and headed out. In the past, hunting was a clueless wander through the mountains. But now, with god-tier archery, everything had changed. My senses felt sharper, my ears keen, my eyes far-reaching. Even the tiniest details 100 steps away were in clear focus. A fly flitting in the distance. I could spot it with a simple squint. My ears caught every faint sound, each movement in the distance as clear as if it were nearby. I marveled at how challenging hunting must have been without real skill. True hunters deserved respect. While wandering the nearby mountain ridges, I caught sight of a wild goat darting across my path. I froze. It was the same goat I had seen yesterday. Its black patch of fur was unmistakable. This was the one that had mocked me by galloping away after teasing me for so long. Well, it seemed confident that I wouldn't be able to catch it again. Today would prove otherwise. I couldn't let the system's god-tier archery go to waste. The wild goat darted away, but I shut my eyes and let my ears do the work. Using sound to pinpoint its exact location, I positioned myself at the perfect angle. Without hesitation, I drew the bowstring. Thwack! The arrow shot through the air in a graceful arc, fast, firm, and accurate. From the grass ahead came the bleating cries of the goat. It had fallen. I rushed over, chuckling as I approached it. You little devil. Yesterday you thought you'd gotten the better of me. And now look where you are, picking a fight only to lose today. Serves you right. Retrieving my arrow, I hoisted the goat onto my shoulders. It was heavy, must have weighed 4 or 5 dozen pounds. More than enough to feed the beauties at home for a good while. Making my way down the mountain, I walked contentedly. Duan suddenly remembered that he had a spatial ability. Casually, he stored the wild goat inside and went back home empty-handed. At the entrance of the courtyard, he took the goat out again and hoisted it back onto his shoulder. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he called, Wives, I'm back. 3 beautiful women rushed out in a flurry, eager to see him. The moment they caught sight of the large wild goat on his shoulder, their eyes widened, their mouths hung open in astonishment, and they instinctively covered their faces, frozen in shock for several moments. They never imagined that he could actually hunt such a massive wild mountain goat. Expressions of both shock and delight spread across their faces. Chu Wanru was the first to recover from the surprise. She hurried forward to open the courtyard gate and attempted to help him lower the goat from his shoulder. He waved her off. No need. Eldest wife, don't dirty your clothes. Chu Wanru paused. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Eldest wife. Carrying the wild goat, he strode into the courtyard and tossed it onto the ground. She was overjoyed. Changfeng, you're amazing. Just look at how plump this goat is. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Eldest wife, there are many ways where I'm amazing, don't you think? Her cheeks flushed red, and she chided coquettishly. Silly Changfeng, stop being so indecent. What's there to be proper about between husband and wife? If we were proper, how could we share a bed? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to heat up water. She covered her face and ran off, though in her heart she was undoubtedly wondering. How is it that silly Changfeng seemed less silly these days, even toying with jokes now? Shen Qingluo crouched beside him, alternating her gaze between him and the goat, frowning with puzzled concern. He pinched her cheek playfully. Second wife, what are you thinking about? Are you reminiscing about your husband's prowess from last night? Hubby, you're awful. She blushed deeply and lifted her skirts as she ran off. Now only Shen Furong and he were left in the courtyard. Just as she was about to make her escape, he grabbed her and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Drawing close to her ear, he whispered, Third wife, you're mine tonight. You're so embarrassing. She too ran off, her face bright red. Watching all three of his wives scurry off in embarrassment, he couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. Life after traveling through time was truly refreshing. Thinking back to his life in the modern era, living like a beast of burden, saving no money, stripped of his dignity, he could barely manage a relationship with a woman who was taller and bullier than him, and her dowry demands were an astronomical 388,000 yuan. But here, wives were free of charge, and they were all breathtakingly gorgeous beauties. In modern standards, they were top-tier celebrity material. Just as he was indulging in his thoughts, a ding sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has bonded with the stunning Shen Qingluo. Reward: Divine Arrow Mastery, capable of hitting a target with 100% accuracy. Combat level upgraded to level 1. Spatial ability upgraded to level 1. A translucent interface appeared before his eyes. Name: Lu Changfeng. Age: 19. Strength: level 1, equivalent to 6 adult men. Space: level 1, 100 cubic meters. Bonded: Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo. Reward: Divine Arrow Mastery. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was he receiving rewards again? System: poor signal. Announcement delay. What the heck? This system can lag too? Explain this to me. The system went silent and disappeared, leaving no response. In the next moment, a surge of power coursed through his limbs and body. Initially uncomfortable, it was swiftly replaced by a feeling of immense strength. Not bad at all. Changfeng, the water's ready. Chu Wanru called out to him. He went into the house, spotting a large pot of boiling water on the stove. Wrapping a cloth around the pot's handles, he easily lifted it and carried it to the courtyard. He immersed the goat into the pot, scalding it, while pouring hot water over any unharmed areas. Once it was properly scalded, he started removing the hair from its hide. The three wives also joined in to help. While plucking fur, Shen Furong remarked, This meat is so tender. Just thinking about having goat meat tonight is making me drool. He chuckled. Third wife, be good. Tonight, not only will you have goat meat, but you'll also enjoy your husband's meat. Hubby, you're so bad. Her ears turned crimson. Chu Wanru pretended to be stern. Changfeng, focus on handling the goat and stop saying nonsense. He chuckled awkwardly, switching back to his foolish persona. Okay, Changfeng listens to the eldest wife. Once the hair removal was complete, he spread a wooden board, placing the goat onto it to gut and clean it. To be honest, he'd never processed goat meat before in his modern life. But thanks to the Divine Arrow Mastery, his brain now carried a hunter's instinct, and his skills came as naturally as if he'd always known them. Removing the head, separating the ribs, extracting the organs, he sliced the meat into palm-sized pieces, keeping the tail and offal separate. The wives carried the pieces into the house, where they placed them into a large pot. Lu Changfeng handled the intestines and offals swiftly and skillfully, cleaning them thoroughly. Chu Wanru stared at him, perplexed. Since when had silly Changfeng become so proficient at this? Ever since he had woken up from a beating, he seemed like an entirely different person. More capable, more impressive. She couldn't help but think to herself. The transformed Changfeng was so much better. The courtyard was a mess, with filth everywhere. Shen Qingluo and Shen Furong picked up brooms and tidied up, cleaning any stains with hay instead of water. They were reluctant to use even a drop unnecessarily. A drought had plagued the area for half a year now, and the village's only well was running dry. The household's water tank was nearly empty, and every drop had to be conserved. Lu Changfeng cut a piece of rib and placed it in a smaller pot. Eldest wife, rinse this and cook it. We'll eat ribs tonight. Chu Wanru swallowed hard and replied, all right. Then he called over Shin Furong. Third wife, come here and massage your husband's shoulders. He sat on a stool as she stood behind him, kneading his shoulders. Finding her strength too weak, he grabbed her hand. Put some more effort into it. I can handle it. Just as he was enjoying himself, a group of uninvited guests appeared at the gate. He frowned. His original self's uncle and family sure were a nuisance. Seemed like he'd have to handle them properly to save himself further troubles. Lu Changfeng, what's the meaning of this? His uncle, Lu Qingyan, barged in, followed by his aunt, Li Zulian, and their children, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, and Lu Yunyao. 5 pairs of furious eyes glared at him. Lu Qingyan gripped a meter-long stick and pointed it at him. Look at what you've done. I was merely off in town selling herbs, and you had the audacity to attack your aunt, your second brother, and your elder sister? You little fool, grown some guts have you? Shin Furong trembled in fright. Husband, what should we do? Hearing the commotion, Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo rushed out from the kitchen, visibly alarmed. Lu Changfeng turned back to give them a reassuring look, then got up, resuming his foolish act. Uncle, what are you talking about? How could I have possibly hit aunt, second brother, or elder sister? Changfeng wouldn't dare. Is that so? Lu Qingyan gestured toward his wife, Li Zulian. Look at your aunt's swollen face, your elder sister's broken tooth, and your second brother's fractured wrist. If not you, then who? Lu Changfeng shook his head seriously. Uncle, just the other day, second brother came to my house. He said he owed gambling debts and got beaten up, and he begged me to keep it a secret. He told me that if you asked about it, I should say I was the one who hit them. Uncle, you shouldn't beat him up. I promised not to tell, but if I didn't, second brother said he'd beat me up in retaliation. He put on an innocent face, speaking with such sincerity that it seemed entirely believable. Lu Eryong's reputation was already terrible, known for stealing and deceitfulness. Gambling was just one of his vices. In the past, he had been caught stealing silver from home to gamble, and had been beaten by Lu Qingyan for it. Lu Qingyan, hearing this, started to believe it a little. Li Zulian became anxious and shouted angrily. Lu Changfeng, you big fool. What nonsense are you spouting? When has your second brother ever gambled? You're just hitting people for no reason. Ignoring her, I continued, addressing Lu Qingyan. Uncle, even Annie knows about second brother's gambling. She said they had to put on a convincing act, which is why they puffed up their own faces and even bruised big sister's face, to throw you off from suspecting second brother. As for big sister's tooth, it broke when she fell at the entrance of my house. A lot of uncles and villagers saw it that day. Chu Wanru spoke up loudly from behind me, supporting my claim. Yes, uncle. Everything Changfeng said is true. As the argument heated up, neighbors began to gather outside the courtyard, chiming in. That's right, old Lu. That day, we all saw your Lu Yunyao come here and break her tooth by herself. It wasn't Changfeng who did it. I saw it with my own eyes. She tripped and fell on her own. Honestly, as his uncle, you'd rather bully your nephew, who's had it rough with no parents around to stand up for him. And you still think that's justified? Shame on you. And what about the compensation money owed to his elder brother? All of it was taken by your family, none of it given to Changfeng. This kid has had such a pitiful life. With so many people watching and chiming in, Lu Qingyan couldn't bring himself to take action. Tightly gripping the stick in his hand, he suddenly turned and swung it towards Lu Eryong instead. Lu Eryong howled. Dad, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just siding with that fool. Chasing him, Lu Qingyan roared. Siding with him? I think you're the one in the wrong. Losing money gambling, and then trying to pin it all on Lu Changfeng? You think you're clever, huh? Li Zulian rushed forward, pulling at him. Lu Qingyan, have you gone senile? You're going to believe a fool's words over those of your own son. Lu Qingyan replied coldly. A fool's words are more trustworthy. He doesn't know enough to lie. Unlike you, who conspire and deceive me. You've thoroughly disappointed me. Lu Eryong ran around the courtyard, wailing as his father beat him. Lu Yunyao tried to intervene, but one shove sent her sprawling to the ground. She cried out, Dad, what are you doing? We came to ask you to seek justice for us, but you're the one hitting us. Have you gone mad? Shut up. I stood by with my 3 wives, arms folded, watching the family courtyard descend into chaos. Once Lu Qingyan had finished teaching them a lesson, he tossed aside the stick and left in a huff. Lu Dakuai, who had been cowering in the corner the whole time, said nothing, likely because last night he'd been caught sneaking around in the thickets with a young widow. The best strategy for him now was to stay out of sight. After Lu Qingyan left, Li Zulian turned to me, cursing. Lu Changfeng, you little wretch. You beat people but won't admit it, and now you're framing others. You're not some fool at all, you're cunning. Why didn't I see it before? Villagers still lingered at the gate, watching. Not wanting to blow my cover, I feigned fear and pulled my wives toward the house. Auntie, don't hit me. I'm so scared. With a big slam, I shut the door, leaving her to curse outside. The villagers, fed up, shouted back. Li Shi, what's the point of bullying a fool? Go home. Li Tzuilian, hands on her hips, sneered. I'll curse if I want to. Who are you to stop me? Lu Eryong was furious now. His wrist was already broken from earlier, but now after another beating from his father, he was seething. Seeing the beautiful women behind me only stoked his jealousy further. Back when the government distributed wives, he had picked and chosen, but still ended up with one who, while not the ugliest, was far from pretty. Compared to the breathtaking women by my side, his wife seemed like heaven and earth apart. He was nearly driven mad with envy. Turning to Lu Dakwai, Eryong suggested, Big brother, now that dad's gone, let's charge in there and teach that fool a lesson. Lu Dakwai frowned. You already blamed him for your gambling and took a beating for it. Now you want to hit him? Isn't that a bit much? Eryong pushed on. Big brother, do you really believe him? Let me tell you, ever since I smashed his head that day and he woke up, he hasn't been a fool anymore. Everything he's been saying is just an act. He's the one who broke my wrist. He's the one who hit Mom and Li Yun. But if we hit him, what are we going to say when Dad comes back and yells at us? Simple. Just say that the moment Dad left, he admitted to lying to put on a show for Dad. When we tell Dad that, what can he even do? No matter how much sympathy Dad has for him, we're still Dad's real sons. Otherwise, why would all our elder brother's compensation money have gone to us and not to him? He continued trying to provoke him. Think about it, big brother. Why should a fool get to keep 3 beautiful wives? Meanwhile, our family's women are, well, you know. Why not teach him a lesson? Take those 3 for ourselves and call it a day. Lu Dakwai nodded. It's a good plan, but now's not the time. Let's head home first. I have my own way of dealing with him. Big brother, just listen to me. Go back. Reluctantly, Eryong followed, while Li Tzuilian and Lu Yunyao left, still grumbling and swearing. The crowd dispersed as well. Inside the house, Chu Wanru looked worried. Changfeng, Lu Eryong's wrist is already broken, and now he's been beaten again. Do you think he'll retaliate against you? I patted her on the head and smiled. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Seeing my confidence, she was reassured and relaxed. Meanwhile, Shun Qingluo and Shen Furong, though unaware of every detail, had already pieced together most of the story from the insults and accusations and couldn't help but worry for me. I, however, acted as though nothing had happened. Don't mind them. Let's check if the ribs are ready. After we eat, it's time to go to bed. I lifted the lid on the pot. The ribs weren't tender enough yet, so I added more firewood to heat it up. Chu Wanru started preparing rice on another stove. Half an hour later, the food was ready. The ribs were tender, and the rice was perfectly steamed. Chu Wanru brought over a big pot of ribs and placed it on the table. In times of famine, filling one's stomach was already a luxury, let alone feasting on something as fragrant as wild goat ribs. My 3 wives eagerly dug in, savoring every bite. But the meat was hard-earned, and after finishing off one pot, though their mouths watered for more, they hesitated to take another bite. Noticing their restraint, I scooped out another full pot, smiling as I placed it on the table. Eat as much as you want. Don't worry about running out. I promise, from now on, there will always be plenty of meat in our home. Shen Furong's eyes lit up. Really? I ruffled her hair. Would your husband lie to you? Wow. From now on, we'll always have meat. You're the best husband. Even Shun Qingluo, who had initially doubted me, now looked at me with admiration. Yesterday, she thought I was nothing but a fool. Today, it was clear I was anything but. After dinner, the women tidied up, and I sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze of the August evening. The night was especially refreshing, the stars dazzlingly bright. In the modern world, you couldn't see a view like this anymore, thanks to the smog and pollution. I went over my current situation. Level 1 combat, Level 1 spatial powers, and God-tier archery skills. Survival was no concern. I could venture into the mountains any day, hunt game, and sell what we couldn't eat at the county market. But as for striking it rich through hunting, difficult. Even if it were possible, it would. Year after year of endurance. What's more, these are chaotic times. The nation is unstable, and any day war might break out nearby. The hard-earned family wealth could be seized in an instant, and my women might be taken away by bandits or soldiers. If I want to protect my wealth and my women, I must become stronger. How do I become stronger? Of course, by fully utilizing this eternal system, making myself more powerful and amassing greater wealth. If necessary, I'll also build a stronger team to have people working for me, ensuring the safety of myself and my women. After sitting for a while, I stood up and went back to my room. Tonight, Shen Furong was to serve me. Her elder sister, Shen Qingluo, had already cleaned her thoroughly and carefully taught her the procedures. Once I finished washing up and climbed into bed, Shin Furong was already lying timidly on the inner side, shyly waiting for me. As I shut the door, the night belonging to just the two of us began. The young girl was timid and somewhat afraid. I patiently guided her step by step, being mindful of her feelings and gentle with her delicate figure. In the adjacent room, Chu Wanru and Shun Qingluo blushed furiously upon hearing the commotion. Yet another sleepless night passed. When I woke up the next morning, Shin Furong was already gone from the bed. I sat up and summoned the system. Ding! Detected that the host has taken in the exceptional beauty, Shin Furong. Reward: Skill, Beast Speech Comprehension. Strength level upgraded to level 2. Space upgraded to level 2. The system interface projected before me. Strength level 2, equivalent to 9 adult men. Space expanded to 200 cubic meters. Companions: 3. Chu Wanru, Shin Qingluo, Shin Furong. Skills: God tier archery, Beast Speech Comprehension. As I dismissed the panel, I wondered aloud. Beast Speech Comprehension? I can understand animals. I got dressed and stepped outside, heading to the courtyard under the big tree to find a bird and test it out. After wandering around for a while, I finally spotted a sparrow chirping in the tree, but I couldn't comprehend a word it said. Discouraged, I cursed. Damn, what a useless skill. Chongfeng, come have breakfast, my sister-in-law called out through the open window. Breakfast was rice paired with a large plate of stir-fried lamb. My sister-in-law's cooking was impeccable. Even without many seasonings, the food was delicious. After eating, I grabbed my bow, quiver, and water bottle, preparing to head up the mountain once more. Before leaving, the three beauties stood by the courtyard gate, reminding me to be careful. I chuckled and said, "Don't worry. Come on, each of you give your husband a kiss." Instantly, their faces turned crimson. Qingluo and Furong covered their faces and ran off, while my sister-in-law lightly patted my shoulder. You silly Chongfeng, always so unserious. Hurry up and be back soon. Got it, sister-in-law. Tonight, I'll keep you company. Oh, you and your cheeky mouth. Stop embarrassing me. I burst out laughing, turned, and left. After circling the nearby mountain with no luck, I ventured deeper into the woods. By a patch of grass, a plump rabbit hopped about 5 or 6 meters away. I grinned, my first catch of the day. With one arrow, it was down and tossed into my quiver. A single rabbit wouldn't suffice. I needed to hunt large game to trade for silver at the county. Walking half a kilometer further, I passed a large tree. Suddenly, sounds of a scuffle echoed from above. Looking up, I saw a hawk chasing a crow. That little bit of meat didn't interest me, so I kept moving. However, after just a few steps, a thud sounded as something grazed my forehead and fell to the ground. It was the crow, injured and bleeding all over. I bent down to pick it up. I didn't intend to catch you, but since you've fallen, don't blame me. 2 ounces of meat is still meat. Just as I was about to place it in my quiver, the crow suddenly spoke. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I froze. What did you just say? Its tiny black, bead-like eyes brimmed with pleading. Please, don't kill me. I became excited. Say that again. Big brother, you're a kind man. Spare my life, and I can do many things for you. Fantastic. I slapped my thigh. I can actually understand what this crow is saying. So, this is the skill granted by the system. Despite all the birds and animals earlier, even the rabbit I caught before, I couldn't comprehend a single thing. Turns out, the beast speech comprehension only works for this specific crow. It's a gift from the system. The crow, oblivious to my internal musings, continued to beg, Big brother, spare me. I'll recognize you as my master and follow you everywhere. I thought to myself, how could I refuse a gift from the system? Bringing it along for hunting would make things much easier. A quick flight over the woods could reveal prey. Combine that with my god-tier archery, and this mountain would become my personal granary. I said to the crow, all right, I won't kill you, but you must acknowledge me as your master, pledge unwavering loyalty, and never betray me. If you do, I'll chop you into pieces and deep fry you. The crow shuddered, shaking its head vehemently. Master, rest assured, we crows, once we recognize a master, never betray them for life. Right then, the hawk from above circled down, setting its sights on the crow in my hand. The crow, too injured to fly, trembled with fear. Master, that wretched hawk is back. Please save me. Don't worry. Now that I'm your master, how could I let you be torn apart? Wait here, I'll deal with it. I tossed the crow into the quiver and drew my bow, aiming. The hawk, astute as it was, didn't dare descend and waited instead for the right moment to swoop. I closed my eyes, relying on my hearing to determine its position. Locked on with precision, I released the arrow decisively. Bang! The hawk let out a mournful cry as it crashed to the ground. The crow inside the quiver chirped with delight. Master, did you take care of that wretched hawk? Of course. I walked over, picked up the hawk, and threw it into the quiver, letting it land right beside the crow. The crow screamed in terror. Help! Master, I'm scared. I sighed, turning back. Quit yelling. It's already dead. It can't hurt you. The crow finally shut up. I stuffed some thatch over it to prevent other predators from snatching it and resumed trekking deeper into the mountain. Luck was on my side today. After only another half-kilometer, I saw a 400-pound wild boar scraping against a tree trunk. Its bristly brown fur gleamed like steel needles, its hump towering, and its tusks glinting coldly as it scattered fallen leaves. Excellent. This big guy will do. I'd keep half for the household and sell the rest in town. The boar, rather than fleeing, glared at me and suddenly bared its teeth, charging. I sneered, waiting for it to get within a few steps before swiftly raising my bow. Bang! The arrow hit straight in the neck. The boar collapsed with a grunt, dead before it had a chance to scream. I stored the wild boar in my spatial inventory, took a sip of water, gathered some wild vegetables, chopped a bundle of firewood, and carried it all home. Back home, I threw the wild boar into the courtyard. The three beauties stepped out and, upon seeing it, jumped and cheered with joy. My sister-in-law couldn't hide her delight, cupping my face in her hands. This is amazing. Our little Changfeng has truly grown up. Let sister-in-law check if you're hurt. I leaned closer to her ear. Sister-in-law, there's something. Fong was injured, so tonight I'll stay with you and show you where it hurts. Sister-in-law's face turned red as she playfully punched me on the chest. Silly Changfeng, say one more nonsensical thing, and I'll sew your lips shut with a needle. Feigning fear, I replied, oh, fine, I'll keep my mouth shut and stop talking nonsense. Qingluo and Furong stood on either side of me, their eyes filled with admiration. The two of them had been taken by government soldiers and dragged through several villages, where no one wanted them because they were deemed too frail to be worth keeping. They had resigned themselves to live as army prostitutes or worse, victims of old men's cruelty. But by a twist of fate, they ended up with me, such a capable husband. Perhaps it was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Qingluo softly whispered, husband, you're incredible. Furong echoed her sentiment. You've only been out for a few hours, and you've already hunted such a massive wild boar. We'll have meat to eat again. I puffed up my chest, winking at them. Don't you two already know just how capable your husband is? Their faces turned crimson immediately, and their small fists rained down on me like playful little raindrops. But they didn't hit with any real strength. They couldn't bear to hurt their husband, after all, since they were still relying on me to get by. Their gentle taps only made me itch to tease them more. I felt an overwhelming urge to take one of my little wives to the room for the night, but it wasn't the right time. First, I had to take care of the wild boar. Sister-in-law, go boil a big pot of hot water. I needed to scald off the bristles. All right. There were 2 stoves at home, and sister-in-law filled both pots with water. Qingluo helped by adding firewood to make the flames burn stronger. Furong squatted beside me, keeping me company as we chatted. While waiting for the water to boil, I took the raven and the eagle out from my bamboo basket. I casually set the eagle on the ground and placed the raven in my palm to check its injuries. Furong, curious, asked, husband, did you hunt this raven as well? No, that eagle down there was the one that attacked it. Oh, so you'll dress the raven, the eagle, and the wild boar together in a bit, right? Call. The half-dead raven suddenly trembled violently in my hand at her words. I stroked its head and said, don't be scared. I promise to save you, so I won't slaughter you. Call. It seemed to thank me and finally calmed down. Though the raven only emitted bird calls, I could understand it, though Furong could not. Furong looked delighted. Husband, it seems like it understands what you're saying. I chuckled. Indeed, it's a clever raven. I plan to heal its injuries and keep it as a pet to entertain me. Upon examining it, I found 2 puncture wounds on its back and a broken leg. It was incredibly lucky to have encountered me, or it would have been dead by now. This was the brilliance of the system. My ability to understand animal speech truly came in handy. Furong, bring me a basin of water to clean it. Right away, husband. After a good wash, the raven's wet feathers clung to its body, making it look like some grotesque prehistoric creature. I couldn't help but laugh and placed it on the wall. Don't move. Let your feathers dry. I'll go find a doctor to get you some medicine. Call. The raven obediently nodded and stayed still. Once the water was hot, I carried the large pot to the courtyard. Yesterday, the pot had been adequate to scald a wild goat, but this wild boar was too large. The pot couldn't fully submerge it, leaving the neck and head sticking out. Using a ladle, I poured hot water over every part of the boar and carefully shaved off its bristles. There was only one knife at home, so my 3 wives couldn't really help. Instead, they squatted nearby, watching. Their mere presence filled me with delight. I couldn't resist teasing them occasionally, making life feel sweet and fulfilling. After finishing with the bristles, I chopped off the boar's head and tail, gutted it, and split the meat down the middle. With a single thought, I stored everything into my spatial dimension. The three women gawked as they watched the meat vanish into thin air, nearly screaming in shock. I quickly stopped them. Don't be scared. The meat hasn't disappeared. It's been stored in my spatial dimension. I decided there was no need to hide the spatial ability anymore. Since the system granted it to me, these women were bound to unyielding loyalty. Telling them would make life more convenient and save me the trouble of constantly coming up with excuses. Living together every day, it wasn't something I could conceal forever. It was better to be upfront. Sister-in-law was incredulous. Changfeng, what do you mean by spatial dimension? Sister-in-law, earlier I said the coarse grain and meat came from an old immortal. That wasn't the whole truth. I actually have a space where I can store things. People can't enter it, but anything I store inside won't spoil. The way you saw the meat vanish just now, it's because I stored it in that space. Keeping everything on me is the safest option. With a thought, I made the meat reappear in its original spot. The three women were so shocked that their mouths looked big enough to swallow goose eggs. I hardened my expression. But remember, none of you can tell anyone about this spatial ability. If the wrong people find out, even a single meal might be impossible to come by. The three women nodded emphatically. Husband, we understand. We won't say a word. If we do, then we'll lose our food. We are always your people, and we'll do whatever you ask. Good. I cut off a large piece of marbled meat and handed it to sister-in-law. Take this back to the house and stir-fry it later. You all eat lunch first. Don't wait for me. I'm heading to the county to sell half the boar and buy some things. Is there anything you'd like me to get? Sister-in-law shook her head. Selling the meat comes first. We can talk about other things later. Qing Luo said, having food and clothes is enough for us. We don't ask for anything more. Furong added, husband, just be careful. Whether or not you manage to sell the meat, come back early. We'll be waiting for you. All right, I'm off then. I strapped on the bamboo basket and held the drying raven in my hand. Under their affectionate gazes, I left the house. On the road out of the village toward the county, I ran into Yuan Ju, Lu Daiqiu's wife, carrying a half-filled bucket of water she had just fetched from the well. The moment she saw the black bird in my hand, she leaned closer, recognizing it as a raven, and grinned. Oh, Changfeng, what are you doing with a raven? Gonna give it away as a gift. I gave her a disdainful glance and said nothing. Still shameless, she pressed on. Why don't you give it to your sister-in-law? I could take it home, make soup out of it, and save you a bowl. I sneered and leaned close to her ear, whispering, I don't want raven soup. What I really want is your milk. Sister-in-law, why don't you unbutton your blouse and let me have a taste? Her face turned red with rage. You little brat. How dare you make such filthy remarks? I smirked and added, just kidding, sister-in-law. Look at you, sharp-nosed and monkey-faced. Even if you offered it to the dogs for free, they wouldn't touch it, let alone me. I stuck out my tongue, made a face at her, and spat. With my bamboo basket slung over my back, I swaggered away. Yuan Ju was so livid she stomped her feet, shouting after me. You little rascal. How dare you tease me? Who's sharp-nosed and monkey-faced? And for the record, I wouldn't want to look at you even if you begged me. Ignoring her, I continued straight to the county. In a time of chaos and famine, the county wasn't much better off. Though the streets were crowded, the people looked tattered and weary. Only a few shops dared to remain open. The family business was struggling. These days, it was a blessing just to have enough to eat. Who would spare money to buy extra things? I found an unnoticed corner by the wall and quietly retrieved half a side of pork from my spatial space. Shouldering the meat, I headed to a busy street. Once I chose a spot, I raised my voice to call out, fresh wild boar meat, 41 per gene. A crowd quickly gathered around, but most people just pointed and whispered, swallowing their saliva. Few could actually afford to draw out their coins. Looking at their tattered clothes and helpless faces, I sighed inwardly. Making money in chaotic times was truly challenging. If only the system could grant me a spatial marketplace feature so I could trade directly. How convenient that would be. As I was pondering this, an old man shuffled over. 41 is too expensive. Would you sell it for 30? I instinctively wanted to refuse, but then thought better of it. This could be my first business deal of the day. Selling at 30 would still be better than not selling. Fine, 31 it is. I'll cut you one gene. With a swift motion, I cut off a gene and 2 liang precisely. My knife skills were decent. The old man handed over 36 and we exchanged goods and money. Next came a man who looked like a steward. He examined the meat intently for quite some time before nodding in satisfaction. This meat's texture is good. He bought 30 gene in one go. After that, scattered customers appeared, one buying a gene, another buying 2. 3 hours passed. By then, I was starving, feeling my stomach almost sticking to my back. I checked and saw that I had sold 60 gene. There were still around 90 gene left from the half side of pork, which was at least 150 gene in total. I waited another half an hour before 2 more random buyers each purchased 2 gene. The crow nestled against my chest, faint with hunger. In a low voice, it croaked at me. Caw caw caw. Master, get us some food first, or I'll starve to death. I gently patted it, adjusted the basket on my back, and hefted the remaining pork, heading straight to the largest restaurant in the county, the Spring Breeze Inn. The name sounded like a place of revelry, but it was actually an honorable establishment. I had calculated carefully. If I relied only on selling to scattered customers, I'd never finish selling the meat. But no matter how chaotic the times, people still visited restaurants to eat. It turned out I wasn't wrong. As soon as I pitched the meat, the innkeeper immediately ordered for it to be taken to the kitchen. 30 won per jean, not a single coin less. The innkeeper, whose surname was Fu, was called Fu Mingyuan. As he patted my shoulder, he said, "Young man, if you hunt wild boars again, just bring them to me anytime. I'll pay handsomely. Other game is fine too. We can negotiate prices." I expressed my thanks repeatedly, feeling the weight of silver in my pocket. I had initially planned to treat myself to a nice meal then and there, but remembering the 2 holes wounded on my crow's back, I decided it was more urgent to get it treated first. Otherwise, both of us wouldn't make it to the good times. I left the restaurant and asked around until I found a nearby medical clinic. Carrying my crow in my hands, I walked inside. I explained the purpose of my visit. It wasn't for me, but to treat my pet crow. The doctor was stunned right then and there. Treat a crow? This is a first for me in my many years of practice. I thought he was unwilling to help and immediately put on a pleading face. "Doctor, this crow is my sworn brother. It once saved my life. Please, whatever happens, save it." "Sworn brother?" the doctor repeated, giving me a skeptical glance. Internally, he wondered if I wasn't perhaps a lunatic, swearing brotherhood with a bird, of all things. Still, he didn't expose me. Instead, he nodded and said, "The injury's not too serious. Some ointment and simple bandaging will do." After the wound was treated and dressed, I asked how much it would cost. 10 won. I handed over the money and tucked the crow back into my chest before strolling back to the Spring Breeze Inn. While the first floor wasn't full, I wanted to go upstairs. I pointed to the second floor, and the waiter caught on, promptly showing me upstairs. I picked a seat by the window and asked the waiter, "What's the specialty dish here?" The waiter had recognized me as the person who had sold them the meat earlier. Seeing I was now a customer, he responded courteously, listing off dishes: red braised venison stew, golden crispy roasted chicken, jade bamboo shoot stewed with dompa pork, steamed catfish, glazed lotus root stuffed with meat, 8 treasure tofu soup, roasted Peking duck. Hearing the string of names made my head spin. "Are these dishes expensive?" I asked. The waiter calculated quickly on his abacus. "Sir, these are all signature dishes. Ordering 1 portion of each would roughly cost 3 taels of silver." 3 taels. I nearly choked. Calculating silently, I knew that half a side of pork, 150 jean, at 30 won per jean added up to 4,500 won, which was just 4.5 taels. And dining here would cost 3 taels for 1 meal? Forget it. I'd settle for trying 1 or 2 dishes. Bring me a golden crispy roasted chicken, a stir-fried tofu dish, and a vegetable soup. Right away. The waiter served tea first, along with a plate of crispy, salted beans. I grabbed a handful and chewed slowly, enjoying my window seat, which gave me a clear view of the bustling street below. It was a great spot. I could see everything happening on the street clearly. I took the crow out of my chest and placed it on the table. The poor thing was starving. Seeing me eat the crispy salted beans, it started pecking at them too. "No worms here, and you can't fly out to find any. When the food comes, you can share with me, deal?" The crow nodded, croaking softly, an indication that it agreed. The dishes and rice arrived shortly after. I scooped a handful of rice for the crow and then started devouring the food myself. I commented as I ate, "This chicken tastes pretty good. The tofu is about as good as what I can make. And the vegetable soup? Not bad." After finishing my meal in a few bites, I called for the bill. Ordering just 1 specialty dish and 2 basic ones wasn't too outrageous. The total came to 91. 1. I carefully placed the crow back into my chest and was just about to head downstairs when I heard commotion below. Peering down, I saw a frail-looking young woman trapped by 3 thugs who had formed a tight circle around her. No matter how she tried to evade them, she couldn't escape. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out desperately, "Brothers, I beg you, please let me go." One of them, a one-eyed man, stepped forward and clapped a hand on her shoulder. "Let you go? Your father owes me 2 taels of gambling debt. Who's going to pay it? Are you?" "I." "Brother, I beg you, please let me go. I'll gather wild vegetables, chop wood, or sew embroidery to slowly pay you back. Just don't sell me off." Tears stained her delicate, melon-seed face, making her look pitifully fragile. An unshaven thug stepped up. "Boss, what's the point of talking to her? Just sell her straight to the Red Blossom Pavilion. We can get a good price." Another thug, a short man with a monkeyish face, chimed in lecherously. "Boss, second brother, before selling her, How about letting me have some fun first? The one-eyed man burst into laughter. If there's any fun, I go first. After me, it's you two's turn. The other two thugs nodded vigorously, inching closer to the young woman as they grabbed her wrist. She screamed shrilly, struggling with all her might, but couldn't escape. This is outrageous. Abducting women in broad daylight. Does the law even exist anymore? I cursed, stepping forward to head downstairs, brimming with indignation. The waiter hurried to stop me. Sir, those three are thugs from the East Market gambling den. One's the one-eyed leader, one's the burly beard, and one's the monkey-faced lackey. They're notorious bullies on this street. Don't provoke them. No one dares to mess with those guys. I glanced back at him and smiled. Thanks for the reminder. You're a good man. Before the words even landed, I was already standing in front of the three thugs. The waiter sighed behind me and muttered, why won't this customer take any advice? At that moment, with a crow tucked in my arms, a bamboo basket slung on my back, dressed in ragged clothes, I stood there folding my arms and facing them. The one-eyed thug was about to drag the woman away when I spoke up. Let her go. My voice wasn't too loud or too soft, just enough to silence the whole scene. The one-eyed man sneered, released the woman, and turned to scrutinize me. His features were sharp, but my shabby attire immediately hinted at my lack of wealth. In this town, they knew precisely who had money and who had power. I was a stranger to them, clearly just some young punk with neither. He smirked coldly and asked, Kid, was it you who just spoke? I laughed heartily. That's right, it was me. I said it loud enough. What? Are you blind in one eye and deaf too? Couldn't hear it. What? You dare insult my big bro? The burly guy with the beard and the skinny monkey-looking guy lunged forward to push me. The one-eyed thug raised a hand, stopping them in their tracks while they cursed under their breaths. The one-eyed man's gaze locked onto me. Kid, do you know why I'm taking her? That's Fu Ling. Her father, Fu Daju, owes our gambling house 2 taels of silver. Since he can't pay, we're taking her to cover the debt. I glanced at the woman for confirmation. Tears streaming down her face, she nodded. It's true, my father used me to pay off his debt. But I don't want to be sold to the Red Blossom brothel. I want to earn the money and pay it back myself. The skinny guy mocked her from the side. Earn money? You? With that delicate little frame of yours? You can't carry or lift anything. What can you earn? The only valuable thing you've got is the meat on your bones. Ha ha ha, exactly. And not just 2 taels worth. There's at least 6 in total. The two of them bantered back and forth as Fu Linger covered her face and cried. Women on the street blushed in embarrassment while the watching men burst into laughter. Such were the cruel realities of these chaotic times. Women akin to duckweed, drifting at the mercy of men, pitiful to the core. I pulled out my coin pouch, extracted 2 taels of silver, and handed them to the one-eyed man. The 2 taels her father owes. I'll pay for her. This woman is leaving with me. Fu Linger looked at me in shock. Among all the people watching, the only one who dared to confront these thugs was me. Her expression shifted from astonishment to gratitude. Shaking with emotion, she said, Sir, you'd truly save me? If you're willing to help, Linger will pledge her body to you. I will serve you as your maid for life. As she spoke, she knelt down with a series of loud thuds, kowtowing to the ground. I extended the money forward. Take the silver and scram. But the one-eyed man didn't accept it. Instead, he sneered coldly. Too late. I frowned. What do you mean by that? Flicking aside the long hair covering his face, he sneered arrogantly. Her father owed 2 taels, sure. But with interest compounding, that's now 20 taels. What? Fu Linger lifted her tear-streaked face, eyes filled with despair. Just a moment ago, it was 2 taels. How did it turn into 20 in less than an hour? Are you trying to push me to death? The one-eyed thug replied with icy disdain. Debts to the gambling house come with high interest. That's just the way it is. Fu Linger collapsed onto the ground, despair engulfing her. She looked entirely devoid of hope for life. Suddenly, she raised her head, looking at me with tear-filled eyes. Sir, your heroic kindness today, Linger will never forget in this lifetime. But these 3 scoundrels won't let me go. I know you're just an ordinary man. Times are hard. Where would you get so much silver? Your kindness. Linger will repay it in the next life. Seeing her like this, my anger burned hotter. These 3 bastards clearly intended not to let her leave alive today. Coincidentally, my system had just upgraded my combat stats to level 4, equivalent to the strength of 15 average men. This seemed like the perfect chance to test my might on these fools. But saving someone wasn't something I'd do blindly. I needed to make sure she was worth saving. Her family had a gambler for a father. If she willingly allowed herself to be exploited by him, even if I saved her today, he might repeatedly drag her into trouble, bringing headaches my way too. Fu Linger, let me ask you this. If I save you today, will you return to that household and obey your gambling father's words? She shook her head resolutely. No, sir. If you save me today, I'll follow you wherever you go. I will sever all ties with that family. That man, he's not even human. Before selling me, he sold off my younger sister. Tears swelled in her eyes again. My mother died years ago from his beatings. My sister, handed over to the gamblers, couldn't endure the suffering and ended her life with a length of white silk. I hate him. I wish he'd disappear from this world. Hearing her words and seeing the steely resolve in her eyes, I made my decision. This was someone I had to save today. I stepped forward and helped her to her feet. If that's the case, then stand behind me. Anyone who dares bully you will be picking a fight with me, Lu Changfeng. Weighing the two tails in my hand, I hurled them forcefully at the one-eyed thug's face and roared, "This is all the silver there is. Take it if you want it. If not, get lost. Today, I'm taking a stand on this matter." The silver hit the one-eyed man square in the face. He howled in pain, cursing, "You bastard, you're asking for death." With that, he charged at me with a punch. I sneered coldly. "Today, I'll show you what it means to ask for death." With a slight dodge, I countered with a right hook to his face. Using just a fraction of my strength, the one-eyed thug was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, landing flat on his back and wailing in pain. The look in his eyes was a mix of fear and shock. This guy was burly, the small leader of the gambling house's thugs in the East Market, and definitely not weak. But against me, he couldn't even last a single move. It was as if he thought I was some sort of deity. Seems like this level 4 combat power really packs a punch, I thought smugly as I dusted off my hands. Earlier, his punch seemed like it moved in slow motion to my eyes. This must be the power of a level 4 boost. The bearded guy and the skinny monkey, upon seeing their leader get beaten, hesitated yet didn't back down. Yelling threats, they flanked me from both sides. I didn't move. Just as they closed in, I shot out both hands, grabbing their wrists and yanking with force. Their wrists crashed into each other. Crack, crack. 2 crisp snapping sounds echoed, and their wrists broke simultaneously. Both of them collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. The crowd of onlookers was utterly stunned. This young man was tall, handsome, and dressed in tattered linen, clearly a commoner. Yet no one had expected him to strike with such fierceness, taking down 3 notorious thugs in just a few moves. These 3 were infamous in town for being impossible to deal with. Backed by the gambling house, they terrorized everyone without fear. The common people dared to be angry, but dared not voice it. And the gambling den behind these individuals in East Market was even darker, luring honest people into gambling, giving out loans with exorbitant interest, and when it was time to collect, they would break limbs, force people to sell their children, and commit murder and arson. They were capable of every evil under the sun. These 3 troublesome individuals, however, stood powerless before this young farmer. The crowd was shocked and filled with admiration, but as they looked at the 3 men howling on the ground, worry filled their hearts. These 3 were but a few of the many thugs in the gambling den, which was full of martial experts, and the boss behind it was a terrifying figure who could wield immense power. Having crossed the East Market gambling den, this young man likely wouldn't have peace in the days to come. An old man urgently shouted, "Young man, you've provoked people you shouldn't have. Run for your life quickly." A middle-aged man chimed in. "You seem to be a good person, but behind them is the East Market gambling den. Us commoners can't afford to provoke them. Run now." "Yes, young man, run while you can." Listening to their words, 2 things became abundantly clear to me. First, these 3 were indeed thugs from the East Market gambling den. Second, the East Market gambling den was no small matter. Standing beside me, Fu Ling'er trembled uncontrollably as she stared at the 3 men wailing on the ground. I lightly patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you." At that, tears streamed down her face once again. I bent down to pick up the 2 tails of silver from the ground. Pointing at the 3 men lying there, I declared, "You didn't want the money when I offered it, so I'll take it back. As for the person, I'm taking her with me. If you dare to get involved again, next time it won't just be a beating. At best, it'll be broken arms and legs. At worst, it'll be your miserable lives." Having said that, I took her hand and led her away. For Fu Ling'er, it was the first time a man had ever held her hand, but she didn't struggle at all. She let me guide her, and from the moment I stepped forward to help her, she had made up her mind. She had decided to follow me for the rest of her life. I led her to another street and asked her, "Is there anything you'd like to buy?" She shook her head. "As long as I'm with you, I don't want anything else." I playfully tapped her nose and laughed. "Then I'll get you some large steamed buns to eat." "Steamed buns? Do you want some?" "Yes." Hearing the word buns, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Judging by her expression, I could tell she was starving. I pulled her along to a bun shop and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is a meat bun?" "3 coins for one, my good patron," the owner replied. All right, give me 50. F50. The shopkeeper thought he had misheard. Are you sure? That was his entire stock. On a normal day, he'd only sell 30 buns at most. Fu Linger was also stunned. I can't eat that many. 2 are enough. I patted her head gently. It's fine. We'll take them back and save them for later. The shopkeeper wrapped the buns in oiled paper. After paying 150 coins, I handed 3 buns to her first, saying, "Eat while they're hot." I stored the rest in my basket. Holding the steaming buns in her hands, tears began to fall again. She gave me a grateful look, then devoured 1 bun in 2 bites before immediately moving on to the next one and the next. After 3 buns, she finally seemed a bit full. I laughed heartily. If you can eat, then eat plenty. I handed her 3 more buns. She frantically waved her hands to save them for later, but I assured her, don't worry. As long as you're with me, you'll never go hungry. Just eat. She didn't really know me, not even my name or where I lived. But someone who'd stepped forward to help her in such a dire situation couldn't possibly be a bad person. Even if I was, I'd still saved her life and even offended the East Market gambling den for her, a feat that solidified her decision to follow me for the rest of her life. So when I said she wouldn't go hungry while she was with me, she believed me unconditionally and ate more heartily. After 6 buns, I asked if she wanted any more, and she shook her head firmly. I'm completely full. I led her to a tailor shop on South Street and bought 2 bolts of fine linen fabric. Each bolt cost 80 coins, so I paid 160 coins in total. I put them in my basket and took her hand, leaving the county city and heading toward Yentu village. Noticing how slow walking was, I saw a passing bull cart and paid the driver 4 coins to take us to the village entrance. Sitting on the cart, I asked her, "You're just following me like this. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" She shyly glanced at me and said, "From the moment you stepped forward to help me, I knew you weren't a bad person. A bad person wouldn't dare offend the East Market gambling den. You're a good man, a hero. Whatever your identity might be, from now on, wherever you go, Linger will go. This life, this body belongs to you." Looking at her delicate face, almond-shaped eyes, and youthful appearance, my heart felt warm from her sweet words. I almost couldn't resist taking her in my arms right then and there. But with the bull cart driver as a third wheel, I decided to save it for later. I gently held her hand. "You're right. I'm not a bad person. If you're with me, you won't lack food or drink. But I've got a few wives at home, so I hope you can get along well with them." She nodded. "I understand. Someone as wonderful as you is bound to have multiple wives. What woman wouldn't like you? I'll get along well with my sisters." When the bull cart arrived at the village entrance, I took her hand and led her home. Standing at the gate of my courtyard and staring at the 2 shabby straw huts within, she couldn't fathom how I could afford silver. But she didn't mind. The house might be dilapidated, but wherever I stayed, she'd stay too. With a creak, the courtyard gate opened, and 3 beautiful women rushed out from the house, their soft voices brimming with joy. "Changfeng, you're back. Husband, are you tired? Did you sell all the pork?" Smiling, I replied, "I'm not tired. Sold it all. Made 4 taels of silver." "Wow, Changfeng, you're amazing. Husband, you're incredible. You must be hungry. Let's make something for you to eat." Being tall and broad-shouldered, I naturally blocked the petite figure of Fu Linger behind me. It wasn't until now that the 3 women noticed someone was standing there. They surrounded her, their eyes full of curiosity. Turning to the side, I introduced her. "This is Fu Linger. I saved her on the street, and from now on, she's my 4th wife. Take good care of her." Hearing the words, 4th wife, Fu Linger's face flushed red as she bit her lip and said nothing. She had already accepted it in her heart, but hearing me declare it aloud still made her bashful. The 3 women immediately cheered. "Don't worry, husband, we'll take good care of our new sister." Fu Linger, ever courteous, gave a deep bow. "Hello, sisters." I introduced them one by one. "This is your eldest sister, Chu Wanru. This is your second sister, Shen Xingluo. And this is your third sister, Shen Furong." She bowed again. "Hello, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister." Chu Wanru held my hand and smiled, saying, "Dear sister, come inside and sit. From now on, this is your home." I put down my carrying basket and handed 2 rolls of fine hemp cloth to Chu Wanru. "Sister-in-law, this cloth is enough to make several outfits. Have some made for everyone. The clothes you're all wearing are too worn out." Chu Wanru accepted the cloth, feeling the delicate material. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She never dared to dream of wearing such fine hemp, having only been able to wear coarse, repeatedly patched cloth before. She choked up, saying, "All right, I'll also make you a few outfits when the time comes." Shen Xingluo and Shen Furong came forward to touch the cloth, tears streaming down their faces. I took out some meat buns and said, "And here's this. If you don't feel like eating rice in the mornings, you can use these buns as a side dish." Shen Xingluo swallowed her saliva. asking, "Husband, can I eat one now?" I ruffled her hair. "Eat as much as you want. I'll go buy more another day." "That's wonderful." The three women each grabbed a bun and finished them in just a few bites before remembering to head inside. Chuan-ro called out to Fu Linger, "Linger, have a seat. Sister-in-law will make something nice for you to eat." "Sister-in-law, let me help you." "No need. You just arrived. You should sit and rest." Shen Qingluo also said, "Furong, you keep Linger company and chat. I'll help sister-in-law with cooking." Before long, the delightful aroma of fried meat wafted out from the kitchen. Fu Linger was startled and delighted. "You're cooking meat? I haven't had meat in so many years." Although she had just eaten her fill, the mouth-watering scent made her gulp unconsciously. Shen Furong laughed. "Our husband is capable. We have meat to eat every day." With nothing to do, I wandered around the courtyard, letting the crow in my arms out to keep me company for a while. Dinner was ready quickly, and a large, steaming pot of fried pork was placed on the table. It was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, with each person served a bowl of coarse rice. I placed a large portion of pork into Fu Linger's bowl. "Eat up." She took a bite, and as the flavor burst in her mouth, she couldn't help but burst into tears. "It's so delicious, sob sob." Chuan-ro laughed gently. "Silly girl, don't cry. From now on, our family will have meat at every meal." Shen Qingluo also comforted. "With our husband, we'll never go hungry." Shen Furong added another piece of meat into Fu Linger's bowl. That night, I initially intended to consummate the marriage with Fu Linger directly, but I had promised sister-in-law earlier in the day to keep her company for the night. Breaking that promise would hurt her feelings. No matter how impulsive, I had to restrain myself. Linger needed some time to rest anyway. I'd spend tonight with sister-in-law, another night with Shen Qingluo, then Shen Furong, and finally Fu Linger. After all the women finished getting ready for bed, I walked over to Chuan-ro, pulling her into my arms and whispering into her ear, "Sister-in-law, do you remember what I said at midday?" Her face turned red instantly. Deep down, she was looking forward to it, but on the surface, she magnanimously objected. "Chongfeng, you just married a new bride today. You shouldn't neglect her. Spend tonight with her instead." I was secretly amused. My sister-in-law really knew me well, but agreements had their order, and rules shouldn't be disrupted. "Sister-in-law, it's fine. Linger can rest for a few days. Tonight, I'm with you." "No need, no need." "Sister-in-law, don't you want to?" It's decided then." Having settled the discussion, I turned to the others and announced, "You all go to bed first. I'm going to fetch some water from the well. The cistern is almost empty, and there are less people queuing at night." The women obediently went to bed. I carried the empty buckets over to the village well. The night sky was pitch black, but there were still villagers holding torches and lining up, though fewer than during the day. I waited for over an hour before it was my turn. The water level in the well was almost depleted, requiring us to descend into it to scoop up the last trickles of underground streams. Slowly collecting a full bucket took almost half an hour. After nearly 2 hours of effort, I carried the water back home. By the time I returned, the women were already asleep. The house was quiet, save for the soothing sounds of steady breathing, which brought a sense of peace to my heart. Remembering my arrangement with sister-in-law, I figured she must be on my bed. After pouring the water into the cistern and washing up, I tiptoed into my room. There was indeed someone lying on the bed. Assuming it was sister-in-law, I locked the door, undressed, and slipped under the blankets. Immediately, I sensed something was off. The texture was unusual. The figure was smaller, not as full-bodied as sister-in-law. As I hesitated, a soft voice broke the silence. It was Fu Linger. "Linger hopes to earn your favor, my lord," I muttered under my breath. What was going on? I'd clearly said tonight was sister-in-law's turn, so how did it end up being Linger here? "My lord," sister-in-law said, "today is the day of my marriage. I should properly serve my husband." "Ah, I see. This was sister-in-law's arrangement." Given this thoughtful consideration, I felt it only right to graciously accept the gesture and enjoy it. "All right then, Linger. Let your husband take good care of you." As someone who now had 3 wives to his name, I was hardly inexperienced. However, the young woman was still delicate and needed gentle care. I had to be mindful not to hurt her. Since my physical abilities had advanced to level 4, my body had become stronger and bulkier. Unsurprisingly, my stamina had also improved, increasing each session by over half an hour compared to before. Creak, creak. The bed creaked under strain, enduring the nightly trials. One day, it just might collapse altogether. In the adjacent room, Chuan-ro, Shen Qingluo, and Shen Furong were squeezed onto one bed. None of them was asleep. Each felt restless, not with jealousy or bitterness, but with the longing to be close to me. Listening to the movements next door, it was clear their husband's vigor had improved from before. For a brief moment, Chuan-ro regretted her decision to have me with Fu Linger tonight. But then she dismissed the thought. She wasn't oblivious. Reflecting on everything, she understood why Changfeng had changed so much. Having a fresh new sister required proper use to enhance his energy reserves. The vigorous battle lasted until dawn. When morning came, I didn't feel tired at all. Rather, I was refreshed and energized, knowing that the system was rewarding me again. Fu Linger had already gotten up, though she walked with unsteady steps. Still, she insisted on helping the older sisters with chores. Chuan Rose softly whispered to her, "Linger, you worked hard yesterday. Take today to rest." Her face immediately turned bright red. She wanted to prove herself as a diligent wife, but couldn't ignore the soreness in her back and legs, struggling even to walk. Calling all the women together, Chuan Rose smiled and said, "All right, sisters, let's set a rule. Whoever serves our husband will rest the next day." Everyone nodded in agreement. No one needed to say it outright, but they all understood the husband's strength. Without a rest day afterward, they wouldn't be able to manage. Fu Linger retreated back to Chuan Rose's room, resting until noon. When I sat up in bed, the system's voice chimed in my mind. "Ding! The host has welcomed the exceptional beauty Fu Linger into your household. As a reward, you're granted a mystical spirit spring within your personal space. The spirit spring offers endless pure water, perfect for drinking, daily life, and even possessing health-restoring properties. Ding! The host's combat abilities have leveled up to Grade 3, and the personal space is now upgraded to Grade 3. A transparent interface appeared in front of me. Name, Lu Chong. Wind. Age, 19. Strength, Level 3, equivalent to 12 grown men. Space, Level 3, 300 cubic meters. Bonds, Chu Wanru, Xinqing Luo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger. Rewards, Divine Level Archery, ability to understand animal speech, Spatial Spirit Spring. Spatial Spirit Spring? I was very pleased. This system was truly amazing. Could it be that it saw how exhausted I was queuing for water last night and gifted me the spring out of pity? From now on, no more waiting in line for water. The supply at home would be endless. Just as I put away the system panel, I heard another notification chime. My heart raced with excitement. Could it be more? Ding. Host has now formed bonds with 4 companions. A grand gift package has been granted. Would you like to open it? Open it. The system panel reappeared, now with an additional Items tab. Items, Absolute Loyalty Pills X10, Divine Level Brewing Technique X1, Premium Rice, 50 kilograms X2 bags, Silver Ingots, 200 taels. Loyalty Pills, Brewing Technique, Premium Rice, Silver? This haul is insane. I was thrilled. Rescuing Fu Linger yesterday was absolutely worth it. To have such a beauty by my side, even if it meant upsetting the feared gambling den in the East Market, was no loss at all. At noon, I dressed and stepped out of my room, seeing Chu Wanru teaching Shun Qingluo how to cook, while Shin Furong was sweeping the courtyard. But I didn't see Fu Linger. I headed to Chu Wanru's room and asked, "Sister-in-law, where's Linger?" Chu Wanru pointed her chin toward the bed. Only then did I notice Fu Linger still resting there. Remembering how we'd been up all night, I felt a pang of guilt. Walking over, I placed a hand on her forehead gently. "Linger, you've worked hard." Her face flushed, and she pulled the blanket over her head, refusing to talk to me. I chuckled. Is our little girl getting shy now? She stayed silent under her cover. I decided not to tease her further and turned toward my sister-in-law, who was busy stir-frying. Today's lunch was twice-cooked pork, a bowl of wild vegetable and spare rib soup, and some rice made from that rough grain we had left. Originally, I planned to swap in the premium rice from the system, but since the meal was already done, I decided to save it for dinner. The food was soon placed on the table. "Linger, come eat. Rest after the meal, and take the whole day to recover," Chu Wanru called out. Fu Linger shyly peeked out from her blanket, casting a faint glance my way before slipping on her shoes and joining us at the table. I handed her a bowl and chopsticks, smiling at how fragile she looked. "Hurry and eat. You'll need the energy." She nodded obediently, eating her lunch without another word. At the window, a crow basked in the sunlight. Its injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Hearing us eat, it began cawing in excitement. I grabbed it and set it on the table, giving it a generous portion of rice and 2 pieces of pork rib. The bird wasn't picky. Whatever we ate, it ate, and pecked at the food enthusiastically. After finishing, it even offered a critique. "Caw, caw, caw," meaning, "This woman's cooking is amazing." The 4 women adored the crow, finding it both docile and amusing. Each of them took turns petting it. Feeling overwhelmed, the crow repeatedly turned to me for help. "Caw, caw, caw. Master, control your women. Men and women shouldn't touch one another carelessly. Stop them from messing with me." I burst out laughing. What's the harm in a little petting? After lunch, the women cleaned the dishes, tidied up, and began preparing for dinner. Meanwhile, I grabbed my bow and arrows, tucked the crow into my coat, slung a water flask over my shoulder, and strapped on a bamboo carrier. I'm heading into the mountains to hunt, I told the women. They followed me out to the courtyard, each giving me a quick hug before I departed. Once in the mountains, I ensured no one was around, tipped out the water from my flask, then willed the spatial spirit spring into it. The flask instantly refilled with the miraculous spring water. I poured a small amount into my hand and pulled the crow out, setting it atop my palm. This is spatial spirit water. It can heal injuries. Drink it, and you'll feel better. The crow tilted its head skeptically. Master, you're not fooling me, are you? Is this really some magic water? I grinned. Trust me. From my years of reading novels, I guarantee this stuff is better than some so-called divine water. Now, drink it up. I want to see the results myself. Excitedly, the crow responded. All right, I'll drink. It buried its beak into my palm, gulping down the liquid eagerly. Whenever it finished, I refilled my hand. This bird drank like it hadn't had water in days. 6 refills before it was satisfied. I stayed to observe it closely. Roughly half an hour later, the crow began cawing in excitement. Master, the pain is gone. Quick, check my back. Unwrapping the bandages from its back, I was amazed. Its wounds had completely healed, leaving only bald patches where the feathers were still growing back. This is incredible. The spring water is truly miraculous. In the past, I often scoffed at the overpowered healing properties of spirit springs in novels. Experiencing it firsthand made me eat my words. According to novels, the more severe the injury, the longer the healing time. For the crow, which wasn't seriously injured, half an hour did the trick. Grave injuries might take a day or two. Beyond that, I wasn't sure. There wasn't exactly a user manual for this water. Try flying to test it out, I suggested. The crow flapped its wings energetically, soaring into the sky with thrilled cries. It circled above before landing on my hand again. Master, I'm completely fine now. In fact, I feel even better than before. Good. You'll accompany me on hunts from now on. Got it. It chirped happily. Master, while flying just now, I forgot to look for prey. Let me take another round. A few minutes later, it returned. Master, about 50 meters ahead, then another half a mile to the east, there's a wild goat resting under a tree. Perfect. I followed its directions and soon spotted the goat. It was plump and strong, with well-defined muscles. Taking aim, I drew the bow and released the arrow. Thud. The goat collapsed instantly. I approached it, picked it up, and stored it in the spatial space. All right, lead the way. Let's hunt more today. The crow guided me deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, it screeched. Master, there's a 3-meter-long snake ahead, as thick as a fist. It's baring its fangs and looks wary of humans. Want it? Of course. Snakes sell well at the county market. Got it. In the bushes about 100 meters southeast, it's swallowing a fat hare right now. Once again, I nocked an arrow and fired, hitting the target. When I reached the spot, sure enough, there was a long snake. Definitely a valuable find. Into the spatial space it went. Along the way, I came across a patch of Chinese thoroughwort. Naturally, I uprooted all of it and stuffed them into my bamboo carrier. Master, 50 meters ahead, there's a pheasant. Do you want it? Of course. Even the smallest prey adds up. Lead the way. 1 shot, 1 kill. The pheasant went into the space as well. Master, there's a bamboo forest about 200 meters ahead, full of turtle doves. Let's go. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, I quickly felled several turtle doves with my bow. When all was said and done, I had bagged 40 of them. Half an hour later. Master, 40 meters ahead is a fox. It's an old acquaintance of mine, a rather charming creature. Being bullied by the clan, should we save it? I'll go take a look. Just how bizarrely ugly could it be? Walking over, I saw an open space with at least 20 foxes, each one breathtakingly beautiful. Except for the one in the middle, it was indescribably ugly. In the words of the crow, its ugliness was out of this world. For reasons unclear, whether it was due to its hideous looks or something else, that fox was being viciously torn apart by the group, its body bloodied and barely clinging to life. Is that bizarrely ugly one your friend? The crow nodded. Yes, I used to live in the forest, perched on a massive tree, and its den was right beneath it. At first, we were enemies. It used to think of eating me every day, and I thought of pecking it to death. After months of fighting, one day, a pack of foxes came to bully it. I caught a warning, and it managed to escape. From then on, we became friends. After that, whenever either of us was in danger, we'd warn each other. One day, I was being chased by a hawk, and it was being pursued by its pack. Neither of us could warn the other. I haven't seen it for a few days now and thought it had died, but turns out, it's tougher than I thought. Master, please save it. It's ugly, it was cast out of its clan, and it's really pitiful. I tilted my head and considered. What do I get for saving it? Good-looking foxes can at least please me. But this one is so hideous. What's the use? The crow grew anxious. Master, if you save it, I can convince it to swear loyalty to you and bring it back to guard the house and yard. Seriously? With that beaten to a pulp look of its, and you think it can guard anything? It has keen senses and a sharp mind. It will definitely be capable. It's still young and hasn't grown into its potential yet. When it grows up, it might turn beautiful and powerful. I gave it a thought. All right then. I do have 4 beauties at home, and no one's watching over them. I'll save it, but you have to make sure it agrees to guard the house for me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to end it with an arrow. Deal. Master, you're so kind. Looking up again, I saw that little fox almost torn to pieces. I quickly drew my bow, 6 arrows in the first volley, then another 6 in the second. The arrows whizzed through the air, and 12 foxes fell. The rest scattered. The bizarrely ugly fox tried to run, but it couldn't move and turned its terrified gaze toward me. The crow flew over, landed in front of it, and caught. The little fox recognized it, and, weak as it was, forced a smile. That smile left me dumbfounded. Ugly. It was truly, unbelievably ugly. In my past life, I'd seen countless videos of foxes, but had never encountered one like this. Still, it was a friend of the crow, so ugly or not, it would have to do. I took brisk steps forward, sweeping all 12 fallen foxes into my storage space. The hideous little fox, seeing me approach, trembled in terror and scooted backward frantically. The crow hurried to explain, "Don't be afraid. This is my master. He just saved your life. If he hadn't taken care of those foxes, you'd have been shredded to pieces." The ugly fox finally stopped moving and looked up at me with gratitude, murmuring weak, pitiful sounds. I reached out to pat its head, but its fear persisted, and it quivered uncontrollably. The crow coaxed, "Don't be scared. If master meant you harm, he wouldn't have saved you." At last, it dared to trust, leaning its head forward for me to pet, and even baring its teeth in a peculiar, nervous grin. As I patted its head, I couldn't help but comment, "Oh my little one, you're really something else, such a sight to behold." But as I brushed aside its dirty fur, I discovered it wasn't inherently ugly. Its face and muzzle were riddled with scars from being bitten. "Here, drink some spiritual spring water. Let's see if it can heal these wounds and scars." I took out my flask, poured some water into my palm, and fed it. The fox glanced at the crow, waited for an affirming nod, and then licked at it without hesitation. Its small tongue tickled my palm with each lap. But its little tongue was terribly inefficient, and the water disappeared in no time. Growing impatient, I tilted its chin and positioned the flask directly to its mouth, making it gulp down mouthfuls. After half a flask, it reached capacity and began to struggle. I let go and didn't force it further. Finding a patch of grass nearby, I sat down to let it recover. The day had been fruitful anyway. I wasn't in the mood to hunt any further. Its fresh wounds began to heal, but the old scars on its face showed no change. "Come here," I motioned. The little fox, lying 2 meters away in the grass, remained vigilant, stealing glances at me. Hearing my call, it hesitated, then slowly crawled over. I inspected the scars on its face. No wonder the crow had called it bizarrely ugly. The crisscrossed bite marks, one of which split from its mouth to its ear, were ghastly to behold. I patted its head gently. "Don't worry. With spiritual spring water, your wounds will heal, and even those old scars will fade. It just takes time." The crow hopped over and said to the fox, "A few days ago, I was being chased by a hawk and barely survived. It was master who saved me. I swore my loyalty to him. Today, he saved your life too. From now on, follow me in serving master. Don't go back to the fox clan. They despised and bullied you. They're not worth your attachment." The little fox looked up at me, saw me nod, and started crawling into my arms, making its stance clear. It was willing to follow me. I ruffled its head and laughed. "Neither of you have names, do you? Let me give you one." The crow immediately perked up. "Great. Master, please give me a nice name." Resting my chin on my hand, I thought aloud. "Crow, you're pitch black. How about I call you Little Black?" Little Black. It hesitated briefly. Little Black's a fine name. Intimidating enough to scare even hawks. All right. From now on, I'm Little Black. I've got a name now." I turned my gaze to the little fox. Sporting a coat of red fur, but covered in blood and mud from countless beatings, it truly was unsightly. "In your current state, I'll call you Little Ugly." "Little Ugly?" The crow burst out in raucous laughter. The little fox didn't understand the meaning of the name and tilted its head questioningly. "Don't let it get to you. Little Ugly suits your vibe right now, so that's your name." The crow stopped laughing, gleefully chanting, "Little Ugly, Little Ugly, Little Ugly." The little fox seemed cheerful, responding with soft whimpers. "All right, today's haul is more than enough. Let's head home. My 4 beauties are waiting for some affection." Carrying the little fox in my arms and the crow perched on my shoulder, I began heading down the mountain. Just as I reached the foot of the hill, someone called out, "Changfeng." I turned to look. It was the village troublemaker, young Lausan, with a blade of grass in his mouth. He swaggered over with a roguish grin, his appearance as infuriating as ever. No doubt, he'd just been up to no good, probably flirting with someone else's wife. Young Lausan, along with his crony Lu Eryong, had always been notorious for their misdeeds, often bullying the original owner of this body. Now, seeing the crow on my shoulder and the red fox in my arms, his grin stretched even wider. In the past, whenever I'd caught prey, a few sly words from him and my game would mysteriously become his catch. Meeting my gaze now and seeing my silent glare, he hurried closer, eyes fixed on the red fox, murmuring under his breath as if formulating new gouet. The face, meanwhile, pretended to be disdainful. Oh dear, what kind of thing is this? Why is it so ugly? Look at that mouth, split all the way to the ears. Those teeth, baring them like that? Too ugly. The little fox, seeing him get closer, burrowed further into my arms, glaring warily at him from the side. Young Lausan was thinking to himself, this stupid idiot. How could he have such amazing luck? He actually caught the legendary red fox. Ugly as it might be, it's incredibly rare and valuable. Rumor has it that its meat can cure all kinds of illnesses, and it would fetch an incredible price. After months of trying and still failing to track one down, this big fool just stumbles upon it? The envy was practically eating him alive. I could see right through his little schemes. So I reverted to my usual foolish facade, adjusting my expression back to an idiotic smile. Cradling the fox with my left arm and scratching my head with my right, I asked deliberately, is this thing really that ugly? Young Lausan nodded vigorously. Of course, ugly doesn't even begin to describe it. Why don't you let me have it? I'll help you toss it away. Keeping it around just ruins the mood. No way. I'm taking it home to eat the meat. He panicked. No, Changfeng. What's even worth eating in that ugly thing? Hand it over to me, and I'll take it down to the market in the county and sell it. I'll even split the money with you. You said it's ugly, and yet it can sell for money. He puffed out his chest. It depends who's selling. If you tried, nobody'd want it. But me? I'm your third brother. Several shopkeepers in the county are my relatives. Do you think I'd get a bad deal? Here's what I'm saying, Changfeng, he continued, coaxing, give me the fox. And that crow on your shoulder, too. I'll sell them both and split the earnings with you. I've always looked out for you since we were kids, haven't I? That's what brothers do, you understand. I looked at him, grinning. Oh, of course, third brother. You're the best. You're the kindest man for miles and miles around. But, the tone of my voice shifted sharply. I'm not selling it. Young Lausan flipped out, reaching for the fox. It's an honor that I'm willing to sell this ugly beast for you. How dare you refuse? Hurry up and give it to me. I said I'm not selling it, and that's final. What are you grabbing at? You're a troublemaker, and I'll fight you. I said this as we started tussling. Lu Changfeng, I'm helping you out of pity, selling that hideous fox for you. I wouldn't even bother if it were anyone else. Hand it over, or I'm done dealing with you. You little runt, you actually dare to fight me? Watch how I'll beat you half to death. From when we were kids until now, when have you ever managed to beat me? Me? You big idiot, you're destined to be a fool your whole damn life. Serves you right. He cursed me even as he swung blows, just as he used to do in the past when I didn't obey him. Back then, the original owner of this body was larger in size, but had no idea how to fight or defend himself, so he was beaten mercilessly every time. But now, there's no way I'd take that lying down. Yes, I'm a big fool. Not as clever as you are. But screw your cleverness. You can be all clever you want in hell. I landed a punch squarely on his face. Just a tenth of my strength. I didn't want to accidentally kill him. Still, his cheek swelled up instantly like a balloon. Clutching his face, he looked at me, utterly baffled as to how a supposed fool dared to hit him. Lu Changfeng, you dumbass. You actually hit me? With my left arm still cradling the fox, I toyed with him using just my right hand. Laughing, I taunted him. You're the dumbass. Your whole family is. And yeah, I hit you. What about it? I landed another punch on the already swollen cheek, making it even puffier. Lu Changfeng, I won't let you get away with this. Then come at me. Extending only my index and middle fingers, I curled them provocatively. Oh, great smarty pants, come bite me. Bite me, I dare you. The crow on my shoulder found it hilarious and mimicked me, its body tilting dramatically to the side and one wing drooping as it cawed. Bite me. Bite me. Humiliated by a crow, young Lausan gritted his teeth and rushed at me flailing wildly. But being a full head taller than him, I easily kept out of his reach. With one hand, I grabbed his head like it was a basketball, turning it left, then right. I spun him dizzy, both humiliating and disorienting him. Once I got bored, I planted a foot against his chest, kicking him back a good 4 or 5 meters. The impact came with the crunching sound of ribs breaking. 3 of them snapped. But I wasn't done yet. The original owner of this body had suffered so much under these hands. This score needed settling. Taking a few large strides forward, I approached again. Seeing the terror in Yang Laosan's eyes, I put the fox down and squatted next to him. Grabbing the front of his shirt, I started slapping him alternately across the cheeks. Smack, smack, smack. His face quickly turned into something resembling a pig's head, bloody nose, bleeding mouth, missing teeth. I cursed him as I hit. Smarty pants. Aren't you clever? Why don't you just die of your cleverness? Look at you now. When you go back, even your own mother won't recognize you. For all your bullying, come on, keep it up. Bully me some more. Why are you lying there, not fighting back? Go ahead, try, you idiot. When I finished with the slapping, I decided to change tactics. Since I was strong, I couldn't risk accidentally killing him and ending up with a murder charge, so I switched to my favorite move, pinching. Back in my old job, I used this technique in fights with colleagues. Targeting the inner thigh was the key. It was excruciating. I locked his arms in place with one of mine, making him immobile. Then, with the other hand, I pinched at his inner thigh. My thumb and forefinger bent just slightly, clamping down hard. One pinch, one knot. Another pinch, another knot. The flesh beneath his pants twisted into spiral shapes. Ow. Stop, stop. It hurts. Let go, you stupid fool. Please. I wasn't angry. The louder he screamed, the harder I pinched. By now, Yang Laosan's wailing had drawn some passing villagers, who formed a circle to watch the commotion. Though, to be clear, they weren't really concerned. It was more curiosity, wondering why I, the village idiot who usually let Yang Laosan trample all over him, was suddenly fighting back. What had happened today to change everything? Some people even glanced up at the sky, as if checking if the sun had risen in the west. What kind of sorcery was this? I kept at it, pinching while cursing. Who gave you the right to call me a fool? You're the real idiot. Let's see if I don't pinch you to death. My awkward fighting manner definitely fit the image of a fool. To the villagers, it just looked like a simpleton clumsily throwing punches and pinches here and there. And since it was only me, someone usually cheerful, helpful, and willing to lend a hand around the village, nobody rushed to stop me. If anything, they were secretly rooting for me. Everyone had seen Yang Laosan's bullying ways for years, and today's tables turning? It was downright satisfying. Finally, when I'd had enough fun, a few folks pretended to step in and pull me away. Not wanting to escalate things further, I picked up the red fox and left. The villagers gathered closer out of curiosity, marveling at the rare and valuable fox in my arms. But I didn't feel like chit-chatting. I waved my hand dismissively, grumbling, "Don't ask. I'm in a bad mood. Leave me alone." With that, I strode away with the fox in my embrace. Enjoyable, planning to steal it tonight. I don't care what they think. Holding a fox in my arms and a crow perched on my shoulder, I swaggered back home. As soon as I reached the courtyard gate, I saw my 4 beautiful wives sitting in the sun. Each of them was as stunning as a celestial maiden, with perfect figures, curves protruding where they should, fullness in all the right places. The sight made my heart blaze with warmth. "Oh my, Chongfeng's back. Husband, what are you holding? Looks like an injured fox. Husband, isn't that fox a bit too ugly?" I entered the courtyard, shut the door, and placed the little fox on the ground, soothing it. "Little clown, don't be afraid. These are my wives, they won't harm you." Hearing this, the little fox calmed down. The beautiful women gathered around to take a look. They didn't know I intended to keep it as a pet, thinking instead that it was prey. Sister-in-law Chu Wanru looked at it for a moment and asked, "Chongfeng, are you taking this fox to sell in the county or scalding and skinning it for meat?" The words startled the little fox, and it watched me warily. If I said I planned to kill it, it'd likely run off immediately. I noticed the wariness in its eyes and patted its little head. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Glancing up at my sister-in-law, I explained, "I brought it back as a pet. I've named it Little Clown. From now on, it'll be called Little Clown. I'm not selling it, nor eating it. It'll stay and guard the house." As I spoke, the crow on my shoulder gently pecked at my face, indicating it wanted a name as well. I burst out laughing. "Oh, right. I've named the crow too. It's called Little Black." Shin Furong chuckled lightly. "Husband, Little Black for the crow works, but isn't Little Clown for the fox a little unkind?" "Huh." I laughed. "Don't you think it's ugly?" Shin Furong nodded. "It is a bit ugly." Chu Wanru went inside to heat up the food and call me over for dinner. I left the fox and the crow in the courtyard and went in to eat. No one asked me about my hunt for the day. As long as I came home safely, they wouldn't blame me even if I caught nothing. After finishing the meal, I found some wooden planks and made a temporary shelter for the 2 animals. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the county to buy a saw and craft you 2 proper nests." The night grew quiet. Leaning close to my sister-in-law's ear, I whispered, "Sister-in-law, yesterday you swapped places secretly. Tonight, there's no swapping. It's your turn." Chu Wanru blushed deeply. "Understood. I'll go wash up." I cleaned myself up as well and waited for her on the bed. With graceful movements, Chu Wanru entered, locked the door behind her, and slipped into the warm bedding. I reached out to caress her slender waist and couldn't resist giving it a playful squeeze. "Silly Chong Feng," she said with a shy smile, snuggling into my arms. I wasn't one to hesitate. I pressed her down beneath me. "Silly Chong Feng. Wanru, Chongfeng isn't silly." All right, I know you're not. "Wanru, isn't Chongfeng great?" "Oh, you rascal, stop talking. How embarrassing." Through the night, the bed frame creaked nonstop. In the adjacent rooms, Shin Qinglua, Shin Furong, and Fu Ling'er, hearing the sounds, blushed and felt their hearts race, unable to sleep. By the time dawn broke, Chu Wanru was sore all over. As per the agreement, she got to take the day off to rest. Breakfast preparation fell to the other 3 women. I didn't feel tired at all. In fact, every time I spent such a night with one of my lovely wives, I felt incredibly refreshed. Breakfast was steamed pork buns paired with a plate of stir-fried pig kidneys. As I ate, I chuckled. "Are you 3 worried your husband isn't vigorous enough?" Prepared kidneys especially for me. The 3 women immediately blushed and avoided meeting my gaze. Finally, Chu Wanru muttered softly, "Husband, it's not that you lack vigor, it's that you're too vigorous." I burst into hearty laughter. After the meal, I checked on the fox and crow in their shelter. The fox, though still filthy with bloodstains and mud smears, had fully recovered from new wounds, and even old scars were fading. Most notably, a long gash stretching from the corner of its mouth to its ear had partially healed, and its face looked less menacing. "Little clown, you're healing well. Here, drink some water." Taking out a flask, I gently pinched its jaw and let the water flow down. While it initially resisted such acts, it had now stopped showing any signs of protest, because it realized drinking this water not only dulled its pain, but also brought comfort throughout its body. After it finished half the flask, I discarded what was left, washed the container, and set aside a bowl exclusively for the fox and crow's use, for future water refills. I then fed the crow some water. Its wounds had completely healed. It simply needed water to quench its thirst. "Dear wives, I'm heading to the county. Yesterday, I hunted a pile of foxes in the mountains. I'll sell them off. Be good, stay at home, and when I return with some silver, I'll buy you something tasty. MHM, take care, husband," Shin Qinglua said softly. I pinched her cheek fondly. "Don't worry, wife." Shin Furong teased playfully. "Husband, I want candied hawthorns. Will you buy me some if you sell the foxes?" "Of course. Consider it done." Felinger walked over and held my hand, her voice tender. "Husband, I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. What if someone from the East Market gambling den targets you? Let me accompany you." I patted her head. "Silly girl, haven't you seen how capable your husband is? The East Market gambling den is nothing to worry about. Besides, you wouldn't be much help if you went. Stay home and leave it to me." Felinger was so moved her eyes brimmed with tears. She threw her arms around me, her body trembling. I patted her back. "It's all right. If anyone causes trouble, grab a stick and fight back." As I said this, a thought struck me. It'd be a good idea to hire some servants. After all, someone had to protect my lovely wives while I wasn't around. I'd heard there was a large bazaar in the East Market, which not only had gambling dens, but also sold slaves. Why not buy a few strong slaves too? Yes, that's the plan. I instructed Shin Qinglua to feed the fox and crow. Addressing the fox, I said, "Little clown, guard the courtyard. If anyone comes by, sound an alarm." Turning to the crow, I added, "Little black, if someone breaks in, fly to the county to find me, and I'll come running back." The fox nodded. The crow cawed loudly. "Understood, master." Strapping a bamboo basket to my back and hanging the water flask from a shoulder strap, I set off for the county. My enhanced strength made walking effortless. I moved swiftly and lightly, covering ground with ease. Once I reached the county, I first visited the medicine shop. Placing the small bunch of chaihu herbs from my basket on the counter, I sold them. 30 sprigs, for 600 pennies. I then asked the shopkeeper, "I have something even better with me. Interested?" The shopkeeper was intrigued. "What might this be?" Lifting my chin, I said, "Snakes." "Snakes?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up with delight. In drought-stricken times, few would sell snakes since they'd most likely cook them at home. After eating, the medicine shop happened to be in need of this particular ingredient. Exactly, it's 3 meters long. I opened my basket and, while the shopkeeper wasn't paying attention, took out the snake from my spatial storage, quickly placing it in the basket and then pulling it out again. When the shopkeeper saw it, he exclaimed with joy. It was a top-grade black gold python. His face lit up, his smile stretching from ear to ear. No subtle change in his expression escaped my observation. I said, "Shopkeeper, name your price. If I find more good stuff like this, I'll sell them to you." The shopkeeper was straightforward. "This one has great quality. I'll give you 3 taels of silver." Deal. After leaving the medicine shop, I went to Spring Breeze Pavilion, the place where I had sold wild boar meat last time. I sold all 40 spotted doves I had previously hunted, along with 12 foxes. The prices were as follows: 30 copper coins per spotted dove, totaling 1 tael, and 2 chien for 40 doves. Each fox went for 3 taels, so 12 amounted to 36 taels. In total, I earned 37 taels and 2 chien. Though the gains were considerable, as I walked out of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, I still felt like the money was coming in too slowly. It seemed that relying on hunting alone wouldn't make me rise to prominence. I had to think of other ways to earn money. Then I remembered the divine brewing technique I received after taking in Fu Ling. I slapped my thigh in realization. This was it. From now on, I'd go into the winemaking business. By now, I had saved up a decent sum. Last time, I sold wild boar meat. This time, it was buplurum, a snake, spotted doves, and foxes, a total of 40 taels and 8 chien. I also received 200 taels as a system reward for recruiting Fu Ling. Altogether, I now had 240 taels and 8 chien. I went to a rice shop and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is glutinous rice per jean?" "Half a kilogram." The shopkeeper, a haughty, chubby man, didn't bother to acknowledge my presence at first. During this time of famine, grain was the most sought-after commodity, and its price had risen 20-fold. Yet there was no shortage of customers. He replied impatiently, "Glutinous rice? 50 copper coins per jean. And what about premium rice?" He looked me up and down with disdain. 40 copper coins. I blurted out, "Holy crap." Indeed, during these terrible times, grain was incredibly valuable. I went to another store, but the price was the same. I stopped inquiring. In times of natural disasters and man-made crises, the grain merchants were likely colluding. None of them would be cheaper, as they had clearly joined forces to exploit the customers. I calculated in my head. Glutinous rice was 50 copper coins per jean. 100 jean would be 5,000 coins, which was about 5 taels of silver. I decided to first buy 100 jean of glutinous rice, add some yeast for brewing, and make a batch. After testing the market, I planned my next steps accordingly. "Shopkeeper, I'm a wine merchant and plan to buy 100 jean of glutinous rice for winemaking. Can you give me a discount if I promise future collaboration?" The shopkeeper, who initially thought I was just another poor wanderer, judging by my coarse linen clothes, now seemed a bit shocked at my words. "What? 100 jean of glutinous rice? Did I hear that right?" I nodded firmly. "That's right. If the quantity is large, I'll continue buying from you in the future. Give me a cooperative price." His demeanor softened at this. "Glutinous rice is originally 50 coins per jean. Since you want a large quantity, I'll give it to you for 40 coins per jean." Afraid I might negotiate further, he quickly added, "No bargaining. 40 coins per jean, not a coin less. That's already the lowest price." I didn't dilly-dally. "All right, give me 100 jean of glutinous rice. How about premium rice? What's the lowest price?" "Premium rice is 30 coins per jean. Then I'll take 100 jean of that, too." "How about flour, like the kind used to make buns?" 30 coins per jean for flour as well." "Great, I'll take 50 jean." We exchanged money and goods on the spot. I hoisted 2 50 jean sacks of glutinous rice on my left shoulder, 2 50 jean sacks of premium rice on my right, and a 50 jean sack of flour under my left arm. Under the shopkeeper's incredulous gaze, I strode out of the store. Finding a secluded spot, I stored the glutinous rice and flour into my spatial storage. The rice was for brewing wine, while the flour was for making buns and dumplings for my wife. I then went to a liquor store and spent 20 coins to buy 2 jean of yeast. Next, I bought 4 skewers of candied hawthorn for 2 coins per skewer, 8 coins in total, and stored them in my spatial space. I also purchased a roast duck for 50 coins. Finally, I bought a silver hairpin for each of my 4 consorts, costing 4 taels of silver in total. Afterward, I headed straight to the slave market. I asked around and eventually arrived at the East Market slave trade. The place was packed with people, the air filled with shouting and bargaining. On the wide street, iron cages held various slaves, both men and women, all emaciated, their skin clinging to their bones, bodies covered in wounds. Those who were lucky were bought by kind-hearted individuals. The unlucky ones were either sold to the black market for the hardest, most grueling, and deadliest labor, or simply starved to death. The latter was far more common. During times of famine, many couldn't even support themselves, let alone afford slaves. Only the wealthy families could still manage to. However, most already owned plenty of slaves. For these unfortunate souls, the future was bleak. On either side of the street were onlookers pointing and gawking at the slaves. Most lacked the money to buy any. Noticing my unfamiliar face, a slave trader eagerly approached me. "Honored guest, are you looking to buy slaves? Would you prefer men or women?" I glanced at the dozens of iron cages, but couldn't tell who was suitable at first glance. I nodded. "Yes, show me around." "Of course. This way, please," he said enthusiastically. The slave trader began introducing the slaves one cage at a time, explaining where they were from, their ages, and the reasons they had fallen into slavery. Everything was laid out clearly. Brief descriptions were even posted on the cages, providing a quick summary. When we came to the fifth cage, I noticed a slave inside who, although thin, had a sturdy build. With enough food, he would become quite strong, ideal for guarding the house. I pointed to him. The listed price is 3 taels, correct? The slave trader laughed. If you're serious about buying, I can let him go for 2 taels. I said nothing, keeping that one in mind as I continued my assessment. After going through all 50-plus cages, I selected 6 male slaves and 1 female slave. The 6 men were all broad-shouldered and strong, perfect for guarding the household. The woman, in her 50s, had a solid and hearty demeanor, clearly experienced in labor. These are the ones, I said to the trader. Give me a total price. And let me be clear, I'll be coming back for more in the future. If your prices are too high, I won't accept them. The trader, overjoyed, lowered his voice to sound deferential. Oh, no need to worry, honored guest. During these hard times, buyers are rare. It's our great fortune to meet a generous patron like yourself. I wouldn't dare charge high prices. I'll guarantee the lowest rates. How about this? He continued. These 7 were originally priced at 21 taels total, but I'll cut it down for you to 13 taels, as a gesture of friendship. Take them all. I nodded in agreement. 13 taels was reasonable, averaging less than 2 taels per person. During such harsh times, human lives were the cheapest commodity. Barely 2 taels could buy someone's freedom. It was both tragic and bittersweet to think about. I paid the 13 taels, and the 7 slaves knelt on the ground, bowing deeply and thanking me profusely before following me. Thinking about the increased food demand, I went back to the grain store and bought 300 jin of coarse rice. Each of the 6 male slaves carried a 50 jin sack. Then, I stopped by a blacksmith shop and bought several large iron pots, saws, sickles, machetes, and hoes. I also picked up some bowls, chopsticks, a few baskets, and some hemp ropes. The slaves obediently followed me. I took out the 7 absolute loyalty pills provided by the system from my spatial inventory and handed them to them one by one, personally watching as they swallowed them. Only then did I feel at ease. With these loyalty pills, they would henceforth pledge their undying allegiance and never betray me. Pointing at the 6 male slaves, I said, for now, you'll be called Slave 1, Slave 2, Slave 3, Slave 4, Slave 5, and Slave 6. If it becomes necessary, I'll rename you later, but for now, these will do. Then I gestured toward the female slave and said, you'll be called Aunt Wong from now on. The slaves responded in unison. Yes, master. Having subordinates, this felt quite good. Returning to Yintu village, I stood outside the courtyard gate and shouted, wives, your husband is back. Open the door. The 4 beautiful women came running out with bright smiles. I led the 7 slaves into the courtyard, first instructing them to carry the coarse rice into the house and stack it properly. Then I introduced them to my wives. These are the slaves I bought today from the slave market. 6 of them will guard the house and protect you. Aunt Wong here will handle chores around the house. The slaves immediately noticed how much I doted on my 4 wives and quickly knelt down to bow. Greetings, ladies, they said respectfully. Chu Wanru exclaimed in surprise. Changfeng, how much silver did you spend on this? To have bought so many slaves, surely you didn't spend it all, did you? I shook my head. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm mindful of our finances. Shin-Ching Luo looked concerned. Husband, having so many new people all of a sudden will cost quite a lot. Will we have enough to feed everyone in the future? Shin Furong chimed in as well. Yes, the household size has grown so much all at once. What should we do? Fu Ling'er, as always, remained silent. She supported me no matter what I chose to do. I laughed. Don't worry. Your husband has everything under control. After reassuring my wives, I addressed the slaves. Wait here in the courtyard. Once the ladies have finished cooking and you've had your fill, you'll follow me up the mountain to chop wood. We'll start building houses tomorrow. According to the laws of the Great Qi, commoners were limited to 3 main rooms for their residence, but there was no restriction on the number of wing rooms, storage spaces, or kitchens. Currently, I only had 2 main rooms, so I could still build 1 more. And as for the wing rooms, I could build as many as I wanted. Based on the current number of people, I planned to build 5 side rooms, 2 storage rooms, and a kitchen. I said to Shin-Ching Luo, sister-in-law, you worked hard last night. Today, you, Furong, and Ling'er can cook together. Let the slaves eat their fill so I can take them to work. Once the houses are built, all the work will be theirs to do. The 3 women nodded and went to cook. The food was ready soon. They were quite clever, knowing that the slaves shouldn't eat too well, so they used coarse rice. But even coarse rice smelled delicious. These slaves usually couldn't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables and were constantly hungry. Now, smelling the aroma of the food, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What was even more torturous was the smell of stir-fried pork wafting through the air. In reality, they hadn't stir-fried meat. They had just used lard to fry the rice. The oil carried the rich aroma of meat, making it irresistible. When I went inside and saw there was no actual stir-fried meat, I laughed and said, "Qingluo, don't be stingy. Stir-fry a big pot of meat. They probably haven't tasted meat in their entire lives, so let them have it this once." Qingluo nodded, cut a large piece of meat into slices, and stir-fried it. The slaves stood in the courtyard, their backs straight and motionless, but they kept swallowing their saliva. I called them into the house, giving each a large bowl of coarse rice topped with a thick layer of fatty meat. The slaves held their bowls carefully and ate this first-ever filling meal of their lives with immense gratitude. They ate quietly, without making a sound. After they finished eating, I took 6 male slaves up the mountain to chop wood. Wang Ma stayed behind with the women to tidy up the house and wash the pots and dishes. On the mountain, I specifically chose cypress trees, durable, insect-resistant, and sturdy, making them ideal for building houses. The well-fed slaves were strong, each able to carry 2 trees. However, I didn't let them carry as they chopped. We cut down 40 trees in a row, and as it was getting dark, I said, "Each of you carry 2 trees back first. I'll carry the remaining 28 myself. Just wait for me in the courtyard when you get home." The slaves carried the trees down the mountain. Under the guidance of a crow, I caught 5 plump rabbits sleeping in their burrows during the night. Estimating that the slaves had reached home, I stored the 28 trees into my space. At the courtyard gate, I unloaded all the trees neatly by the wall and shouted, "Come out and carry the trees." The slaves ran out, staring wide-eyed at the 28 neatly arranged trees, unable to figure out how the master had brought them back so stealthily. But they were loyal. If the master didn't explain, they wouldn't ask. From the moment I bought them, they knew I wasn't an ordinary person. Their admiration for me grew even deeper. It was too dark to work, so I said, "You'll have to make do under the eaves tonight. Once the houses are built tomorrow, you'll have a place to stay." The slaves knelt and kowtowed. Having a place to make do for the night was already a great blessing. I tied the legs of the 5 rabbits and tossed them into the courtyard before heading back inside. The fox was sleeping under the table. I fed it some spiritual spring water and, seeing that its wound was almost healed, rubbed its head. It gave me a mischievous, charming smile. I teased, "Little clown, your smile is even uglier than crying." The fox looked aggrieved and rubbed its head against my hand for comfort. Qingluo was sorting through the things I had bought today and said happily, "Husband, you bought so much glutinous rice and flour." I nodded. "The glutinous rice is for making wine, and the flour is for you to make steamed buns and dumplings. Use it as you like." Qingluo was surprised. "Making wine?" I smiled. "Yes, brewing wine to sell for money." "Wow," Fu Linger exclaimed. "Husband, you even know how to brew wine." Shen Furong and Chu Wanru also looked at me in surprise. Chu Wanru was secretly delighted. He used to be a fool, but now not only is he no longer foolish, he even knows how to brew wine. What a treasure. I laughed. "Of course, your husband knows a lot of things." As I spoke, I remembered the candied hawthorn and silver hairpins I had bought, which were still in my space. I called the 4 women over. "You 4, close your eyes." "Why? So mysterious." "Yeah, why?" "Husband, are you trying to steal a kiss from us?" Though they chattered away, they obediently closed their eyes. I pulled out 4 skewers of candied hawthorn like a magician. "Look, what's this?" "Wow, candied hawthorn. Husband, you're so sweet. I want one." The women each took a skewer and immediately started eating. Watching their small cherry-like mouths wrap around the large candied hawthorn, my thoughts wandered elsewhere, and I couldn't help but laugh. Chu Wanru looked at me in surprise. "Silly Changfeng, what are you laughing at?" I shook my head and said nothing. After the 4 skewers were finished, I pulled out 4 silver hairpins. "Look, I also bought these for you." Fu Linger exclaimed first. "Wow, silver hairpins." Qingluo said softly, "Husband, what made you think of buying these?" Shen Furong reached out to touch them, her face full of joy. Chu Wanru scolded me playfully. "Silly boy, you need to save money." I laughed. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Changfeng won't let you go hungry. Come, let me put them on for you." I carefully adorned each of my 4 wives with the hairpins one by one. Already stunningly beautiful, they looked even more radiant with the hairpins. I stretched my voice and asked, "So, who's keeping me company tonight?" Qingluo blushed. "Husband, it's me." I scooped her up horizontally and carried her into the room. The bed creaked and groaned all night long. The women sleeping outside worried for the bed. How had it not fallen apart with all that shaking? Qingluo's voice echoed throughout the night, loud enough for the slaves outside to hear clearly, forcing them to block out the sound on their own. The next morning, I got up early. After my combat strength had risen to level 8, I was stronger, faster, and more alert, so I wasn't tired despite the long night. Qingluo, rest in bed today. You worked hard last night. I stroked her face. She shyly replied, "Oh, it's all your fault." I laughed heartily. "I know, it's all my fault. Next time, I'll be gentler, take it slower." "Oh, stop." She couldn't take it anymore and burrowed under the covers to hide. I stepped outside, where the other women had already risen and were preparing breakfast, directing a few slaves to help. Breakfast was meat buns. Chu Wanru was instructing everyone to knead dough and chop meat, producing fragrant, steaming buns. She smiled and said, "Changfeng, hurry up and wash up so you can eat." I washed my face in the courtyard and rinsed my mouth with salt water, thinking to myself that I should buy some tooth powder next time I went to town, as salt water wasn't enough to clean my breath. On the table was a large pot of meat buns and another pot of fine white rice porridge. Chu Wanru had Wang Ma bring a bowl of porridge to Shun Qingluo first. I ate buns and porridge with my 4 wives, while the slaves outside each received a bun and a bowl of porridge. For now, I didn't plan to separate meals with the slaves, as the kitchen hadn't been built yet. With only 2 stoves, we had to make do. Once the kitchen in the side wing was built, we'd separate meals. Slaves couldn't always eat the same as their masters. If they got too used to it, it would be hard to manage them later. Ancient times had strict hierarchies, and living well required following the rules. After breakfast, I sent 4 slaves back to the mountain to chop cypress trees. According to my plan, there were quite a few rooms to build, and the 40 trees from yesterday were far from enough. From survival shows I'd watched in modern times, I knew that building a 40 square meter house required about 20 cypress trees with a diameter of half a meter. I planned to build 1 main house, 5 side rooms, 2 storage rooms, and 1 kitchen, which would require at least 180 trees. I also wanted to expand each room to 50 square meters, which would require 260 trees. Adding beds, tables, chairs, and cabinets, I'd need at least 300 trees. So, 4 slaves went to the mountain to chop trees, while 2 stayed in the courtyard with Wang Ma. Wang Ma helped the women with chores, while the 2 slaves assisted me in measuring the foundation, digging it, and transporting stones from the back mountain for filling. In 3 days, the 4 tree-chopping slaves had cut down 60 trees, while the 2 slaves and I completed the foundation and finalized the house structure. Another 3 days were spent sawing wood, making planks, and crafting beams. Including the previously cut trees, we now had a total of 160, which overflowed the courtyard and piled up outside. Villagers noticed the sudden increase in people at my house and the large-scale tree chopping, and they came by out of curiosity. I maintained my usual silly demeanor in front of them. When someone asked why I was chopping trees, I replied, "My wives want to live in a big house, so Changfeng is building one for them." The villagers laughed. He really is a fool. In a year of famine, when people can't even eat, he's dreaming of building a big house. Others marry strong and sturdy women who can work, but he marries 4 delicate and cunning ones. What's the point? So foolish. I heard slaves cost only 1 or 2 silver coins each, such a bargain. Too bad it's a famine year with no food to feed them. Otherwise, I want to buy a couple too. Where are they 1 or 2 silver coins each? I went to the East Market and saw they cost 3 silver coins. This big fool must have had some dumb luck to afford slaves. He hunted wild boars and sold the meat for money. Why not save the silver for something better instead of buying a bunch of mouths to feed? I think he and his wives will starve sooner or later. Exactly, they'll definitely starve. So pitiful. I ignored their gossip and focused on building the house. I temporarily stopped cutting trees since the yard was already piled high with processed timber. First, I built 1 main house and 5 side rooms. If it wasn't enough, I'd go back to the mountain to cut more. The slaves worked efficiently and were strong. With 6 slaves, Wang Ma, and myself, plus the women helping out, we finished building 1 main house and 5 side rooms in just 5 days. We also tore down and rebuilt the original 2 main rooms, expanding each to 50 square meters. Only 2 storage rooms and a kitchen were left to build, but we ran out of timber, so I took the slaves back to the mountain to cut more trees. Despite the slaves being strong, combined, they still weren't as strong as me. I have the strength of 30 grown men. My advantage was obvious when cutting trees. They took half a day for 1 tree, while I only needed a few minutes. We gathered all the needed timber in just 1 day. We then built the 2 storage rooms and the kitchen, and even made new beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs. The major task of house construction was finally complete. I had already given silver to the village head for reporting the construction. He filed the report with the county office and obtained the approval. When I used to act like a fool, I often helped the village head's family with work. He's a kind person and helped me both openly and discreetly without making things difficult. Besides, I gave him 20 silver coins. He used half to grease the wheels at the county office and kept the other half for himself. In times of famine, Who wouldn't be tempted by money? With a big house and spacious courtyard, I felt life had more hope. In the future, filming martial arts scenes with my wives wouldn't be awkward anymore. Before, all the wives squeezed into one room. The soundproofing was poor, and the bed creaked and fell apart. Now it's different. I live in the tallest room in the center, while the other two rooms are for the wives. At night, they come to my room in turn according to the schedule. The room is spacious, soundproof, and the bed is sturdy, no longer creaking. Of course, there are still other sounds that make people blush and their hearts race, but everyone's used to it by now. I also arrange tasks for the slaves. The 6 male slaves rotate shifts. During the day, 2 help Wang Ma in the kitchen, while the other 4 guard the house and courtyard, joining in for heavy tasks. At night, 2 take turns keeping watch, rotating every 3 days. This way, they don't get too tired, and the wives' safety is ensured. The crow follows me everywhere, whether I'm hunting in the mountains or selling goods in town, it tags along. The fox, fully healed thanks to the spiritual spring water, now leaps around the courtyard guarding the house. The once scruffy-looking fox has grown tall, big, and plump, now a handsome and majestic creature. I've seen quite a few foxes in modern times, ones in movies, documentaries, all sorts, but none as beautiful as the red fox I'm raising. I named it Joker, though it's not ugly at all. I'm too lazy to change the name, so Joker it is. The contrast actually highlights its beauty even more. After the house was built, I started brewing wine with the help of the slaves. There are 5 side rooms, and I set one aside specifically for winemaking. The system gave me a divine-level winemaking pill. After taking it, my mind was instantly filled with all the knowledge of winemaking, as if I were a top-tier winemaker with centuries of experience. Before starting, I made a trip to the county to buy all the necessary tools: a large wooden barrel for washing rice, a big steamer for cooking it, a sky pot, and various clay jars of different sizes. I also had the slaves dig a cellar in the yard specifically for storing the wine. For the water, I used the spiritual spring water from my space. Wine made with ordinary water just doesn't compare. With the spiritual spring water, the flavor is guaranteed to be exceptional. From preparation to finished wine, it takes a month. All I have to do is wait. It's only been half a month so far. During this time, I haven't been idle. Every day, I take the crow up the mountain to hunt. I've caught 3 large wild boars, several deer, mountain goats, rabbits, wolves, and even 2 big brown bears, along with a pile of sparrows and pheasants. I kept the sparrows and pheasants for food, as well as half a wild boar. The rest I sold in the county, earning over 60 taels of silver in total. 60 taels in half a month is impressive for an ordinary hunter. But I'm no ordinary person. If a transmigrator only focuses on earning a bit of silver, then the whole transmigration would be wasted. Turbulent times produce heroes. Right now, it's a chaotic era, the perfect time for me to make my mark. With the system in hand, not only can I live well, but becoming a king or prime minister isn't out of the question. I have grand ambitions and won't stay cooped up in this small mountain village. However, before leaving the village, I need to start a business to save up some capital. I have so many women to support. Hunting alone can fill our stomachs, but I'll need money for new clothes, jewelry, raising future children, and paying the slaves' wages. Everything requires money. 2 days later, a group of people showed up at my doorstep. Over 20 of them, and it was clear at a glance they weren't good people. Leading the group were the one-eyed man, the bearded guy, and the monkey-faced man who had previously bullied Fu Linger. The one-eyed man stood at the gate and shouted, "Lu Changfeng, get out here. We've been looking for you for half a month. If you know what's good for you, come out now, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Take too long, and we'll chop you up to feed the dogs." Inside the yard, 4 slaves stood guard by the gate, each holding a long stick, staring them down. They were ready to fight to the death if anyone dared to step in. In the kitchen, 2 other slaves and Aunt Wang heard the commotion, grabbed sticks, and rushed out to join the defense. Inside the house, the women were sewing new clothes for me. Hearing the noise outside, they were all stunned. Chu Wanru frowned. Changfeng doesn't usually have enemies. Who are these people? Shin Qingluo shook her head. I've never seen them before. Why would they come looking for trouble with Changfeng? Shin Furong was puzzled too. Exactly. Husband is such a good person. Could they be jealous of the big house he built? Fu Linger suddenly spoke up. That voice sounds familiar. I'll go take a look. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the one-eyed man and his gang swaggering and cursing. Frightened, she quickly retreated back inside. Chu Wanru asked, "Fourth sister, what's going on? Do you know them?" Fu Linger gritted her teeth. That group outside is here because of me. Husband saved me from them. Seeing so many thugs, she was afraid of implicating me and the other sisters. Gritting her teeth, she made up her mind. Eldest sister, this is all because of me. The East Market gambling den has many people and great power. I don't want to drag husband or any of you into this. I'll go back with them. They can kill or torture me as they please. With that, she was about to head out. Chu Wanru grabbed her, glanced outside, and calmly said, "Don't panic. Let's wait for husband to return before deciding." At that moment, I was up in the mountains hunting with the crow. Luck was on my side today. I had just caught a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds. I had just stored the wild boar in my space when I saw the red fox sprinting toward me. It ran up to me, raised its front paws, and gestured frantically, looking anxious. I was puzzled. "Clown, why aren't you guarding the house? What are you doing here?" The crow, seeing its actions, quickly shouted, "Master, this is bad. Someone's at our doorstep causing trouble. It's a group of thugs." Thugs? I was taken aback. Who could it be? The village ruffians? My uncle's family? Or that widow, Li Hongxing? Suddenly, it hit me. When I saved Fu Linger earlier, I had offended the gambling den in the East Market. It was most likely them coming for revenge. I told the red fox and the crow, "You two head back first. I'll follow shortly." After saying that, I started walking down the mountain. However, I didn't deliberately quicken my pace. I wanted to use this opportunity to see how capable those slaves of mine were. They were all burly and strong. They should be able to hold their ground for a while. If they collapsed after just a few blows, that would be too disappointing, and keeping them around would just be a waste of food. Meanwhile, chaos had already erupted at my doorstep. The villagers, hearing the commotion, had all come out to watch the spectacle. They were curious about who this group of people was, each holding wooden sticks, and a few even wielding large knives, looking fierce and menacing. Among the onlookers, some were concerned for me, while others were there to mock me. Everyone formed a circle, whispering among themselves. Who are these people? Why are they cursing at Chongfeng's doorstep? Who knows? A bald guy, a scar-faced man, and a one-eyed dragon. They all look like troublemakers. Chongfeng's just a fool. Getting involved with these people. How's he going to survive? Sai, he married 4 beautiful wives, built a house, and before he could even enjoy his life, it's all about to be ruined. What a pity. Haha. How could a fool have such good fortune? Marrying beautiful women and building a house. Who wouldn't feel jealous? I'm definitely jealous. Look at me, handsome and dashing, but I don't even have the money to marry a wife. And the tigress at home? She hits hard. Haha. Is that injury on your face from the tigress? Don't even bring it up. It's a tale of endless sorrow. The crowd chattered away. The one-eyed dragon, however, paid no attention to the onlookers and continued shouting at the door. "Lu Chongfeng, you bastard. How dare you snatch someone from the East Market gambling den? If you don't come out and give an explanation today, I swear you won't see the sun tomorrow. You coward. We've been calling you for ages, and you don't even dare to fart. Get out here now." Slave 1 couldn't take it anymore and shouted back, "Shut up. How dare you call the master's name? If you keep cursing, I'll smash your mouth." The one-eyed dragon laughed as if he'd heard a joke. "Oh, and who do you think you are? What does it matter to you if I curse Lu Chongfeng? Judging by your stance, you're one of the slaves he bought, aren't you?" Slave 1 gripped his stick tightly. "It doesn't matter if I'm a slave or not. You, a one-eyed blind man, are not worthy of saying the master's name." The words "one-eyed blind man" hit a sore spot. The one-eyed dragon glanced back at the 20 or so men behind him and arrogantly declared, "You lowly slave, how dare you insult me? Today, I'm going to beat the crap out of you." He turned and waved his hand. "Brothers, attack." More than 20 men swarmed forward, wielding sticks and knives. My 6 slaves, along with Aunt Wong, didn't back down and stood their ground at the gate, clashing with them. Fortunately, the courtyard gate was narrow, and the slaves fought desperately, managing to keep the gambling den's men from breaking into the yard. However, both sides sustained injuries. At this moment, Lu Eryong, who had just woken up, came over to watch the commotion. Seeing the brawl at my doorstep, with cries of pain and bloodshed, he suppressed his excitement and, after asking around, learned that the East Market gambling den had come to cause trouble for me. He immediately burst into laughter. "Well done, Lu Chongfeng. Last time, you broke my wrist and hit my mother and sister. Now you've provoked the East Market gambling den. Let's see how you handle this. Only villains can deal with other villains." He rubbed his hands together eagerly, hoping the gambling den's men would go all out. Best if they beat all my slaves to the ground, ruin those beautiful wives of mine, and then set my new house on fire. He raised his still faintly aching right hand and shouted, "Well done. Beat that bastard Lu Chongfeng to death." I came down from the mountain. Before I even reached home, I could hear a commotion at the gate from afar. A crowd had gathered, layer upon layer, surrounding the scene. I strode forward and pushed through the crowd. There, I saw over 20 thugs locked in a brawl with my 7 slaves. The fight was intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand, and both sides bearing injuries. I immediately noticed that the other side had more people, all of them trained fighters, while my slaves were clearly outmatched. Yet, Despite their struggles, my slaves never considered surrendering. They stood their ground firmly, guarding the courtyard gate and refusing to let anyone step inside. "Stop," I growled, my voice deep and magnetic. Everyone in the fight instantly froze and turned to look at me. The one-eyed man and the bearded guy were the first to recognize me, shouting in succession, "It's Lu Chongfeng. That's Lu Chongfeng." The thugs quickly tightened their grip on their weapons, staring at me intently. My slaves, seeing that I had returned, clenched their fists and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, master." One of the slaves spoke up respectfully. "Master, this group came to the gate and started cursing you for no reason. That's why we ended up fighting them." I nodded. "Cursing me? Who was it?" The slave pointed at the one-eyed man. "It was him, that ugly one-eyed freak. He cursed the most viciously." "Who the hell are you calling an ugly one-eyed freak?" The one-eyed man stepped forward. The slave put his hands on his hips, refusing to back down. "I'm talking about you, freak." "Yuck." He even made a face, infuriating the one-eyed man, whose face turned bright red. "Oh, so it was you who cursed me." My gaze turned cold. The one-eyed man shuddered. He still remembered the beating I had given him last time in the county. But when he turned around and saw the 20-plus trained fighters behind him, his courage swelled again. With so many people, what was there to fear? The one-eyed man puffed out his chest, full of arrogance. "That's right, I cursed you. So what? So what?" I chuckled. "You ugly freak. Today I'll teach you that cursing people comes with consequences." Before the words had fully left my mouth, I had already darted to his side like a flash of lightning. "I'll curse you, you ugh." His words got stuck in his throat as I grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. He used both his thick hands to try to pry mine off, but it was futile. Everyone was stunned. This towering one-eyed man was completely powerless in my grasp. How strong was I? The thugs from the gambling den were shocked, but didn't retreat. They crouched into stances, raised their sticks, and surrounded me menacingly, waiting for the right moment to attack. I swung the one-eyed man around in a circle and said coldly, "You pack of dogs, open your eyes wide and see. This is what happens to those who curse me." With that, I flung the one-eyed man through the air. He flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He let out a miserable scream, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, before passing out on the spot. The crowd erupted in shock. The thugs from the gambling den were stunned, and the villagers watching were even more dumbfounded. Everyone knew I was strong, but to throw a burly man over 10 meters like that, this wasn't just ordinary strength. The bearded guy and the monkey-faced man couldn't hold back any longer. With such strength, there was no way to win in a one-on-one fight. Their only chance was to swarm me all at once. The bearded guy whispered, "All together now." The monkey-faced man nodded and shouted to the others, "Brothers, attack together." Over 20 men, armed with sticks and blades, charged at me in a frenzy. I stood there unarmed, watching them as if I were watching a monkey show. My 7 slaves shouted, "Master, be careful," as they grabbed their weapons and prepared to step in. I raised a hand to stop them. "Stand down. Just 20-something people. I'll handle it." Though worried, the slaves obeyed and stepped back. The moment the 20-plus men lunged at me, I moved like a ghost, dodging here and leaping there. Cries of pain echoed one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 20-something thugs were sprawled on the ground. Some had lost all their teeth, some were blind in one eye, and some were missing arms or legs. All of them were badly injured, groaning on the ground. The thugs couldn't figure out how I could be so fast that they couldn't even react. Didn't the one-eyed man say I was just a country bumpkin? With skills like this, how could I be a mere villager? As for my slaves, they looked at me as if I were a god, their admiration reaching its peak. One man taking on more than 20 people and knocking them all down in just a few moves. What a master to follow. It was worth it. So strong. The villagers watching were also stunned into silence. They had always thought of me as a fool, someone they could joke about or bully at will. Who would have thought I could fight like this? Luckily, they hadn't gone too far with me. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they'd end up dead. Especially Lu Eryong. When he saw my godlike stance, the glee on his face instantly turned into overwhelming terror. He trembled like a leaf, and while I wasn't paying attention, he stumbled and squeezed through the crowd, running home as fast as he could, afraid that if he were a second slower, I'd catch him and beat him up. When he got home, he realized that most of his pants were wet. He had been so scared that he wet himself. I stood at the courtyard gate, looking at the 20 or so people groaning on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Go back and tell your boss that if anyone dares to provoke me again, I'll take down 1 if 1 comes, and 2 if 2 come. Now get lost." With so many people watching, I didn't want to cause any deaths and get into legal trouble. It was better to proceed steadily. The thugs scrambled to their feet, crawling if they could, and even those who couldn't crawl tried their best. A few of them helped up the unconscious one-eyed man and stumbled out of the village. I then shouted to the villagers, Disperse, disperse. If you keep hanging around my house, watch out. I'll beat you too. That tone, that gesture of clenching my right fist, instantly transformed me back into the usual fool Lu. The villagers were dumbfounded. This demeanor was completely different from the cold and ruthless aura I had just displayed. It was like two different people. But no one dared to linger. As soon as I spoke, they all ran back to their homes. I had my 7 slaves clean up the mess at the gate and restore it to its original state, then went back into the courtyard myself. For delicate and lovely women threw themselves softly into my arms. Especially Fu Linger, who clung to me, tears streaming down her face in large drops, making my heart ache. I held her shoulders and comforted her. Silly girl, why are you crying? With me here, no one can take you away. She cried even harder, moved to tears as she said, Husband, thank you. You're so good. I patted her gently. Good girl. She stopped crying. Suddenly, I remembered something and smiled. Linger, isn't it your turn to serve me tonight? Fu Linger glanced shyly at her 3 sisters, then lowered her head, nodding like a little chick pecking at rice. Yes, it's me, husband. Huh, I laughed. Then you'll have to work hard tonight to thank your husband for protecting you, won't you? She nodded, recalling past experiences, feeling both shy and a little scared, yet also a bit expectant. Chu Wanru teased from the side. Linger, you'd better put in some effort and make husband as comfortable as possible. Fu Linger stomped her foot in embarrassment. Oh, sister. She turned and ran back into the house. Watching her graceful figure retreat, I couldn't help but imagine pinning her beneath me. My little brother almost stood up. Shen Qingluo laughed heartily. Husband, you're about to lose control. Go eat and regain your strength quickly. It's almost dark. I immediately understood what she meant. Once it got dark, what I wanted would soon be mine. Haha, my second wife understands me best. I wrapped my arm around her and walked into the main hall. Chu Wanru and Shun Furong went to the kitchen with Aunt Wang to bring out the dishes. The food had been prepared earlier, but it had gone cold during the commotion with the gambling den thugs, so Aunt Wang reheated it. When the dishes were served, I sat down with my 4 wives to enjoy dinner together. Thinking about how I'd be taking in more beauties in the future, I had specially made an extra-large round table with a rotating design. If you couldn't reach a dish, you could just spin the table to bring it closer. The table had a diameter of 3 meters, enough to seat 10 or 20 wives. If there were more, we'd just squeeze in, and if that didn't work, I'd make another table. There was plenty of space in the house. While eating, Chu Wanru asked me, By the way, Changfeng, did you have any luck on the mountain today? I smiled and said, I hunted a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds and stored it in the space. If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten. Chu Wanru looked pleased. Silly Changfeng, you're getting more and more impressive. I scratched my head and laughed. Of course. After all, I'm your Changfeng, right? Whether I'm impressive or not, haven't you already experienced it? At these words, her face instantly turned red, and she scolded, Oh, stop it. Let's eat. Today's meal was simple home cooking, a big pot of wild boar meat, a plate of pork stomach, a plate of tender wild vegetables, and fragrant refined rice as the staple. The slaves ate at the same table with us. There was plenty of good food, more than we could finish. Besides, I never treated them as slaves. I saw them as family. Night fell quickly. The early autumn evening carried a hint of chill. I sat in the courtyard pavilion with my 4 wives, drinking tea and chatting. The widowed sister-in-law, Chu Wanru, teased, Changfeng, it's dark now. Time to get to the real business. I laughed heartily, stood up, and walked over to grab Fu Linger's wrist. She was both nervous and expectant, her heart pounding. The 2 of us entered the west wing. With so many rooms, this one had been turned into a bathing room, complete with a large wooden tub. The tub was already filled with warm water, and a few fragrant wildflowers floated on the surface. I undressed and slipped into the water, and Fu Linger followed. But while I was completely bare, she was still wearing her undergarments. I pulled her into my arms and whispered in her ear, Silly girl, how are you going to bathe with your clothes on? Blushing, she began to undo her undergarments, but I tugged them off and tossed them aside. They're wet now. You'll have to change into new ones later. The 2 of us soaked in the water, chatting and helping each other wash. As we washed, sparks began to fly. I lowered my head and kissed her lips. So soft, so tender. She wrapped her arms around my back. We stayed in the water for 2 hours, only getting out when the water had gone completely cold. But we'd been moving the whole time, so we didn't feel cold at all. When we stepped out of the tub, I was drenched in sweat, and her forehead was covered in water. Whether it was sweat or bath water, I couldn't tell. Wang Ma brought clean undergarments. After dressing, I carried her in my arms to my room. The bed was wide and sturdy, big enough for 5 or 6 people to lie on at once. One day, I planned to try having 5 or 6 people on it together, all connected. But for now, I focused on Fu Ling. Her legs were still weak, but I launched another round of attacks. We went at it almost all night, and in the end, she fainted. The next morning, I took the slaves to the courtyard to process the wild boar. The head was set aside for making braised meat. The ribs were separated. The offal was cleaned by the slaves for later use. The fat was rendered into lard. The half-fat, half-lean meat was cut into strips, half to be made into cured meat, and the other half stored in the space for fresh consumption. Once everything was processed, the slaves cleaned the courtyard. I grabbed a large hind leg of the boar and headed out, planning to deliver it to the village head. Wang Huaian, the village head, had always looked out for me. When I built my house, he handled all the paperwork in the county. It was only right to thank him. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, I turned left and was about to turn right when someone called out to me from behind. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I didn't want to deal with her, so I quickened my pace. But Li Hongxing ran up and grabbed my right arm, her voice sweet and coy. "Silly Changfeng, where are you going? I was only away in the county for half a month, and now you don't recognize me?" Annoyed, I shook off her hand and said coldly, "Let go. Men and women shouldn't touch each other." What kind of behavior is this? Not only did she not let go, but she clung to me even tighter, rubbing my hand against her face. I was speechless. This woman was something else. "Silly Changfeng, are you upset because I was gone for half a month? I went to the county to find work, to support myself and Dodo. But it's hard to find work in these times, so I came back to keep you company. Aren't you happy?" I shook my head. "Do I need your company?" She looked up at my face, confused as to why this big fool was speaking to her in such a tone. In the past, whenever I saw her, I'd happily run up to her. After all, she was the famously beautiful widow in the village, with good looks to match. The old fool Lu Changfeng had been thoroughly bewitched by her, always doing whatever she asked without question. "How come you've become so disobedient after just half a month apart? Could it be that I'm no longer beautiful?" Impossible. On the way back from the county, there were men who wanted to touch my face. She had no idea that I was no longer foolish, that I had already married a wife and built a new house. If she knew, would she still have followed someone to the county and been deceived? Half a month ago, a traveling peddler came to the village, claiming to be the nephew of a wealthy county official with a solid family background and in need of a wife. Li Hongxing believed him and followed him to the county, thinking she'd start living the good life. In the end, that man used her for free for half a month, feeding her leftovers every day, sometimes even spoiled food. She grew suspicious, but he claimed he was a spoiled rich kid who had fallen out with his family, and they were deliberately withholding money to teach him a lesson. It was a classic scoundrel story, but Li Hongxing believed every word. After being taken advantage of for half a month, she finally discovered that the man was not a wealthy nephew at all but the son of a stable hand at the county official's house. The lowest of the low, struggling even to feed himself. Those leftovers were scraps given to the slaves by the official's family, saved by the stable hand for his son, who then passed them on to her. Li Hongxing clung to my hand, acting coquettishly. "Oh, Changfeng, why are you suddenly so cold? Sister used to dote on you so much, and now, after just half a month, you've grown distant." As she spoke, she guided my hand down from her face to her body, round and trembling, pressing my hand onto herself and kneading it forcefully. Soft, elastic. But I've never been interested in unclean things. Coldness flickered in my eyes as she continued to knead, her gaze darting toward the large pork leg I was carrying in my left hand. How long had it been since she'd eaten meat? She swallowed her saliva repeatedly, her lips glistening. "Changfeng, who are you carrying that pork leg for? Why not give it to sister? Sister will be your woman tonight, okay?" She even pulled my hand toward her chest, slipping it inside her clothes. I looked at her as if she were a clown, from head to toe, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thought I had agreed and said joyfully, "Silly Changfeng, I knew you cared about sister." I laughed even louder and mocked. "Li Hongxing, you've been pulling my hand for so long. What exactly are you trying to do? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? A filthy woman like you, do you think I'd want you? Keep dreaming." I yanked my hand back with force, the momentum knocking her to the ground. She looked at me in disbelief, her gaze clear, no longer foolish. "Changfeng, what are you doing? Didn't you used to like sister the most? You used to chase after me, begging to marry me. Now that I'm willing, why won't you marry you?" I spat. "A pit that's been filled by so many carrots, big, wide, and stinking, and you think you're worthy?" With that, I swaggered off with the pork leg. She scrambled to her feet and chased after me, but as soon as her hand touched me, I slapped it away, sending her crashing to the ground again. "Lu Changfeng, what's your problem? What carrots, what pit?" She counted on her fingers. "It's only 7 or 8, after all. You're just a big fool who can't even get a wife, and now you're being picky." Heh. I didn't even bother to turn my head. "I can't get a wife? You're hilarious." Carrying the pork leg, I arrived at the home of the village head, Wang Huaiyan. He was so moved that his hands trembled as he held the pork leg. I patted his shoulder. Village head uncle, thank you for your care. I'll bring you more good things in the future. He said emotionally. You silly child, you're so grateful. I'll accept both the meat and your kind gesture. Leaving his house, I headed straight home. I didn't run into Li Hongxing on the way. I had no idea where she'd gone. Who cares? No matter how beautiful she is, if she's unclean, I won't want her. When I got home, the yard was already tidied up nicely. I grabbed the pig's head and showed Aunt Wong how to split it with an axe. I cut off the ears and tongue, removed the bones, and kept only the head meat and brain. Chu Wanru squatted nearby and asked, Changfeng, are we just going to stew this pig's head? In the past, when we hunted wild boars, we would clean the pig's head and stew it directly. This time I won't stew it. I'll make braised meat for you to eat. Braised meat. In this era, such a term didn't exist, so she found it curious. Yes, braised meat. I stood up and pointed at the pile of strip-shaped pork on the ground. Sister-in-law, later, you can direct the slaves to go up the mountain to chop firewood, get some cypress branches, and smoke this meat into cured meat. She nodded. All right, I'm going to the county to buy some spices to braise the pig's head meat. Hearing that I was going to the county, Chu Wanru looked a bit uneasy. Changfeng, you just had a conflict with the people from the East Market gambling den, and now you're heading to the county. I'm afraid they'll retaliate against you there. I pinched her cheek. Don't worry, sister-in-law. As soon as I finished speaking, Fu Linger wobbled out of the house. I had been too rough on her yesterday, and she had only just woken up now. She was still unsteady on her feet, her whole body sore, exhausted yet content. She threw herself into my arms. Husband, I'm worried about you going to the East Market gambling den. You beat up their thugs, and they'll surely report back to their boss and come after you. I patted her head and smiled. Don't worry. You know how capable your husband is. No one can touch me. Shen Xingluo and Shen Furong also looked at me with concern. I reassured them. Don't worry, my dear wives. Your husband will be fine. Although they were reluctant, they knew my decisions couldn't be changed. Besides, hiding forever wasn't a solution. If I wanted to go, I would go. I'm so capable. There's no way I'd suffer a loss. I slung a basket over my back and headed to the county with the crow. The fox wanted to come along too, but I didn't let it. I told it to stay home and keep watch. If anything happened, it could come find me in the county. The fox protested with squeaks and chirps. The crow understood and translated. It said the fox wanted to take turns with it accompanying me on outings. But the crow mischievously mistranslated, telling me, Master, the clown says it's happy to stay home all the time because it's fun here. I didn't think much of it and patted the fox's head. Perfect, then you can stay home from now on. Squeak, 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 squeak. The fox was so anxious it jumped up and down, lunging at the crow to hit it. The crow was prepared and swiftly flew away, cawing mockingly in the air. The fox stomped its feet in frustration. These two were always causing a ruckus, so I was used to it. I walked quickly to the county, taking only half an hour. On the way, I didn't encounter anyone from the gambling den. They had come on horseback, so they were probably rushing back to report. Whatever, I wasn't afraid. When I arrived in the county, I went to the spice shop. The shop had a single counter and two long tables on either side, covered with neatly arranged cloth bags of spices labeled with their names. The shopkeeper was a man in his 50s, thin and slightly hunched. In these famine years, the shop rarely had customers. Seeing a tall and sturdy customer like me walk in, the shopkeeper quickly came forward. Sir, what spices do you need? I glanced around and was secretly delighted. Perfect. All the spices needed for modern braised meat were here. In modern times, aside from working, I loved experimenting with food. The flavors I created could rival those of five-star hotel chefs, especially my braised pig's head meat, which was a classic. It had taken me half a month here to think of making it, as I had been busy hunting, getting married, and building a house. Today, while processing wild boar, I remembered to make braised meat for my wives. Shopkeeper, I need star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, black cardamom, angelica, galangal, dried tangerine peel, dried ginger, dried chili, licorice root, and sand ginger, all of them. Hearing this long list, the shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat with excitement. This was a big order. The shop hadn't had any business for days and was struggling to stay afloat. This was a godsend. Sir, how much of each do you need? I waved my hand grandly. I'll take everything piled on these two boards. What? All of it. The shopkeeper thought he had misheard, rubbed his ears, and gave me another look. Seeing me dressed in coarse, patched clothing, he wasn't sure if I could afford it. But he wasn't a snob and politely confirmed again. I wasn't offended if I were the shopkeeper, and someone suddenly came in saying they wanted to buy out half the store's spices. I'd also need to confirm multiple times. In these famine-stricken times, when people can barely afford to eat, why would anyone buy so many spices? I nodded. Yes, all of it. You heard me right, I said all of it. Give me as much as you have. I'll need more in the future. Oh, all right. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Let me weigh it and calculate the silver. Please have a seat, and I'll pour you a cup of water. No need. I shook my head. Just pack it up and calculate the total. I'm heading to the soy sauce shop to buy some soy sauce and rice wine. I'll come back to settle the bill and pick up the goods. All right, no problem. I won't shortchange you on the weight, and the price is fair. I nodded and left, not worried at all about being cheated. Business is tough these days. Being able to sell anything is a blessing, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to ruin his reputation. I turned left after leaving the shop, walked a few steps, and found the Wanching sauce shop. I bought some old ginger, rock sugar, coarse salt, rice wine, and soy sauce, then returned to the spice shop. This time, the shop wasn't empty. Besides the shopkeeper, there was a beautiful young woman, radiant and charming. I couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper, who is this?" The shopkeeper looked proud. "This is my daughter." "Ah, she's truly beautiful." The shopkeeper smiled without saying a word. I paid the bill and left. The shopkeeper had packed the spices into 2 large burlap sacks. I carried them out the door and found a secluded spot to store them in my spatial space. I wandered around the county town for a while, but didn't find anything worth buying. I bought a scented sachet for each of my 4 wives, and then returned to Yentu village. At the courtyard gate, I saw 2 little boys crouched at my door, peeking inside. I coughed twice, startling them. They turned to look at me, then bolted away. I recognized them. One was Lu De Kuei's son, Lu Baodan, 8 years old, a troublemaker. The other was widow Li Hongxing's son, Xiedo Do, 9 years old, equally mischievous. The 2 often played together. When they got along, they were inseparable. When they fought, they'd leave each other bloodied. I didn't bother with them. They used to hang around my door often, and now that I've built a new house, they're probably curious. I pushed the door open and went inside, handing out the sachets to my 4 lovely wives. They lined up and took turns kissing my face. I went into the kitchen, followed by the 4 chattering beauties. The pork had already been thoroughly cleaned by the slaves, just waiting for me to start cooking. All right, I'm going to make braised pork now. Wang Ma and the helping slaves, Slave 1 and Slave 2, stood by to assist, watching my hands intently. In the future, if I'm too lazy to cook, they'll have to make it for me, so they need to learn. Let's start by making an old marinade. I instructed the slaves to heat water in a large iron pot, adding about 20 pounds of water, using the spiritual spring water I had secretly poured into the water tank at night. Once the water boiled, I added 2 blanched wild boar bones, poured in rice wine, soy sauce, coarse salt, and rock sugar. When the aroma of the bones emerged, I added a spice pouch wrapped in gauze. It contained a mix of star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel, amomum, angelica, galangal, dried tangerine peel, dried ginger, dried chili, licorice, and sand ginger. After simmering for a while, the spices released their fragrance, and I added old ginger. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any green onions in the market. According to my memory, they should exist in this era, but I must have been unlucky today. No one was selling them. Once the old marinade was ready, I placed the cleaned pork into the pot to cook, along with the washed pigtails. The 4 beauties stood nearby, wide-eyed, watching me with admiration. In this era, braised pork isn't sold, so they didn't know what it was, eagerly crowding around the pot waiting for the meat to cook. After simmering on low heat for about an hour, a rich aroma wafted from the pot, like little winged fairies flying into everyone's noses. Even I, a modern soul accustomed to braised pork, couldn't help but swallow my saliva, let alone my 4 wives and the group of slaves. I lifted the lid, and the steam carried the fragrance out. I tested the texture with chopsticks and said, just the right tenderness, perfect flavor. You can take the fire away now. I quickly ran over and pulled the firewood out of the stove. The scorching firewood was removed, and the large iron pot was still steaming. I used chopsticks and a skimmer to fish the pork out of the pot and placed it on the cutting board behind me. Aunt Wang had already washed her hands and was waiting. I directed her to cut the meat. Start with the pig ears, then the tongue. Not too thin, not too thick. As Aunt Wang cut, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The aroma was too enticing. She had never smelled such fragrant meat in her life. Worried that her drool might drip onto the braised meat, I casually grabbed a cloth and fashioned a mask for her to wear. From now on, wear this when you cook. Aunt Wang nodded respectfully. While she was cutting the meat, my 4 wives were already drooling with anticipation, clinging to me and acting coquettishly. Husband, it smells so good. I want to try a piece first. Why does this meat smell so amazing? Just the aroma is making my mouth water. Give me a piece first. I can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm dying of craving. I laughed heartily, picked up the sliced meat from the cutting board, and fed it piece by piece into their eager mouths. As soon as they tasted it, their whole bodies seemed electrified. the flavor piercing straight to their hearts. Such deliciousness. If it weren't for me, how could they ever have tasted it? For a moment, the women were both excited and moved. Aunt Wang finished cutting the pig ears and tongue and moved on to other parts of the pig's head. By the time she was done, the entire pig head had been sliced into a large pot full of meat. I set aside some braised meat for the 7 slaves and carried the rest, along with the pig tail, into the main hall to feast with my 4 wives. They couldn't stop praising me, to which I casually replied, "The taste is all right." In truth, it was still a bit inferior to what I used to make in modern times. Meanwhile, Lu Dakuai's son, Lu Baodan, and Li Hongxing's son, Xie Dedu, who had been scared off by me earlier, sneaked back to the courtyard gate and peeked through the crack. In the yard, apart from the 4 bodyguards, there was only a red fox hopping around. To the 2 kids, the fox was a rare sight. They whispered at the gate, plotting to find a chance to steal the fox and play with it for a few days. The fox, with its sharp ears, heard their plan and angrily rushed to the gate, baring its teeth at them. Ah! The 2 kids were so frightened they stumbled back several steps. Lu Baodan said, "This little fox is so fierce." Xie Dedu retorted angrily, "Humph, how dare it act fierce with us? We'll kill it someday. Yeah, kill it." As they were scheming, the aroma of the meat wafted out from the house. The 2 kids, drooling with hunger, wanted to peek through the crack again, but with the fox guarding the gate, they didn't dare. They had no choice but to head home, drooling all the way, and told their parents about the meat feast at Lu Shaoxi's house. Lu Baodan shouted, "Dad, Mom, I'm not lying. The meat at Lu Shaoxi's house smells amazing. I want to eat meat." Xie Dedu whined, "Mom, Lu Shaoxi's family is eating meat. Go ask them to share some with me." Back at my place, I was halfway through the braised meat with my 4 wives when I heard loud knocking at the courtyard gate. Slave 5 went to the gate and peeked outside, seeing a few adults and 2 children. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you knocking on our gate?" Lu Dakuai waved the item in his hand and shouted, "Go inform Lu Changfeng that I have something to give him." Slave 5 ran to the front hall. "Master, there's a group of people outside saying they have something to give you." I was almost done eating anyway. This stuff had long lost its novelty for me in modern times. I told my wives, "You keep eating. I'll go take a look." They nodded and continued devouring the food. It was their first time eating something so delicious, and they couldn't stop. The pig ears were crisp and tender, the tongue chewy, and the tail soft and glutinous, so good it melted in their mouths. I walked to the gate, and Slave 6 respectfully asked, "Master, should I open the door?" I nodded. When the door opened, I saw the people standing outside, 2 adults and 2 children, Lu Dakuai, Li Hongxing, and their sons, Lu Baodan and Xie Dedu. Lu Dakuai was holding a burlap bag. When he saw me open the door, he quickly approached with a fawning smile and opened the bag. "Brother Changfeng, yesterday my wife went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables and found a few August melons. They're not fully ripe yet, but they'll be ready in a few days. This melon is precious. We couldn't bear to eat it. Thinking you haven't tried it, we brought you 2. As soon as the words were spoken, before the items could be handed over, Li Hongxing squeezed forward, holding a hard, dry flatbread in her hand, and stuffed it into my pocket. "Silly Changfeng, this is a flatbread your sister made. You always praised my cooking skills before, so try it quickly." After stuffing the flatbread, she pushed me aside and squeezed into the courtyard, looking around with wide eyes, her face full of astonishment. "Oh my, Changfeng, sister was only away in the county for half a month, and the neighbors said you built a new house. Now that I see it, it's true. This house is so grand, so majestic." She wandered around the courtyard, while Lu Dakuai wasn't idle either. Seeing I hadn't taken his melon, he directly stuffed it into Nu Yi's pocket. He looked at me in a panic, and I signaled him with my eyes not to worry. Only then did he calm down. Lu Dakuai followed behind Li Hongxing, jealousy burning inside him, but he kept praising me nonstop. "Brother Changfeng, you're really something. This house is beautifully built, truly worthy of being my brother, Lu Dakuai." His nose twitched like a dog's, sniffing the aroma of braised meat. Saliva dripped to the corner of his mouth, and with a slurp, he sucked it back in. Li Hongxing muttered to herself, "Dodo was right. This fool Lu's family really is eating meat. Oh my, what kind of meat smells so good?" I didn't stop the 2 of them. Leaning against the courtyard gate with my arms crossed, I watched to see what kind of commotion these 2 troublemakers could stir up. "Oh my, Changfeng. So many rooms, and each one is solid. How did you suddenly become so capable?" Li Hongxing circled around and came back to me, throwing several flirtatious glances my way. "Changfeng, with so many rooms, let sister move in with Dodo, okay? Sister will warm your bed, massage your shoulders and legs, cook delicious food, and make you a happy fool. How about it?" As she spoke, her hands reached for my chest. I slapped her hand away and sneered, "Let you move in? On what grounds?" She laughed awkwardly. "Oh, Silly Changfeng, you used to follow me around all day, and I never agreed. Now I'm willing to be your wife, and you're still not happy. Her tone made it sound like her willingness to marry me was the greatest blessing of my life. At that moment, Lu Baodan and Xie Do whispered a few words to each other and suddenly dashed toward the front hall. New Air rushed forward to stop them, but I shook my head. I knew these two little rascals wanted to sneak in and steal some meat, but the wives were all inside the house, so they wouldn't get any. I didn't stop them because I wanted to tease them, let them relax, and then humiliate them later for more fun. Life is boring, so finding someone to amuse yourself with is quite nice. The two kids had just rushed into the front hall when they saw four beauties sitting around the big table, eating with relish. They swallowed hard. It smells so good. Chu Wanru frowned when she saw them enter. Who let you in? Get out. Lu Baodan immediately changed his tone and sweetly called out. Auntie, Baodan wants to eat meat. Can you give Baodan a piece? Chu Wanru stood up, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him out. You little rascal, you troublemaker. Always up to no good, and now you want to eat meat at my house? Dream on. Get lost. Lu Baodan was so scared he started crying, while Xie Do turned tail and ran out. Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger wiped their hands and mouths and walked out of the front hall. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw Li Hongxing clinging to me, trying to get handsy. The fiery-tempered Fu Linger shouted, Where did this harlot come from? Get your hands off my husband. Li Hongxing turned around and saw four stunning beauties walking out. She finally believed the neighbor's words. Lu Changfeng had indeed married wives, and they were all top-tier beauties. She felt indignant. Lu Changfeng used to chase after her, with his eyes and heart full of her, not even sparing a glance for his widowed sister-in-law. How could he suddenly change his heart? As she thought about it, her eyes reddened, and she looked at me with resentment. Silly Changfeng, you always said you liked me. How could you marry wives? I laughed heartily. I said I liked you? When? Half a month ago, before I went to the county, you followed me around every day, calling me sister with every breath. If that's not liking me, then what is? She wanted to awaken my memories and emotions. Unexpectedly, Fu Linger rushed forward in a few steps and slapped her across the face. Smack! The slap left her seeing stars. Li Hongxing pointed at Fu Linger with a sharp voice. You? Who are you? Why did you hit me? Fu Linger stood with her hands on her hips and said sternly. I hit you because you deserve it. Flirting with my husband in broad daylight. Do you think my husband is someone you can flirt with? If anyone's going to flirt with him, it would be us four sisters, not you. I leaned against the door with my arms crossed, watching Fu Linger baring her fangs and claws, feeling delighted inside. I never expected this usually obedient little one to turn into a wildcat when angry. Haha, I like it. I'll flirt with him, so what? Changfeng clearly likes me. Li Hongxing, now desperate and with nowhere to turn during these famine years, saw that I had food, drink, and a big house. She clung to this thick leg and refused to let go, throwing caution to the wind. My husband likes you? Shen Qingluo rushed forward, grabbed her hair, and slapped her on the other cheek. If my husband likes anyone, it would be the four of us. How could it be your turn? After slapping her, Shen Qingluo glanced at me. Seeing my cold, indifferent gaze, as if I were watching a show, she realized this woman held no weight in my heart and continued hitting her. After Shen Qingluo finished, Shen Furong stepped in. Li Hongxing, unwilling to back down, cursed and fought back. But no matter how fierce she was, how could one person take on three? I watched from the side, feeling quite gratified. My women could be gentle with me, but they had to be ruthless with others. In this world, you can't survive without being ruthless. Xie Daodu, seeing his mother being beaten, rushed over to help, but a servant grabbed him by his hair and dragged him outside. Chu Wanru didn't join the fight. She grabbed Lu Baodan by the collar and threw him in front of Lu Dakue. Take your little troublemaker and get out. Lu Dakue quickly picked up his crying son. Lu Baodan wailed. Auntie is a bad woman. Baodan just wanted a piece of meat, and she hit me. Lu Dakue, heartbroken, glared at me and said angrily, Brother Changfeng, I came today to bring you some August melons, not to cause trouble. Chu Wanru, this wretched woman, hit my Baodan without distinguishing right from wrong. Isn't that ungrateful? I had been enjoying the show until now. But Lu Dakue dared to call my sister-in-law a wretched woman. How dare he? My sister-in-law is someone I cherish deeply. Insulting her is courting death. In a flash, I was in front of him, gripping his neck like an iron clamp. This scared Lu Dakue out of his wits. He trembled, trying to ask what I meant, but with his neck tightly held, he could only make muffled sounds. I tightened my grip, my face contorted with rage. Lu Dakue, I let you into my courtyard without stopping you, treating you like a clown for amusement. But you crossed the line by insulting my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is my life. Insulting her is asking to die. Lu Dakawei finally understood it was because of the word wretched. He shook his head desperately, tears in his eyes, indicating he wouldn't dare again. Lu Baodan, seeing his father being choked, rushed over to pull at my clothes and even kicked me. I backhanded him with a slap, sending the little brat flying. I held back since he was a child, but he still flew 3 or 4 meters, his nose bleeding. He lay on the ground for a while before he could cry out. Lu Dakawei was heartbroken but couldn't move, only able to watch his son cry. I didn't let go, and when Lu Dakawei was about to lose consciousness, I finally released my grip. I kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. With a crack, his left leg broke. He screamed like a slaughtered pig, and his cries made Lu Baodan wail even louder. I picked up a small twig and cleaned my ears, impatiently saying, "Too noisy. Throw them out." 2 servants rushed forward, grabbed Lu Dakawei by the arms, and dragged him out. Lu Baodan crawled and rolled after them, crying loudly. On the other side, Li Hongxing and her son were being slapped in turns by the 3 women. The slaps echoed loudly, and they cried with snot and tears streaming down their faces. I raised my hand slightly, and the women stopped. Slave 1 and Slave 2 went up, carried Li Hongxing out, and threw her at the door. I ordered the slaves to close the door and started cleaning. The courtyard had been messed up by those fools and was dirty. Outside, Lu Dakawei was howling, and Li Hongxing was cursing. One was in so much pain that his face was twisted, and the other was so angry that her face was distorted. Lu Baodan supported his father, hopping back home. Li Hongxing sat at my door, playing the rogue and crying nonstop. She used to be quite pretty, but unfortunately, she was no longer clean, and I had no interest in her. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her face was bruised and bloodied, and there wasn't a trace of beauty left. Slave 1, go out and throw that wretch farther away so she doesn't cry at the door and annoy me to death. Yes, master. Slave 1 and Slave 2 opened the door and went out, glaring at her fiercely. Seeing that something was wrong, Li Hongxing quickly got up, grabbed Xie Daodu, and ran away crying. After running for a while, she looked back and saw Slave 1 and Slave 2 still following her. She couldn't run anymore and cried out, "Why are you still chasing me? I'm not crying at your master's door anymore." Slave 1 threw a piece of dry bread at her face and said coldly, "Master said to take this disgusting thing and get lost. Even our servants eat meat. Who wants your garbage?" After throwing the bread, the 2 turned to leave. After a few steps, Slave 1 turned back again. "Oh, by the way, Master said the reason he let you in earlier was to amaze you, make you envious, and then anger you to death." "You?" Li Hongxing had just uttered the word, "you," before fainting from anger. After sitting with my wives for a while, I took the crow and headed up the mountain. It was late autumn, and there were plenty of good things in the mountains. Although I worked like a beast of burden in the city after graduating from college, I grew up in the countryside and knew the mountains well. This season, the mountains had mushrooms, chestnuts, and other wild delicacies, so it was a good time to forage. The crow circled in the air and flew back. "Master, there's something good." "Mushrooms." The crow shook its head. "Not mushrooms, something even rarer." "What is it?" "So mysterious." Master, just follow me." The crow flew low to lead the way, and I followed behind. Before long, we reached the edge of a cliff. I stretched my neck to look down. "Whoa," I gasped. It was terrifyingly steep. The bottom of the cliff must have been hundreds of meters deep, disappearing into the mist. "Xiaohei, you brought me to this cliff saying there's a surprise." "What surprise? Do you want me to jump off and bungee jump to meet my great-grandmother?" Although the crow couldn't understand, it still explained, "Master, there's a cave in the middle of the cliff, and inside is a giant beehive." "How big?" "About the size of you, master." I frowned. "The size of me? What kind of comparison is that? And in the middle of a cliff?" This cliff was so deep that I couldn't even reach the bottom, let alone the middle. I looked down again. The mist swirled, obscuring the bottom. No matter how much I wanted honey, I valued my life more. "Xiaohei, I said you're useless for serious tasks, but great at causing trouble. This cliff is so high. How am I supposed to go down and get honey? Why don't you bring it up for me, one piece at a time?" Hearing this, Xiaohei took it seriously and swooped down. Before long, it flew back with a small piece of honeycomb in its beak, its left eye swollen, clearly stung. It complained as soon as it landed. "Master, I just pecked a small piece, and those bees stung me. They're so stingy." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Why didn't you try reasoning with them, asking them to bring the honeycomb up themselves?" I did, but they wouldn't listen. Instead, they tried to focus all their attacks on me. I took the piece of honeycomb and tasted it. "Wow, it's really sweet." The crow said pitifully, "Of course, it's very sweet, and the honeycomb is huge. Master, if you can get it up here, we'll have endless honey to eat. And you'll be sneaking bites every day, right?" I saw through its intentions. The crow chuckled. "Master, you really understand me. Wanting honey was one thing, but figuring out how to get it was another problem. I sat on the edge of the cliff, thinking for a long time. Suddenly, I slapped my thigh and said, "Got it. Let's go. Xiaohei, let's head home first." On the way back, I gathered a pile of straw from the dry rice fields and stored it in my space. Once home, I piled all the straw in the courtyard and called out to the slaves, "Come over here. Help me twist some rope." The slaves sat down in unison and began twisting. Chu Wanru curiously came out and asked, "Changfeng, what are you making rope for?" "There's a beehive on the cliff behind the mountain. I'm making a rope to lower it down and have the crow figure out a way to bring it up. Then I'll help too," she said with a smile. I nodded, pulled over a small stool, and sat in the middle of the courtyard to join in. The other 3 wives also came out to help. 7 slaves, 4 wives, and me, 11 people in total, lined up and worked quickly. In less than 2 hours, we had twisted a 300-meter-long thick rope. To make it sturdier, I added some green hemp. The green hemp was cut by Slave 3 and Slave 4, who had followed Chu Wanru to the dry riverbank. It was originally meant for making shoes, but now it was all used for the rope, along with a lot of straw. When we finished, I patted the dust off my knees and said with a smile, "Many hands make light work." I stored the rope in my space. Chu Wanru was still worried. "Changfeng, this rope doesn't seem very sturdy. You're heavy. Don't tie it to yourself to go down the cliff." Shen Qingluo also advised, "Yes, husband, no matter how expensive honey is, it's not worth more than your life. Even with the green hemp, this rope can't hold your weight." I nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, this rope is for tying the beehive, not me." I had the slaves burn a bundle of wet firewood torches that would produce smoke, but no flames. Holding the smoking firewood and taking the crow with me, I returned to the cliff. I wrapped myself tightly in clothes, leaving only my eyes exposed. Then I took out the rope and said to the crow, "Go into the mountains and find a monkey. Convince it to take the rope down the cliff and tie it to the beehive. Once I pull the hive up, I'll share some honey with it." The crow nodded, cawed, and flew off. Before long, it returned with a half-grown monkey following behind. I explained the plan to the crow, and the crow conveyed it to the monkey. The cliff was too high and steep for me to reach the honey, and the monkey couldn't get down on its own either, so we had to work together. The monkey was quite obedient, letting me tie the rope around its waist before I lowered it down the cliff. The crow flew down with it to guide the way. When they reached the spot, the monkey followed the crow's instructions and used the extra rope to tie up the massive beehive. During the process, the bees launched a fierce attack. The monkey yelped in pain and wanted to give up, but the crow persuaded it to continue. Finally, the hive was secured. The crow flew back up and shouted, "Master, it's tied up. Pull the rope." I began pulling. With the cooperation of 1 person, 1 monkey, and 1 crow, we managed to haul up a giant beehive weighing 60 pounds. It was an enormous hemispherical hive, with a diameter of 4 meters, resembling a giant dark golden bell from a distance. Along with the hive came its defenders. I had thought they were ordinary bees, but upon pulling it up, I realized they were rock bees as long as a thumb. No wonder they could build such a large hive. The monkey was covered in rock bees, stung so badly that it was grimacing and swatting at them, its whole body swollen like a balloon. If it hadn't been tied with the rope, it would have run away long ago. The crow didn't escape unscathed either, flapping its wings to fend off the bees while cursing under its breath. As soon as the hive hit the ground, thousands of rock bees swarmed toward me. Fortunately, I was wrapped up tightly, so they couldn't harm me. I circled the hive with the smoking firewood, driving the rock bees away with the smoke. Disoriented, they flew off. Only a few bees remained on the hive. I brushed them off and stored the hive in my space. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey was in so much pain it was about to faint, lying on the ground and panting heavily. I took out a water bottle filled with spiritual spring water from my space. Holding the monkey's chin with my left hand, I pried its mouth open and used my teeth to unscrew the cap with my right hand, pouring the water directly into its mouth. My rough action scared the monkey so much it nearly lost its soul. The crow, enduring its own pain, explained, "Don't be afraid. Master is giving you medicine. Drink it, and the swelling will go down, and it won't hurt anymore." Hearing this, the monkey stopped struggling. Sure enough, as soon as the spiritual spring water went down, the pain immediately eased by more than half. Worried about overwhelming it, I paused and then said, "Come on, keep drinking. Once you finish, it won't hurt at all." This time, the monkey opened its mouth on its own and drank another half pot. The pain was indeed gone, and the swelling on its body subsided as well. I untied the rope on the monkey, and it immediately jumped around joyfully, looking at me with gratitude in its eyes. The crow couldn't wait any longer and cawed incessantly. I took out a pot of spiritual spring water from my space and poured some into my palm to feed it. As soon as it drank, it became lively and energetic. The monkey jumped around for a while, then suddenly remembered the beehive was gone. Earlier, it had been covered in bruises and feeling dizzy, so it hadn't noticed that I had stored the beehive in my space. Now it was so anxious that it scratched its head and squeaked at me. I couldn't understand it, so the crow translated for me. I took the beehive out of my space and placed it in front of the monkey. Its mouth gaped wide as if it had seen a ghost, pointing at the beehive, then at me, back and forth. The next second, I put the beehive back into my space. The monkey started squealing in panic. The crow said, "What's the rush, brother monkey? Come back with me and the master. When we harvest the honey, you'll get your share." The monkey looked at me, and I nodded. It happily nodded back. The crow laughed. "Master, we've gained another strong helper. From now on, we can rely on him to fetch beehives and climb trees for fruit." I thought about it and agreed. I had initially planned to look for some mushrooms, but with such a large beehive, I was too excited to bother. I headed straight home. Back in the yard, I took out the beehive. My 4 wives and 7 slaves were all stunned, their eyes wide open. Chu Wanru circled around it. "Oh my, this beehive is enormous. I've never seen anything like it." I teased her on purpose. "Sister-in-law, is the beehive bigger, or am I bigger?" "Oh, you silly Changfeng," she said, laughing shyly. "How can you compare the two?" I burst out laughing. Shin Qingluo walked over and asked softly, "Husband, did the rock bees sting you?" Shin Furong added, "I heard rock bees are very venomous." I shook my head and stretched out my arms. "Even the rock bees know who's the boss. How would they dare sting me?" Fu Linger laughed from the side. "Our husband is truly amazing." I threw her a flirtatious glance, and she blushed, giggling foolishly. I called out to Aunt Wang and the 6 male slaves, "Wash your hands and get ready to harvest the honey." The slaves brought over a large pot, a big bucket, and clean fine silk, then squatted by the beehive to start cutting the honey. I washed my hands and joined in with a knife. The 4 wives squatted nearby, watching eagerly. I cut pieces of honeycomb and fed them directly into their mouths, giving each of them 2 pieces. Suddenly, something flashed on the courtyard wall and jumped down with a thud, landing a few meters away. It was a wild monkey. The 4 women were startled. Shin Furong's face turned pale. "Husband, there's a monkey." I quickly reassured them. "Don't be afraid. It's the one I brought back." I explained to everyone. "I picked it up in the mountains today. From now on, it's part of our family." After the crow translated, the monkey finally calmed down and squatted beside me. I broke off a large piece of honeycomb and gave it to the monkey, which devoured it eagerly. The fox and the crow also rushed over, so I broke off a piece for each of them. The 3 gluttons ate happily. After 2 hours, the honey was finally harvested. I packed it into wooden barrels and weighed it with a balanced scale. Wow, a full 30 pounds of honey after removing the wax. If we rationed it, it could last half a year. There were also 20 pounds of beeswax and 10 pounds of bee larvae. The beeswax could be used to make candles for lighting. In the future, even during nighttime activities, I'd be able to clearly see the expressions of my wives enjoying themselves. As for the bee larvae, Aunt Wang cleaned them with water, drained them, sprinkled salt, and tossed them evenly before frying them in hot oil until they were golden and crispy. We steamed some rice, reheated some braised meat, and stir-fried a plate of wild vegetables. A pot of fried bee larvae, a plate of braised meat, and a plate of wild vegetables made up the family dinner. After the meal, Aunt Wang led the slaves to make candles from the beeswax. I lit one and returned to my room. Tonight, it was the eldest sister-in-law's turn to share the bed, so I planned to take a good look at her enjoying herself. The candlelight flickered, casting a warm glow in the room. I undressed and slipped into the bed to warm it with my body heat. Chu Wanru approached the bed, removed her outer garments, leaving only her underclothes. The candlelight illuminated her delicate features, making her look incredibly gentle. I got out of bed, wrapped my long arms around her, and carried her horizontally, gently placing her on the bed. She said softly, "Silly Changfeng, go blow out the candle." I pressed down on her. "Sister-in-law, let's leave it lit. I want to see everything clearly." Her face turned red with embarrassment. "You're both devouring people and humiliating them. Sister-in-law, Changfeng loves you." "Sure, don't speak." I began telling her a story, a tale of a man using the strongest hoe to deeply cultivate fertile soil. The room was filled with the sound of heavy breathing, and the night passed sleeplessly. The next morning, I glanced at her gentle sleeping face and got out of bed, satisfied. Wang Ma had prepared breakfast, wontons paired with fried wasp larvae. After a night of exertion, my appetite was surprisingly good, and I ate 3 large bowls. Wang Ma asked, "Master, shall I cook another bowl?" I shook my head. "I'm full. Cook a bowl and take it to the first madam." Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger were still eating slowly, all quite refined. I stretched lazily in the courtyard and saw the monkey and the fox squatting at opposite ends of the courtyard wall, yawning. looking as if they hadn't slept well. I searched for the crow and saw it defecating on the roof eaves. I beckoned, and it flew into my hand. I asked, "What's wrong with the monkey and the fox? Didn't sleep well?" The crow replied, speechless, "Master, you were happily embracing your beauty all night, and the two of them fought over territory the entire night." Ah, they fought. I looked up, and the fox and monkey immediately jumped down from the wall, one limping, the other dragging its waist, both covered in scratches. "Why can't you two just get along as brothers? Why fight? Clown, the wooden house I made for you is almost 4 square meters. Still not enough space? Plus, isn't the monkey fun to have around?" The fox was unimpressed, shaking its head and gesturing. The crow translated, "It says no, the house is its." The monkey also got anxious, chattering loudly, saying it wanted its own house too. Seeing how eager they were, I laughed. All right, you both have territorial instincts. Fox, you keep the original house. Monkey, I'll have Nui build you a new nest today." The two creatures finally looked happy. I poured spiritual spring water for them to drink, and their injuries healed one by one. "Come on, Crow, let's go hunting." As I was about to leave, the monkey and fox followed insistently. I nodded. "All right, let's go. Nui and the others are at home. Nothing will happen." On the mountain, the fox, monkey, and crow ran around wildly. Today's goal was clear: hunt if we encountered prey. If not, gather mushrooms. Though the weather was dry, there might still be damp spots under dense trees, possibly with wild mushrooms. It seemed too dry. I searched shady areas but didn't find a single mushroom. No mushrooms? Then I'll create some myself. I found a large hazelnut grove and, with a thought, scattered spiritual spring water all over the grove. It's inexhaustible, so I wasn't worried about running out. With the water's nourishment, hazel mushrooms were sure to sprout tomorrow. The monkey, fox, and crow had long disappeared, but I wasn't worried. They'd return on their own. I wandered around and dug up a few orchid plants, storing them in my space to bring back for planting. Suddenly, the monkey ran up happily from behind, holding a giant banana leaf wrapped around a pile of wild plums. I tasted one sweet. "Monkey, where did you pick these? Take me there." It nodded, handed me the leaf, and turned to run. After a few steps, the fox darted out of the woods, carrying a plump rabbit in its mouth. "Haha, not bad. You can hunt on your own now, and even know to bring it to your master." I stored the plums and rabbit in my space, and the fox disappeared again in a flash. I followed the monkey to find the plums. After walking for over half an hour, we reached a mountain hollow. I was thrilled. There were 20 or 30 plum trees around, all laden with green and red plums, their branches bent under the weight. They resembled the half-red plums I used to eat in modern times, but they ripened late, usually in August, likely due to insufficient sunlight in the hollow. The monkey chattered a few times and climbed up the tree to pick plums. I didn't idle either, collecting them all into my space. When we got tired, we sat under the tree eating plums. The fox kept running back and forth, each time dropping a plump rabbit in front of me. I suspected it had raided a rabbit den. With our bellies full, I took the monkey down the mountain. I hadn't seen the crow all afternoon. Who knows where it had gone to slack off? Halfway up the mountain, the crow, who hadn't shown up for ages, suddenly appeared with some big news. "Master, I found a den of wild boars in the mountains, at least a dozen of them." I laughed. "So you've been gone all this time just to check out wild boars?" "No." The crow shook its head. "I've hit the jackpot. Not just wild boars. I also found something you love most at the bottom of a cliff." "Something I love most? What do I love most? I don't even know." "Honey." The crow lowered its voice. "Master, take a guess." I flicked its head. "You little thing, trying to tease your master? Careful, or I'll stew you into braised crow." It quickly shook its body, pretending to be scared. I stared at it, my eyes full of threat. It hurriedly said, "Master, what you love most is women. Did you forget? Remember how you were shouting last night?" "Me? Was I shouting? Wasn't it my wives shouting?" "Whatever, same thing." "You cheeky crow, when did I ever say I love women?" The next second, "Is the woman pretty?" The crow tilted its head, thinking, "Pretty tall and big." "Big where?" "Big everywhere." "Haha, take me there now." The crow flew low ahead, leading the three of us to the place it mentioned. It was a different path, one I'd never taken before. It took a full hour to reach the bottom of the cliff. Looking at the overgrown cliffside, I couldn't help but curse. Damn, that's far. My bladder was about to burst. Just as I was about to relieve myself after pulling down my pants, I heard faint sobbing ahead. Startled, I quickly pulled my pants back up and turned to pee in another direction. After finishing, I walked toward the sound of the crying. Sure enough, I found a stunning young woman lying on her back in the grass. She was dressed in a light blue coarse linen outfit, washed so much it had turned pale, with patches upon patches. Her shoes were similarly patched, clearly the daughter of a poor family, perhaps due to severe injuries. Her face was pale with pain, sweat beading on her forehead, her hair disheveled, and her lips cracked. Yet even in such a sorry state, her beauty was undeniable. An oval face, large eyes, a delicate nose, and soft pink lips. I couldn't help but marvel. Her beauty was on par with my 4 wives at home, perhaps even surpassing them. Who would have thought I'd encounter such a stunning woman in the wilderness? Should I approach or not? Haha. My own lecherous chuckle startled me, and it also frightened the conscious girl on the ground. She struggled to open her eyes, and, seeing a tall, unfamiliar man standing before her, her strong will to survive overcame her fear. She raised her left hand and used all her strength to plead. "Help me." After saying that, she completely passed out. Her voice was as clear and sweet as a nightingale's. I thought to myself, taking in such a beauty might earn me extra rewards from the system. I quickly squatted down, cradled her in my arms, and took out some spiritual spring water to pour into her mouth. But she was unconscious and couldn't open her mouth. I thought about prying her mouth open, but was afraid of hurting her soft, delicate lips. If I was too gentle, she wouldn't drink it. I was getting anxious. In the next moment, I simply held the spiritual spring water in my own mouth, gently pried her lips open with my right hand, and transferred it to her mouth. The water slid down her throat into her stomach. After several attempts, she still didn't respond. Taking advantage of her unconscious state, I checked her injuries. Her left leg was completely broken, and her right arm was fractured. Minor injuries could be healed with the spiritual spring water, but for her condition, her bones needed to be set first, and even then, it would take 3 or 4 days to recover. Perfect. During those 3 or 4 days, I could pretend to be a doctor, take care of her, and get closer to her. Half an hour later, she woke up and found herself lying in my arms. She struggled to get away, but realized her left leg couldn't move, and her right arm couldn't lift. Her face was full of panic. I placed her gently on the grass and, towering over her, said, "I'm sorry for being presumptuous. I only touched you to save you. If you don't mind, I'm willing to take responsibility." She finally realized I had saved her and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, big brother. Thank you for saving my life. Now that you're awake, it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be so close. I can't carry you back. You'll have to figure it out yourself." I turned to leave. She panicked, struggling to sit up but failing. "Big brother, I didn't mean to blame you just now. Please don't take it to heart. My left leg is broken and my right hand is injured. I can't go back. Please, be kind to the end and take me home. My mother is gravely ill and bedridden, waiting for me to gather herbs to save her life." "All right." I seized the opportunity. "Since you've asked, I'll be kind to the end and carry you back." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you, big brother. You are a good man." The crow squinted from the side, thinking, little girl, give me a break. Him a good man? He just wants you to be his woman in bed. The fox and the monkey huddled together, occasionally getting into a scuffle. I picked up the basket she had dropped, which contained a few medicinal herbs, handed it to the monkey to carry, and cradled her in my arms. I carried her all the way up from the bottom of the cliff, over several mountains, and finally started descending. As we walked, we talked, and I learned her name was Jiang Tingsu, 19 years old, from the neighboring Yongning village. Her 60-year-old mother had been bedridden with a severe illness for a year. They had spent all their savings on doctors, but when they could no longer afford treatment, she had no choice but to climb the mountains to gather herbs herself. She hadn't expected to fall off a cliff. I comforted her, "Don't worry. I'm somewhat of a doctor myself. I'll take you back and treat your mother for free." She pressed her small face against my chest, as if making a decision. "As long as you save her, I am willing to devote myself to you." Devote herself to me? Haha, I suppressed a grin. Just what I wanted. I carried her down the mountain and into Yongning village. The fox and monkey followed behind, while the crow flew overhead. Following her directions, we entered the village. Along the way, villagers saw her being carried by a strange man and started pointing and whispering. I quickly explained, I didn't take advantage of her. She fell while gathering herbs and broke her leg. I'm just being kind and carrying her back. Someone retorted unhappily, "Men and women shouldn't touch. You've already carried her, and you say you didn't take advantage?" In my arms, Jiang Tingsu shook her head. "Big brother, you're a good man. Don't mind them. Tingsu is willing to devote herself to you." Her tearful eyes and the way she bit her lip made my heart ache. What a little enchantress. Truly a little enchantress. All right. I held her even tighter. After winding through the village, we arrived at a dilapidated courtyard in the center. She pointed to the rundown yard. "Big brother, this is it." The monkey ran ahead to push open the gate, and I carried her inside. The courtyard contained 3 low, thatched huts, all on the verge of collapse. She pointed to the one on the far left. "That's my mother's room. The one on the right is mine, and the small one is the storage room." Please carry me to my mother's room. The door to her mother's room was ajar, with half the doorframe about to fall off. Holding her in one arm, I pushed the door open with the other. The creak was piercingly loud. The doorframe was low, so I ducked my head to enter. On the bed lay an elderly woman, dressed in tattered clothes and covered with a thin quilt patched dozens of times. Despite the loud noise of the door, she didn't stir. I thought she was asleep. I set Jiang Tingsu down by the bed and took a look around the room. Just a bed and a table, nothing else. Though simple, it was clean and tidy, clearly her doing. What a diligent girl. Mother, mother, I'm back. She called out a few times, but got no response. She grew anxious. I walked over and touched the old woman. She was already cold. I checked her breath. She was gone. Jiang Tingsu, your mother has passed. My condolences. I patted her head. She refused to believe it, clutching her mother's body and wailing uncontrollably. She cried for a long, long time. I didn't disturb her and went out to the courtyard to find a wooden stool to sit on. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if she might cry herself to death. I got up from the stool and walked toward the village. The situation at Jiang Tingsu's house couldn't be dragged on any longer. Her mother needed to be buried promptly. I found a few people in the village, gave them some silver, and asked them to help buy a coffin and find a Taoist priest. By evening, those people arrived carrying the coffin and bringing the priest. I held the heartbroken Jiang Tingsu aside as the priest performed a simple ritual. The villagers placed her mother into the coffin and carried it to the back mountain for burial. I comforted her, saying, "Your mother was already gravely ill, beyond saving. From now on, you have me. I will protect you for a lifetime." She cried in my arms. The burial took several hours, and by the time it was over, the sky was completely dark. I worried that my 4 wives at home might be anxious, thinking something had happened to me. So, I picked up a piece of charcoal by the roadside, found a wooden board, and wrote, "Husband delayed by matters, will return home soon. Wives, do not worry." I then had a crow carry the board back to deliver the message. At home, Chu Wanru and the others had been waiting for me from dusk until late at night. The food had gone cold, and no one had the appetite to eat. As the sun set and the night deepened, I still hadn't returned, and the 4 women grew increasingly uneasy. Had something happened to their husband? Chu Wanru gathered a few servants and prepared to head into the mountains to search for me. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, the crow flew back, holding the wooden board in its beak. Chu Wanru recognized my handwriting and called the servants back. Shin Qingluo asked, "Elder sister, where exactly has our husband gone?" Chu Wanru shook her head. "I don't know either, but it must be something urgent. Don't worry, since he sent a message back, he won't be in danger." She instructed Wang Ma to reheat the food. "Sisters, our husband is occupied with matters. Let's eat first and prepare fresh food when he returns." Though the women were worried, their stomachs were already growling with hunger, so they ate. Afterward, they didn't go to bed but kept the lights on, sitting in the front hall waiting for me, occasionally running to the courtyard gate to check. The village of Yanshi was exceptionally quiet at night. Not even a dog barked. In times of famine, any household with a dog would have long eaten it. Only the autumn wind rustled through the treetops, carrying a hint of chill. I carried the grieving Jiang Tingsu down from the back mountain and headed home. "You have an injury on your leg. I'll take you home to treat it. Once you're healed, if you don't want to stay, you can leave. I won't force you. If you wish to stay, you can live with us." I gave her a heads up. After all, I had 4 wives at home, and I didn't want to scare her off. She was quite perceptive and caught the word us, curiously asking, "Us? Big brother, who else is in your family?" I didn't hide it from her. "I have 4 wives. "Oh." She seemed a bit disappointed but quickly came to terms with it. How could someone as tall, handsome, and kind as Brother Lu not have women who liked him? For wives, or even 40, wouldn't be surprising. "So I won't force you. For now, come stay at my house. My wives will take care of you. Once you're healed, you can decide whether to stay or leave, all right?" She nodded. I carried her to the gate of my courtyard. "Big Brother Lu, is this your home?" "Yes, it is." She was secretly amazed. This house was so grand. She had thought Brother Lu was an ordinary man, but his living conditions were unexpectedly good. I lifted my foot and kicked the courtyard gate. A servant ran over, peeking through the gap in the gate. Seeing it was me, he shouted excitedly, "Master is back! Master is back!" When the gate opened, he exclaimed in relief, "Master, you're finally back. We were so worried about you." "Master?" Jiang Tingsu froze. Brother Lu's family even had servants? At that moment, 4 delicate and beautiful wives ran out from the front hall, each with graceful figures and stunning looks, their eyes filled with concern. Seeing Jiang Tingsu on my back, the 4 of them widened their eyes in surprise. Chu Wanru asked, "Changfeng, why are you back so late? Did something happen?" "There was a bit of trouble, but it's all resolved now. Let's talk inside." I carried Jiang Tingsu into the front hall, set her down on a chair, and then explained to my 4 wives. This is Jiang Tingsu, a girl from Yonglin village next door. She fell off a cliff today, and I saved her. Her mother just passed away, and she's injured with no one to care for her, so I brought her back to treat her wounds. Please take care of her. I introduced Jiang Tingsu one by one. This is my eldest wife, Chu Wanru, my sister-in-law. My second wife, Shen Qingluo. Third wife, Shen Furong. And fourth wife, Fu Linger. Jiang Tingsu quickly bowed her head and greeted timidly. Hello, sisters. Sorry for the trouble. Chu Wanru hurriedly helped her up, saying, once you're in the family, we're sisters. No need to be polite. Focus on recovering. Jiang Tingsu looked at her gratefully, then glanced at the other 3, feeling emotional. Brother Lu's wives are so beautiful. Shen Qingluo patted her hand. Sister, our home has plenty of food and drink, and it's comfortable to live in. Just focus on healing. Shen Furong squatted down. That's right. We have everything you need, and there are servants to help. Fu Linger asked, Sister, where are you injured? Jiang Tingsu replied sadly, my left leg is broken, and I can't lift my right hand. The 4 women felt a pang of sympathy. Chu Wanru said, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Wang Ma, quickly prepare some food. At the mention of food, Jiang Tingsu couldn't help but swallow. Her family was poor, her mother was ill, and the thin porridge was reserved for her mother while she ate bitter wild vegetables. This morning, she had a bit of wild vegetables before heading to the mountains to gather herbs. When she returned, her mother had passed away, and she had been grieving ever since, not eating a single bite. She hadn't felt hungry, but when asked, her stomach growled audibly. However, her heart was heavy, and she didn't feel like eating. I noticed this and gently rubbed her head. Your mother has been seriously ill for years. You must have been mentally prepared. Her sudden passing is hard to accept, but she would want you to live well and see the world for her. The world for her. If you don't eat, how will you recover? These words awakened her. Living well must be her mother's greatest wish. Okay, she nodded. Thank you, brother, and thank you, sisters. Half an hour later, the dishes were served. A plate of braised meat, a plate of fried beef pupae, stir-fried wild vegetables, stewed ribs, a plate of meat buns, and 2 bowls of white rice. Jiang Tingsu had never eaten such good food in her life. Her eyes darted between the dishes and us, wanting to eat but hesitating, feeling both reserved and shy. Chu Wanru smiled. Sister, don't worry. Our family eats like this every day. After this meal, there will be another. Just eat. She looked up at me. I nodded, picked up a large meat bun, and placed it in her hand. Eat, and pair it with the dishes. Only then did she relax, taking a big bite and devouring it ravenously, clearly starving. Chu Wanru worried she might choke and patted her back. Eat slowly. Shen Qingluo handed her a bowl of water. When she ate the braised meat, she suddenly started crying. Whether she was reminded of her mother on the mountain or overwhelmed by the delicious aroma, no one knew. No one said anything. We let her cry. She ate the stir-fried wild vegetables and stewed ribs, but avoided the fried beef pupae, thinking they looked like bugs. I picked one up. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. She ate it and exclaimed, I never thought bugs could taste so good. After the meal, there was a knock at the door. Nu Wu brought the village doctor, who set Jiang Tingsu's broken leg and bandaged it. Night fell. I arranged for her to rest in the side room and gave her a pot of spiritual spring water before bed. With the spring water's effect, her leg and arm didn't hurt as much. I returned to my room. Tonight was Shen Qingluo's turn to keep me company. I kept her busy for 3 hours, only falling asleep at dawn. Chu Wanru, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger woke up early. None of them had the habit of sleeping in. Even the injured Jiang Tingsu got up, helped by the servants to sit in the front hall. Breakfast consisted of large meat buns, fried ribs, and stir-fried wild vegetables. Jiang Tingsu looked at the hearty breakfast and was moved to tears. Her family was poor, and she hadn't had many full meals since she could remember. She thought last night's feast was just for guests, but she hadn't expected such a good breakfast today. Chu Wanru handed her a bun and added ribs to her bowl. Sister, our family eats like this every day. Don't be shy. There's plenty of meat, more than we can finish. After the meal, the servants helped her to the courtyard to sit and play with the foxes, monkeys, and crows. At noon, Shen Qingluo and I finally woke up. She was so exhausted that her whole body felt like it had fallen apart that I feel quite refreshed. I made up for it by sleeping all morning. I told her to sleep a bit more, but she said she'd eat something first and then go back to sleep. After the family had lunch, I gave Jiang Tingsu half a pot of spiritual spring water to drink. Stay home and recover well. Sister-in-law and the others will take care of you. I'm going hunting. Okay, Brother Lu, you go ahead. She nodded obediently. Chu Wanru smiled and said, Go ahead, we'll take care of her. I took the crow, the fox, and the monkey up the mountain. Yesterday, the crow said it saw a nest of wild boars, at least a dozen of them. We need to catch the wild boars and raise them at home. If we breed them generation after generation, we'll have an endless supply of pork. Wow, what a choice of location. The wild boar nest was under a 1,000-year-old tree, so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Near the base of the tree was a hole over a meter wide, where a group of little wild boars was hiding. The adult wild boars weren't around, and the dozen or so piglets were huddled together in the hole, squealing softly. I walked over with a sack and scooped them up, 12 in total, absolutely adorable. Since the space couldn't store living creatures, I had to carry the sack myself. After collecting the piglets, I didn't leave. I found a rock to hide behind and waited for the adult wild boars to return. Soon, 2 large wild boars came back, one after the other. I was puzzled. Usually, the sow would stay to guard the nest. Why had they both left? Could it be that they were so love-struck they abandoned their kids? As soon as the 2 wild boars reached the entrance of the hole, they sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. I drew my bow, and with 2 swift whoosh sounds, both fell to the ground. I stepped out and circled around them, laughing heartily. Each one weighs at least 350 to 360 pounds, so together they're 700 pounds. Xiaohei, well done. You've made a great contribution. Xiaohei stood proudly on a tree branch, puffed out its chest, and cawed twice. The fox and the monkey, unwilling to be outdone, darted into the forest. They didn't want to fall behind after Xiaohei got praised. I called out, "Where are you 2 going?" No response. I shook my head. 2 mischievous little ones. I stored the 2 large wild boars in the space and carried the 12 piglets to the hazel forest I visited yesterday. Yesterday, I had sprinkled spiritual spring water all over the forest, hoping for mushrooms to sprout. Sure enough, today there were countless mushrooms popping up. Previously, there hadn't been any mushrooms because of the drought. The Great Qi Kingdom had been in a drought for half a year, preceded by floods, and after the floods, the drought came. Meanwhile, there was war at the borders. The emperor in the court was incompetent, indulging in the harem every day. Eunuchs held power, and corrupt officials ran rampant, leaving the common people in misery. So, for mushrooms to grow in the mountains, it still required me to sprinkle spiritual spring water. The mushrooms were still small, about the length of a thumb, and needed more time to grow for better flavor. I watered them again with the spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was extraordinary. It could heal illnesses and, when used for irrigation, made crops grow several times faster. By tomorrow, these mushrooms would be ready for harvest. I also sprinkled some in the mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest. That's where porcini mushrooms like to grow. Hopefully, when I come to pick hazel mushrooms tomorrow, I'll also see porcini breaking through the soil. Today's harvest was good, so I headed straight home. Jiang Tingsu was still in the courtyard, looking downcast. Chu Wanru and the others were chatting with her, trying to distract her, but she remained in a daze and didn't talk much. When she saw me return, she snapped out of it. "Brother Lu, why are you back?" "Because I caught some game." "Game?" She looked at the sack in my hand in surprise, where the little wild boars were squealing. I placed the sack on the ground. "I picked up a nest of piglets. We'll raise them as domestic pigs. 1 becomes 10, 10 become 100, and you'll have endless meat to eat." "Brother Lu, you're amazing." Chu Wanru ran over to open the sack. Seeing the little wild boars, she smiled so brightly her eyes curved into crescents. Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Linger were so happy they jumped in place. I said, "That's not all. There's more game." "More?" Jiang Tingsu was wondering where the game was when she saw me. Like performing a magic trick, suddenly make 2 large wild boars appear out of thin air and place them in front of her. Her mouth opened wide in shock, forming the shape of a goose egg. She stared at the 2 large wild boars on the ground, too stunned to speak, and leaned over to reach out and touch them. "It's a real wild boar," she exclaimed excitedly. "Brother Lu, how did you do it? Are you a magician?" I laughed. "Of course, I even have more prey." Yesterday, the fox and the monkey seemed to be competing on the mountain. The fox caught several fat rabbits, and the monkey took me to a wild plum grove to pick plums. Everything is stored in the space. Later, I got busy rescuing Jiang Tingsu and forgot about it. So now is the perfect time to take them out. A total of 6 fat rabbits and over 100 pounds of incredibly sweet plums. I placed the rabbits on the ground and said to Nu Yi, "Prepare them. We'll have stir-fried rabbit meat tonight." Then I asked Wang Ma to bring a pot, filled it to the brim with plums, and handed it to the women. "Try some." The women stepped forward, each picking one, biting into it without even washing. The next moment, exclamations erupted. "So sweet. To think we can eat such sweet plums during a famine year. Husband, where did you find these?" "Husband, you should try one too. They're so crisp and sweet." I smiled and said, "I didn't find them. The monkey found them in the mountains and took me to pick them. When it comes back, make sure to praise it." I looked at Jiang Tingsu. How are the plums? Very sweet. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Huh. I turned to the 4 beautiful women. There are many amazing things about me. If you don't believe me, ask them. The 4 women blushed under my gaze. Jiang Tingsu, clueless, looked at them in a daze. Chu Wanru nodded, and she followed suit, as if she understood but also didn't. There were still some wooden planks left in the backyard, so I instructed Nu San, Nu Si, Nu Wu, and Nu Lu to build a pigsty. Remember, the pigsty needs to be big. When these 12 grow up, they'll take up space. And when they have piglets, they'll need shelter too. Yes, master. Nu Yi and Nu Air were in the kitchen helping Wang Ma prepare the rabbits. Wang Ma was skilled, even saving the rabbit fur to make scarves. I stored the 2 large wild boars back in the space and sat in the yard to chat with Jiang Tingsu, giving her half a pot of spiritual spring water to drink. Once the rabbit meat was prepared, I personally cooked a stir-fry. The aroma filled the yard, and a thought suddenly popped into Jiang Tingsu's mind. She wanted to become Lu Chongfeng's woman as soon as possible and stay forever. Eating fine rice, meat, and vegetables every day. Who would want to leave? But she didn't say it out loud. She decided to act on it once she recovered. Night fell. I didn't eat inside the house. Instead, I built a temporary tripod with bricks, placed the iron pot on top, and the whole family gathered in the yard to eat meat. Even the slaves got some. Rabbit meat with steamed buns. They were the happiest slaves in the world. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, after breakfast, I took the crow and headed to the county town. At the largest restaurant in town, Chunfeng Lu, I sold one of the wild boars. Wild boar meat was 30 yuan per pound, and the whole boar weighed 356 pounds, earning me 11 taels of silver. After selling the meat, I went to the grain and oil shop to buy fine rice and flour. I also bought a silver hairpin for Jiang Tingsu and 6 skewers of candied hawthorn, 5 to take home for the women and 1 for myself. As I walked back, eating the candied hawthorn, I suddenly noticed a commotion ahead, with people running in that direction. Puzzled, I grabbed someone and asked, "What's going on up there?" The person replied, "Someone's dead." "What happened?" The person hurriedly explained, "I heard that Master Wang wanted to take the daughter of the Xiang medicine shop, Song Ningmei, as his 48th concubine. Song Ningmei is very beautiful, but Master Wang is already in his 60s, and she didn't want to. So Master Wang brought his servants to the shop to take her by force. The shopkeeper tried to protect his daughter, stood in their way, and during the scuffle, hit his head and died on the spot." I furrowed my brows. In times of famine and disaster, such things were all too common. I hadn't intended to meddle, but my feet still unconsciously carried me toward the incense medicine shop. The shopkeeper's daughter, I had seen her once when I came to pick up some marinade ingredients, was an absolute beauty. I thought to myself, in this situation, if I saved her from this calamity, she might be so grateful that she'd offer herself to me. Wouldn't that mean I'd gain another wife? With this thought, I took a few more steps forward, stopping at the edge of the crowd to peer inside. Coincidentally, Song Ningmei was lying on her father's body, crying her heart out. Her wails were gut-wrenching. "Father, don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Father, Father." The county officials had already come to investigate, but ignored her cries. They simply declared that her father had fallen on his own and that no one else was involved, hastily closing the case. When the constables left, they even looted the silver from the shop's counter. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, I sneered coldly. Those useless county officials had probably taken bribes from that wealthy landowner to cover up the crime and let him off the hook, disregarding human life. But I was just a commoner. I couldn't confront the officials directly. If I wanted to fight back, I'd have to find another way. The wealthy landowner, seeing that someone had died, quickly fled with his servants, leaving Song Ningmei behind. She cried so hard that she fainted. A kind-hearted bystander pinched her philtrum to revive her. I stood there from beginning to end, saying nothing, quietly observing the situation. By noon, as the sun blazed overhead, the crowd gradually dispersed. My stomach growled, so I bought a few buns from the neighboring bun shop and squatted down beside Song Ningmei. "Have a bun," I said. She turned her head and recognized me, the customer who had bought a large amount of marinade ingredients that day, even taking the bag along. Her family had been in business for years, and it was the first time they'd encountered such a customer. Moreover, I was tall and handsome, so she couldn't help but glance at me a couple more times. Faced with the bun, she shook her head, her cries filled with despair. "My father is gone. How can I eat?" I reached out and felt under her father's nose. "Your father isn't dead. I can save him." She froze, then her face lit up with joy. "My father isn't really dead." I replied calmly. "He's barely hanging on." On. She immediately grabbed my arm and pleaded, "Big brother, please save my father. I'll do anything if you can save him." I had been about to ask, "Really, anything?" but I held back. To make a woman obedient, you have to push her to the brink. I could save her father, but I needed her to feel that it wasn't easy. A beauty like her, from a family that was still relatively well off even in these famine years, was likely proud and aloof. Only a lifeline in a desperate situation could make her completely submit. I shook my head. He's barely alive. Saving him won't be easy, and I'm afraid you won't believe me. Why don't you find a doctor to take a look first? My words gave her an idea. There was a clinic right next door. She stumbled out and soon returned with a doctor. The doctor took one look and shook his head. Though he still has a breath left, it's beyond saving. Miss Ningmei, you should prepare for the funeral. Unwilling to give up, she ran to several other clinics, but the answers were all the same. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, she clung tightly to my hand. Big brother, you said you could save my father. Please, I beg you, save him. I'll do anything if you can save him. As she spoke, she began banging her head against the ground with loud thuds. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I quickly helped her up. It wasn't as if I was forcing her into anything. A woman who followed me would live a good life, feasting during the day and enjoying life at night. Besides, if she became my woman, I wouldn't just save her father, that wealthy landowner and the county magistrate. I'd deal with them sooner or later and help her get her revenge. But I couldn't do it openly. I'd have to play it smart. All right, I looked at her and said solemnly, you said it yourself. If I can save your father, you'll do anything. Yes, I'd climb mountains of swords or plunge into seas of fire. No need for that. Just be my wife. As I spoke, a water flask appeared in my hand. I gently pried open her father, Song Qingshan's, mouth. Afraid that the old man's foul mouth might touch my water bottle, I poured the spiritual spring water into his mouth from a distance. Half of the water went into his mouth, while the other half trickled down the corners of his lips, soaking his neck and leaving most of his chest wet. Song Ningmei knelt beside him, staring unblinkingly at her father's face. After the spiritual spring water was poured in, Song Qingshan showed no reaction. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with both pleading and doubt. Big brother, why hasn't my father woken up yet? I poured in another half bottle. Don't worry, everything takes time. She was anxious but afraid of angering me. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she dared not speak. The doctor from the nearby clinic, watching my actions, sneered. What nonsense from a naive child. I have practiced medicine for 45 years and have never seen a method to bring the dead back to life. Young man, Miss Ningmei has had a hard life. Don't deceive her. He then advised Song Ningmei. Miss, please accept the reality. Your father has suffered a head injury. Even if Hua Tuo himself were alive, he couldn't save him. Start preparing for the funeral. Song Ningmei couldn't hear a word of it. She didn't want to listen to anything about beyond saving. She only wanted her father to live. She had lost her mother at a young age, and her father had raised her alone, acting as both father and mother. She hadn't even married yet. Thinking of this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She looked up at me again, hoping to find a definitive answer in my eyes. I said nothing and sat calmly to the side. Actions speak louder than words. Saying more at this moment would be pointless. We just needed to wait. Fortunately, Song Qingshan wasn't completely gone. The spiritual spring water could still save him. If it had been like Jiang Tinxu's mother, who was already cold by the time I arrived, then it truly would have been beyond saving. The doctor continued to grumble nearby, though his intentions were good. As he grumbled, he pulled out 2 taels of silver from his pocket and handed them to Song Ningmei. Your father was a good man. It's heartbreaking that this happened, but commoners can't fight officials. Accept the reality. This is my emergency savings. Take it and find some people to bury your father. After saying this, he wiped his tears with his sleeve. I still said nothing. Song Ningmei didn't take the silver. She just kept crying. The doctor got up and stumbled as he prepared to leave. But at that moment, Song Qingshan opened his eyes. Song Ningmei was the first to notice. She opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Father," before bursting into tears again. The doctor, who had been leaving, turned back. Seeing Song Qingshan's open eyes, he was utterly astonished. He looked at me. This young man, so youthful, could actually bring someone back from the brink of death. Could he be a deity? Hua Tuo reincarnated? Song Qingshan raised his hand to rub his dizzy head, only to feel a sticky patch of blood. Dear daughter, I just walked to the gates of the underworld. I was about to cross the Naiha Bridge when I suddenly heard someone calling me father. I turned around and saw it was you. Startled, I quickly ran back from the bridge. As I ran, a beam of light descended from the sky, blinding me. When I woke up, I was here. Song Ningmei cried even harder. Father, all the doctors said you wouldn't make it. It was this big brother who saved you. Song Qingshan turned to look at me and recognized me as the young man who had come to buy spices the other day. Was it really him who saved me? Song Ningmei added. Father, countless doctors came and said you were beyond saving, that I should bury you. It was Brother Lu who stepped in. He is Hua Tuo reincarnated and has done our family a great favor. Song Qingshan struggled to sit up and nodded in gratitude. Young man, I will never forget your life-saving kindness. I merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Song Ningmei spoke up. Father, I promised this big brother that if he could save you, I would marry him. At these words, Song Qingshan remained silent. After all, Song Ningmei was the precious daughter he had raised with great care. To marry her off to someone he knew nothing about, he couldn't bear it as a father. He deliberately changed the subject. Oh, my head hurts. It hurts so much. Song Ningmei panicked. Father, does it hurt a lot? Let me help you back to your room to rest. I didn't expose him and silently helped support Song Qingshan into the house. Although she had agreed to marry me, I wasn't in a hurry to force the issue. The old man had just woken up and was still dazed. Changing the subject was his way of protecting his daughter. His fatherly love was evident, and I understood. I believe he will soon come to terms with the situation and willingly hand over his daughter. No rush. There's still Jiang Tingsu at home, who hasn't been touched yet. As for Song Ningmei, let her wait a few more days. Sooner or later, she'll be tearfully calling me husband. After helping Song Qingshan lie down on the bed, he said to his daughter, we must repay the life-saving kindness generously. Ningmei, take out all the silver we have in the cabinet and give it all to this young man. Song Ningmei shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Father, there's no silver left. After they knocked you unconscious, the county officials came. Not only did they hastily close the case, but they also ransacked everything valuable in our home. They even packed up the spices and took them away. Our family is now penniless. Hearing this, Song Qingshan sprang up from the bed and stumbled toward the door. He had been too preoccupied pretending to have a headache to notice that the spices were gone. Those spices were his lifeblood, the foundation of the Song family's livelihood for 3 generations. Song Ningmei grabbed him. Father, the spices are really gone. Song Qingshan broke down in tears. I spoke up. Uncle, don't cry. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild the spice business. Song Ningmei also tried to console him. Yes, father, your life is more important than anything else. Only then did Song Qingshan stop crying. He buried his head and remained silent for a long time. When he finally looked up, he suddenly asked me, what's your name? Where do you live? Facing my future father-in-law, I remained polite. My name is Lu Chongfeng. I live in Yintu village, and I'm 19 this year. Good. He sat back on the edge of the bed, took Song Ningmei's hand, and placed it in mine. Ningmei lost her mother when she was young, and I raised her single-handedly. Today, I entrust her to you. Please cherish her. I was overjoyed but kept a calm demeanor. Uncle, there's something I need to confess. I already have wives at home, more than one in fact. Fearing he might change his mind, I quickly added, but in my household, every wife is treated equally. There's no distinction between wife and concubine. I treat everyone the same, with equal food, clothing, and care. Ningmei. Uncle, if you're not assured, you can come with me to Yintu village to see for yourselves. Uncle, you can even live with us in your old age, and I'll care for you like my own father. The words, live with us in your old age, brought Song Qingshan to tears on the spot. Throughout history, ordinary people have always hoped for a son to carry on the family line and care for them in their old age. But he only had a daughter and never dared to dream of such a thing. He only wished for his daughter to marry into a good family. Now, hearing that I was willing to care for him in his old age, he suddenly felt that his daughter would be in good hands with someone so responsible. Besides, having offended Master Wang and the county magistrate, the spice business was doomed. First, there was no capital, and second, those scoundrels would surely come to cause trouble repeatedly. Good son-in-law. Just for saying you'll care for me in my old age, my daughter is yours. Let's go to your home today. All right, father-in-law, I'll take you back right away. The words father-in-law moved both father and daughter to tears. Earlier, I had called him uncle, but now that everything was settled, I addressed him as father-in-law, showing that I understood propriety, was respectful, composed, and responsible. I had even risked defending the powerful to save them, proving I was a kind-hearted person. At this moment, the doctor from the clinic, Yang Henian, had not yet left. He was still marveling at my life-saving medical skills. Having overheard my conversation with the Song family, he was filled with both admiration and respect for me. Admiration for my miraculous medical abilities and respect for my courage in defying the powerful to save lives. Seeing that I was about to leave with them, he rushed forward, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. Brother Lu, you are Hua Tuo reincarnated. I was rash and disrespectful earlier. Please forgive me. I waved it off nonchalantly. It's nothing. But he suddenly knelt down with a thud, prostrating himself on the ground, and said loudly, Brother Lu, I have studied medicine for decades and always thought my skills were exceptional, but they pale in comparison to yours. I humbly ask you to take me as your apprentice." At these words, both I and the Song family were stunned. I was utterly bewildered. How did this suddenly turn into a request to take on an apprentice? Was this old man joking? I quickly waved my hand. "Take a disciple? Nonsense. You're older than my grandfather. If I teach you all my medical skills and you kick the bucket one day, wouldn't all my effort be wasted?" This remark enlightened young Henian. Indeed, at his age, he hadn't even finished studying medicine, and who knew how much time he had left. But he had a daughter who was passionate about medicine. If his daughter became my disciple, not only could she learn my unique skills, but she could also pass them on. It was the perfect solution. He stood up and said, "Brother Lu, I may be old, but my young daughter is in the prime of her youth and loves studying medicine. Would you accept her as your disciple?" "Afraid I might refuse," he added. "My daughter is intelligent, eager to learn, obedient, and diligent. She will surely succeed in her studies. If you agree to take her in, I am willing to give you all the silver in my household." He wanted his daughter to become my disciple and was even willing to offer his entire fortune. I neither agreed nor refused. After all, I hadn't even seen what his daughter looked like. What if she turned out to be a 200-pound giant with squinty eyes, upturned nostrils, and a mouth full of crooked teeth? What would be the point of taking her in? At the very least, she had to be someone I could look at without losing my appetite. After all, I didn't actually have any medical skills. I relied entirely on the spiritual spring water. For me, taking in a female disciple was essentially taking in a wife. First, she'd be a disciple, and over time, she'd become my wife. Then I could expand my space and gain more resources. "Dr. Yang, I don't have time today. I need to take my father-in-law and wife home. I live in Yintu village, and my name is Lu Changfeng. You can ask around in the village to find me. Bring your daughter another day. If I feel a connection with her, I'll take her as my disciple, and I won't need your fortune. If there's no connection, then let's forget about it." All right. Yang Henian's face lit up with joy, his wrinkles deepening. Why was he so eager? Because he was a fanatic about medicine and herbs. He had been obsessed with medical studies since he was young, and even in his 60s, he couldn't put it down. To what extent? He didn't even have time to sleep with his wife. His only daughter was conceived on their wedding night when his mother locked them in a room. After that, he never touched his wife again, not because he didn't love her, but because he didn't have the time. He only slept a few hours a day, dreaming about medical theories. The first thing he did upon waking was dive into his studies, often skipping meals. He had read the Compendium of Materia Medica hundreds of times, to the point where the text was nearly illegible. Under his influence, his daughter, Yang Jinghua, also became a medical enthusiast. So when he saw my exceptional medical skills, he was desperate to have me as a teacher. With my words, he slung his medicine box over his shoulder and happily rushed home to share the good news with his daughter. I carried Song Qingshan out the door, while Song Ningmei locked up behind us. At the entrance, I hailed an ox cart, paid the driver 30 coins, and asked him to take us back to Yintu village. When we arrived at my house, I set Song Qingshan down, and Song Ningmei helped him stand. Song Qingshan gaped at the spacious courtyard in front of my house, astonished. It took him a while to stammer out, "Son-in-law, is this your house?" I nodded. "Yes, father-in-law, this is indeed my humble abode." As soon as I finished speaking, the courtyard gate opened from the inside. Servant 3 and Servant 4 bowed respectfully, and Servant 4 announced loudly, "Master, you have returned." This startled the father and daughter. Servants in a rural household were quite rare. Could I be some kind of hidden expert? "Please, father-in-law." I gestured politely and helped him into the courtyard with Song Ningmei. Standing in the spacious courtyard, Song Ningmei looked up at the 3 main rooms directly ahead and the 4 side rooms on each side. The wood used was of the finest quality, the craftsmanship meticulous, and the overall appearance both grand and pristine. She was secretly delighted. She hadn't expected to marry into such a well-off family. Even Song Qingshan couldn't help but praise. "This house is built really well." I laughed heartily. "You're too kind, father-in-law. Come, let's have some water in the front hall." At that moment, 4 beautiful women, who had been sewing new clothes for me in the front hall, walked out. Each one was young, fair-skinned, and delicate, with radiant eyes and slender waists. Song Qingshan was stunned, staring in disbelief. His admiration for me grew even more. This son-in-law was an honest man. He had said there were wives at home, and indeed, they were all stunning beauties. He hadn't lied. Song Ningmei was filled with emotion. Her husband already had 4 beauties like this, yet he was still willing to accept her. What deep affection and righteousness this was. Chu Wanru and the others were quite surprised to see me supporting an elderly man and leading an exceptionally beautiful woman inside. But since I didn't explain, they didn't ask. I helped Song Qingshan to the front hall and seated him properly, then asked Aunt Wang to quickly prepare the meal. Aunt Wang and the two maids headed to the kitchen. Only then did the father and daughter notice that there was another delicate beauty sitting in the front hall, Jiang Tingsu, who was recovering from her injuries. Song Ningmei thought to herself, so it turns out my husband doesn't just have 4 wives, but 5. I introduced them, saying, father-in-law, Ningmei, these are my 4 wives, Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, and Fu Ling. When I got to Jiang Tingsu, I hesitated for a moment. She wasn't officially my wife yet. This is Jiang Tingsu. She hasn't become my wife yet. As soon as I finished speaking, Jiang Tingsu's face turned red, but she didn't refute. Everyone gathered in the front hall, listening to me recount the events of the day. After about half an hour, the food was brought out. First came a large steamer filled to the brim with exquisite white rice. The father and daughter stared at the white rice. Though their family was known for spices, the disasters, wars, and poor business had long deprived them of white rice. Recently, they had only been eating coarse rice buns. They hadn't expected to eat white rice here, and to think that I could support such a large household while still serving refined rice. It was truly prosperous. Next came a large pot of steamed cured meat, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Then, a full pot of fried ribs, sizzling with heat. There were also fried silkworm pupae, crispy fried meat, and a large plate of stir-fried wild vegetables. The sight made the father and daughter's mouths water. I personally served a bowl of rice to Song Qingshan, my attitude respectful. Father-in-law, please eat. Ah, he replied, taking the bowl and picking up a piece of cured meat with his chopsticks, exclaiming repeatedly about its deliciousness. This was a fictional dynasty with an open-minded culture where many foods from later eras existed. Cured meat was available, but generally only wealthy households could afford it. Commoners often didn't even have enough rice, let alone the chance to make cured meat. Moreover, the cured meat of this era couldn't compare to what my household produced. Father-in-law, try the fried silkworm pupae. All right. He tasted it, his old eyes widening in astonishment. It was heavenly. I then picked up a piece for Song Ningmei. You should try it too. She nodded, almost overwhelmed by the aroma. Halfway through the meal, the courtyard gate was suddenly pounded loudly. Someone had arrived. I originally thought Yang Henian's desire to become my apprentice was just a passing whim, but I didn't expect he was serious about it. I was accompanying my father-in-law and new wife, and we were only halfway through our meal when Yang Henian showed up at my doorstep with his daughter. I stepped out of the front hall and couldn't help but ask the heavens, how could there be someone so crazy in this world? My courtyard is big, and there are plenty of side rooms, but I can't just cram a few more fathers-in-law in here, can I? All the fathers-in-law squeezing into the son-in-law's house. What kind of propriety is that? Reluctantly, I walked toward the main gate. Earlier, Newson had asked if I wanted the gate opened, but I insisted on going myself. I was very curious about Yang Henian's young daughter, whom he had praised endlessly as obedient and sensible. I wanted to see just how obedient she really was. I peeked through the crack in the gate, calculating in my mind. If she's unattractive, I won't open the door and will just say he has the wrong person. There's no one named Lu Changfeng here. But if she's a great beauty, well, not only will I open the door, I'll fling it wide open. But after peeking for a long time, I saw nothing. They had arrived in a carriage. Yang Jingwei never got out of the carriage the entire time. Later, her father called her out, and even then, her face was covered with a veil. I sighed inwardly. Fine, judging by her graceful figure, she probably isn't too unattractive. I'll open the door and take a look. If she's beautiful, she stays. If not, she leaves. With a creak, the door opened. The moment Yang Henian saw me, he excitedly nudged his daughter with his elbow. Nan, quickly pay your respects to your master. Only then did Yang Jingwei lift her head to look at me. In that instant, she froze. I could tell. It was love at first sight for her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently removed her veil. When the veil came off, I was stunned. She was an absolutely stunning beauty, just as beautiful as the other ladies in my household, with a faint medicinal fragrance that was soothing to the senses. The old man hadn't exaggerated. His daughter truly was as beautiful as a flower. I was so dazed that I didn't catch what she said as she knelt down. But Yang Henian heard it loud and clear. His daughter didn't call me master. She called me husband. Husband, please accept this bow from your humble wife. Yang Henian was momentarily stunned, but then he quickly understood and became overjoyed. If she called me master, I might hold back some of my skills, but if she called me husband, then any children we had would inherit the best of both families' genes, and all my medical knowledge would be passed down to my grandchildren. How wonderful. Master, Nu Sen whispered beside me, snapping me out of my daze. I quickly helped her up. All right, I'm willing to accept you. Yang Henian was so happy he was nearly delirious. Brother Lu, are you really willing to marry my daughter? I was completely dumbfounded. Yang Henian quickly explained, my daughter has worn a veil since she was young, telling others she was ugly. The first man she's willing to remove her veil for and meet face to face is the one she has chosen as her husband. Brother Lu, are you willing to accept my daughter? I maintained a calm exterior, but inside, I was ecstatic. With such a stunning beauty, what man wouldn't be moved? But I already had so many lovely wives at home, so I had to make things clear. I'm willing, but I must tell you that I already have several wives at home, and they are all treated equally. I need to make this clear to avoid any misunderstandings. Yang Henian waved his hand dismissively. Brother Lu, don't worry. I overheard everything you said to Song Qingshan at the herbal shop today. I know how many wives you have, and it's not a problem. He turned to his daughter. Nan, marriage is a serious matter. Think it through carefully. Yang Jinghua blushed and smiled shyly. I'll follow father's decision. In that case, I extended my hand. Please, both of you, come to the front hall for a chat. Once inside the front hall, a group of people was already eating, including Song Qingshan and his daughter. Wang Ma, with her sharp eyes, quickly added 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, served some rice, and whipped up a few more dishes. The young father and daughter ate happily. After the meal, I made the introductions. This is Dr. Yang Henian, and this is his daughter, Yang Jinghua. I've just agreed to marry her. Sisters-in-law, Qing Luo, please take care of her from now on. Chu Wanru's eyes filled with tears. All right, thank the heavens. Our Lu family is finally thriving. The other wives secretly thought to themselves, this is great, another sister to share the workload. Otherwise, with our husband's energy, we'd never get any sleep on our assigned nights. I was delighted in my heart as well, marrying 2 wives in one day, both of them beauties like celestial fairies. This is every man's ultimate fantasy. Only Song Qingshan wasn't too happy, thinking to himself that old fox Yang Henian had promised to become his master, but turned around and married off his daughters instead. However, he quickly came to terms with it. For a fine young man like me, who wouldn't be eager? Being in demand just proves his high standards. Marrying 2 stunning wives in one day, with Jiang Tingsu still recovering at home. There are already 3 wives I haven't even slept with yet. I feel like the pace of getting married recently has been a bit too fast. However, I'm really enjoying it. I pondered, should I sleep with 1 per day, or all 3 at once? Forget it, 1 per day it is. What if I sleep with all 3 at once and only get rewarded once? That would be a huge loss. I'm relying on those rewards to get by, so I mustn't act recklessly. It was just past noon. The 2 fathers-in-law were in the front hall drinking plain water, each chatting with their daughters. Dear fathers-in-law, let me refill your water for you, I said, taking their bowls and heading to the water jar to fetch 2 bowls. As I returned, I had a thought, and 2 pills appeared in my hand. I tossed them into the water, where they dissolved instantly, leaving no color or taste. Dear fathers-in-law, the water in my house is specially prepared. It strengthens the spleen, improves appetite, fortifies the body, and prolongs life. You must finish it. The 2 old men, straightforward as they were, drank it all in one go. Song Qingshan gave a thumbs up. This water is sweet and delicious. Excellent water. Yang Henian, speaking from a doctor's professional perspective, commented, it's sweet to drink and leaves a memorable aftertaste. Forgive my limited medical knowledge, but I can't discern the formula used. However, after drinking it, I feel an immediate boost in energy and spirit. Excellent water. I laughed heartily. Exactly, excellent water. In my mind, I thought, how could it not be excellent? It's unique spiritual spring water. As for those 2 pills, they were absolute loyalty pills, a reward from the system after taking in Fu Ling. Originally, I was given 10 pills. I distributed 1 each to the 7 slaves I brought back, leaving 3. Giving 1 to each father-in-law left me with just 1. In these chaotic times, human hearts are the most unpredictable. Only after taking the absolute loyalty pill will they be unwaveringly loyal to me. As for the women I take in, loyalty isn't a concern. That's a system buff. Any woman I take in is naturally absolutely loyal to me and will never betray me. The 2 fathers-in-law then reminded their daughters to follow the rules, respect their husband, and get along harmoniously with the other wives. They said it was normal for men to have 3 or 4 wives, especially someone like me, a once-in-a-million extraordinary man. They urged them not to quarrel and ruin their future. Song Ningmei and Yang Jinghua both nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sound of scraping pig bristles suddenly came from the courtyard. The 2 fathers-in-law went out to take a look. On the ground lay a massive wild boar weighing 400 pounds, with 4 slaves squatting nearby, scraping its bristles with all their might. I was sitting to the side, giving instructions while playing with a monkey, a fox, and a crow. Song Qingshan was astonished. Is this a wild boar? Slave 3 nodded. The master hunted it yesterday. Song Qingshan looked up at me, and I nodded while holding the fox. Suddenly, he was even more shocked. He hadn't noticed the small animals when he first entered, but now, seeing the fox in my arms, he realized it was no ordinary creature. Yang Henian rushed over to me first, his voice trembling. This is a scarlet flame red fox. I replied calmly, yes, father-in-law. What? Amazing. Yang Henian slapped his thigh, suppressing his excitement. The scarlet flame red fox is the finest of its kind, a rarity seen only once in centuries. Mischievous and hard to tame as a cub, it becomes the king of foxes as an adult, leading entire packs. Its blood and flesh can be used as medicinal ingredients to cure chronic illnesses and even bring people back from the brink of death. This creature is incredibly intelligent and elusive. Ordinary people wouldn't even encounter one. My dear son-in-law, where did you catch it? I laughed. It's not that miraculous. I found it in the mountains, being attacked by a pack of foxes. It looked so pitiful that I saved it. Otherwise, it would have met its end already. Song Qingshan leaned in to examine it. It's indeed a fine fox. Son-in-law, did you perhaps use its blood and flesh as ingredients to save lives? I quickly shook my head. No. I have other methods to save lives. I would never harm my fox. Dear fathers-in-law, don't even think about it. This fox is family to me and incredibly precious. Song Qingshan nodded. Understood. Yang Henian, unable to resist, asked, son-in-law, may I touch it? You can try, but it depends on whether it's willing, I said, looking down at the fox. The fox shook its head. Yang Henian didn't get to touch it and was visibly disappointed. At that moment, the monkey squeezed over, wanting me to hold it. Yang Henyang opened his mouth wide again. Song Qingshan mocked. Yang Henyang, you old geezer, how old are you already? And yet you're startled so easily all day long. Yang Henyang ignored him and asked me, son-in-law, is this a white-browed spirit monkey? I looked down, and sure enough, there was a patch of white fur on the monkey's forehead. I had thought it was just an ordinary monkey. Yang Henyang said, the white-browed spirit monkey is as rare as the crimson flame red fox. Its flesh and blood can also be used as a catalyst, and it's even a future monkey king. Upon hearing that its flesh and blood could be used as a catalyst, the monkey glared at him and chattered a few words to the fox. The fox, upon hearing this, bristled, broke free from my arms, and darted up to the wall in a flash. It was terrified that if it were a second too slow, this old man would cut it up for medicine. It was dinner time, and the slaves had already prepared the wild boar meat. The two old fathers-in-law wandered around, feeding the 12 little wild boars in the backyard, then returned to the front yard to chase foxes and monkeys. I personally took charge, braising the pig's head and inviting them to enjoy the braised meat. The two old men tasted such delicious braised flavors for the first time and were amazed. The two new wives were also stunned, not expecting their husband to excel not only in medicine but also in cooking. While eating pig ears, Song Qingshan wiped his tears and said, son-in-law, my family has been selling spices for 3 generations, but it's only with you that these spices truly shine. This meat is fragrant, tender, sweet, and chewy. As a spice seller, I never imagined spices could be used like this. I humbly replied, father-in-law, you flatter me. If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day until you grow tired of it. Yang Henian didn't bother with compliments. He just focused on eating, afraid that if he slowed down, the meat would be snatched away. Night fell quickly. I arranged for the East Wing room to be cleaned for Song Qingshan to stay in and asked Yang Henian if he wanted a room prepared. Yang Henian shook his head, saying, I still have my wife in the clinic at home, so I can't stay long. I'll bring my wife over next time if I feel like visiting. He sat for a while before having the servants drive him back. Before he left, I asked Aunt Wang to pack half a pot of braised meat for him to take home to his wife. Song Qingshan, who had been hit on the head during the day, drank the spiritual spring water and was fine now. However, being older, he felt sleepy as soon as night fell and went to bed early. According to the rotation for sleeping arrangements, today was Shun Furong's turn. But Shun Furong, being considerate, said directly, husband, you've just married 2 new wives. Why not favor them first? After they've both had their turns, you can start with me again. How about that? I pretended to decline. Furong, I've missed you so much I'm going crazy. Let's start with us first. She shook her head. You've already been with me before. Favor the newcomers first, and when it's my turn, I'll serve you well. I sighed helplessly. All right, you're so understanding. I love you even more. I called Song Ningmei and Yang Jinghua together and whispered, since Ningmei became my wife first today, I'll sleep with Ningmei tonight. Jinghua, it'll be your turn tomorrow. Yang Jinghua nodded and left. Song Ningmei stayed behind. She sat by the table, chatting with me casually. At that moment, Aunt Wang called from outside the window. Master, the water is ready for bathing. Come, I'll take you, I said, pulling Song Ningmei's hand and leading her to the bathroom. Aunt Wang had already prepared clean undergarments. With several new wives arriving in one day, the household hadn't had time to prepare properly, so Ningmei's undergarments for today were borrowed from Chu Wanru's new clothes. Tomorrow, new ones would be bought, but for today, she had to make do. Song Ningmei was beautiful, poised, and inexperienced. I closed the door and latched it. Steam filled the room, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Her face was flushed red, and she didn't dare look up at me. I, being an old hand, pulled her into my arms and skillfully helped her undress, taking advantage of the situation as I did so. She couldn't help but let out muffled hums from time to time. Once her clothes were off, I quickly shed my own and carried her into the tub. Her long hair cascaded down, and I helped her tie it up behind her head. Ningmei, let me help you wash. She obediently let me bathe her, her face growing rosier and her body softening. After finishing, I stepped out of the tub, dried her body with a long towel, dried myself, and changed into clean undergarments before carrying her to the adjacent room. The night was long. Though the new bed was sturdy, the sounds that should be heard were still audible. The wind, the rain, every sound reaching the ears. After all, someone's strength was truly immense. Fortunately, the old father-in-law had been placed far away in the easternmost room. If he were closer and heard the sounds, how embarrassing would that be? He might think his daughter was suffering and demand to take her away. What would I do then? It wasn't until the latter half of the night that I finished. I had controlled my strength and timing. After all, rest is essential, and going sleepless every night would be exhausting. Otherwise, I might have gone until dawn. Song Ningmei had long fallen into a deep sleep. A deep sleep. I eagerly awaited the system's reward, but as I waited, I fell asleep myself. The next morning, I woke up early. Song Ningmei was still asleep. I glanced at her with pity. Such a beautiful young girl. She had suffered yesterday. I calmed my mind and focused. Ding! Rewards arrived. The panel popped up. Name: Lu Chongfeng. Age: 19. Strength: Level 4. Combat power, equivalent to the fighting ability of 15 adult men. Space: Level 4, 400 cubic meters. Bonds: 5. Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger. Song Ningmei. Rewards: Divine Archery, ability to understand animal language. Spatial Spirit Spring, rare swordsmanship items. 20 absolute loyalty pills. 200 taels of silver, 10 taels of gold. 3 bolts of shoe brocade. I was so thrilled I wanted to dance on the bed. Gaining one more woman brought so many benefits. Rare swordsmanship. On the battlefield in the future, I'd be unstoppable. Amazing. Closing the panel, I put on my shoes and got out of bed. Song Ningmei struggled to get up, wanting to serve tea and pay respects to the other ladies. I pressed her back down. Silly girl, you worked hard all night yesterday. According to our family rules, you don't have to do anything today. Just rest in bed and get up whenever you feel like it. Don't feel burdened. Aunt Wang will bring you breakfast and dinner. But, she hesitated, if I don't get up all day, I'm afraid my father will worry. As she spoke, she tried to get out of bed, but her legs trembled so much she couldn't take a single step. If she went out like this, her father would truly be worried. Helpless, she lay back down. I said tenderly, be good and rest well. I'll take your father for a run up the mountain to distract him. I walked out the door and had just reached the courtyard when I saw Song Qingshan, who had risen early. The moment he saw me, glowing with energy and with bite marks all over my neck, he quickly averted his gaze, looking extremely awkward. Suppressing my own embarrassment, I walked up to greet him. Good morning, father-in-law. Song Qingshan, his face still awkward, responded with a nasal, morning. Chu Wanru called from the front hall. Chongfeng, hurry up and freshen up, and bring father-in-law to breakfast. Father-in-law, it's time for breakfast. He nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but drift to my neck again. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked into the front hall. I grabbed some tooth powder to brush my teeth and casually wash my face. I thought to myself, could it be that the noise last night was too loud and disturbed my father-in-law? Although the courtyard is large, it's still the same courtyard. In moments of passion, some sounds inevitably carry throughout the place. Ah, how awkward. But no matter how awkward, breakfast must be eaten. When I arrived at the front hall, Aunt Wang had already prepared breakfast. Large meat buns, sweet and sour ribs, a plate of crispy fried meat patties, and a bowl of light wild vegetable soup. Chu Wanru instructed Aunt Wang to bring a bowl to Song Ningmei. Lady Ningmei worked hard last night. Let her rest well today. Cough, cough. I cleared my throat twice and glanced at my father-in-law. Song Qingshan avoided my gaze and coughed as well. After breakfast, I went to the backyard to check on the little wild boar. I also took a look around the area. It's spacious enough to build several more side rooms. The courtyard wall could even be secretly moved out by 3 or 4 meters. As long as the village head doesn't say anything, the villagers wouldn't be able to do much about it. I was planning to build a few more side rooms, leaving one for my father-in-law, separated from the front yard. With some distance, last night's awkward situation wouldn't happen again. If other fathers-in-law move in later, there would be no worry about space. But this matter needed to be discussed with my father-in-law. What reason should I use? Before I could figure it out, Song Qingshan came over with his hands behind his back. He walked around the pig pen, praised the little wild boar for being well-behaved, and then said, "Son-in-law, I have an idea. I'm not sure if I should say it or not." I was startled. My father-in-law has an idea. Could it be that he wants me to be gentler with his daughter at night and not so rough? Oh dear, if he actually says that, I'd be so embarrassed just hearing it. I kept a calm exterior and listened quietly. Song Qingshan said, "Son-in-law, although I'm an old man, I'm still a man. Living in the same courtyard with you young folks doesn't seem quite appropriate. Compared to the front yard, I prefer the backyard. It's close to the hill and feels refreshing to live here. How about this? You move the courtyard wall outward a bit and build a few side rooms, leaving one for me. I'll live here, enjoy some peace and quiet, and take care of the little wild boar. I won't interfere with you young people." In my heart, I was shouting, "Father-in-law, you truly understand me." Outwardly, I remained composed and said, "Since you've said so, how could I not agree? I'll have the slaves go up the mountain to cut trees today, and the side rooms will be ready by tomorrow. I'll even plant some orchids for you to ensure you live comfortably." "Good, you're thoughtful, son-in-law." I immediately got to work, calling 6 slaves to the mountain to cut cypress trees, carrying them one by one to the house entrance. The people of Yintu village saw the pile of wood and planks growing in front of my house. Few were happy for me. Most were envious, jealous, or resentful. Those who were happy for me before had now turned to jealousy. Especially my uncle's sons, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, and the village troublemakers Yang Laosan and Zhou Qing. Their eyes burned with jealousy. The 4 of them secretly conspired to report me to the county office, claiming I was building houses without proper documentation. In fact, I did have the paperwork. Ordinary people were allowed to build 3 main rooms and unlimited side rooms. They just didn't know that. Zhou Qing came up with an even worse idea. I heard the county magistrate is a lecher. When we report, let's mention that Lu Chongfeng's house has a few delicate beauties. What do you think the magistrate will do? Yang Laosan laughed heartily. What will he do? He'll definitely snatch them up and ravage them, driving Lu Chongfeng mad with anger. Ha ha, exciting. Just imagining the scene of the magistrate extorting money and stealing wives made Lu Eryong so thrilled his eyes sparkled. Lu Dakue also laughed. When the chaos starts, we can take advantage and get some benefits too. I had no idea these scoundrels were plotting against me. I was still working hard, carrying trees, dozens at a time, just to quickly build the side rooms for my father-in-law, divide the areas, and not let it affect my nightlife. The trees were brought to the entrance, and we started making beams and planks. By the time we finished, the day was gone. Night fell quickly. Dinner was especially delicious tonight. I set up a large iron pot in the courtyard and cooked a pot of pork stew. Fatty meat, lean meat, ribs, pork belly, intestines, plus potatoes and wild vegetables. A hearty mix, and the aroma was intoxicating. After dinner, I chatted with my father-in-law in the courtyard while the women laughed and played nearby. The atmosphere was warm and lively. The monkey and the fox fought from the wall to the ground, then chased each other onto the roof. The crow tried to mediate but gave up when it couldn't stop them. These 2 natural enemies were united against outsiders but constantly fought among themselves. When it was time to sleep, the women took turns bathing and then returned to their rooms. Tonight, it was Yang Jingyue's turn to share my bed. She was both expectant and nervous. As a medical woman, she was knowledgeable about human anatomy, positions, and sensations, but this was her first practical experience. As for me, I was already eager to find out what reward the system would grant after taking her in. Yesterday, I received Song Ningmei, and the system rewarded me with an exclusive swordsmanship technique. However, I have the technique, but no sword. I hope today it will grant me a fine sword. Although Yang Jingyue's name suggests tranquility, her actions are anything but calm. She may be a young girl inexperienced in the ways of the world, but she's more adept at teasing than a mature woman. After her bath, she returned to the bedroom. Before I could even take off my clothes, her kiss landed on my face. "Aye, so forward. Haha, I like it." She asked innocently. "Husband, how is it? Do you feel anything?" "Of course I do." I nodded eagerly. "Wife, give me another one." As she undressed, she leaned closer. I quickly moved in. With such an amusing little wife, I had to play along. After teasing me, she asked again, "Husband, do you feel anything?" Her small hands fumbled clumsily. "Husband, it's so, you tell me, silly girl. Why not try and find out?" I turned the tables, leaving her no chance to speak as I sealed her lips. She had just asked if I felt anything. I wanted to tell her, With such a mischievous and adorable little wife, even if she did nothing but stand in front of me, I'd feel something big. My actions escalated from gentle to intense, like solving a math problem, progressing from easy to difficult, from shallow to deep. She felt her breathing grow labored, her body softening, as if she were about to meet her ancestors. Fortunately, I stopped the next second, allowing her to catch her breath. Looking down at her, my eyes burning red, I asked, "Wife, how does it feel?" Panting, she opened her wide, innocent eyes and replied earnestly, "Just as good as the books described." "Then," I said, scooping her up and tossing her onto the bed, "try this next." Outside, the other little wives were all asleep, but they were startled awake by a sudden, interrupted cry. Alarmed, they thought something had happened, only to hear Yang Jingyue's voice. "The book said it would be pleasurable, but they didn't mention it would hurt like this." I covered her small mouth. "Wife, let me sing you a song. Without experiencing storms, how can you see rainbows? Pain first, pleasure later." Creak, creak. The bed frame seemed to sing along, celebrating the transformation of a girl into a woman. That night, I experienced unparalleled joy. She was a healer and had read many books, so there was little need for me to guide her. She led me into the topic. We talked about flowers and snow, about the moon and the stars, about storms and lightning. That night, she put all the theories from her books into practice and concluded, "Practical experience is far more convincing than theory." The next morning, I woke up and began receiving the system's gifts. As the panel lit up, I was overjoyed. Strength, level 5 combat power, equivalent to 18 adults. Space, level 5, 500 cubic meters. Bonds with 6 people. Chu Wanru, Shen Qingluo, Shen Furong, Fu Linger, Song Ningmei, Yang Jingyue. Rewards, God level archery, understanding animal speech, spatial spiritual spring, rare swordsmanship. Items, 1 Xian iron sword. The number of absolute loyalty pills increased to 130, silver increased to 150 taels, gold to 110 taels, and 8 bolts of shoe brocade. New additions, 3 attribute points, each enhancing attributes by 10 points, equivalent to the combat power of 3 adults. Also, 50 pounds of premium rice in 20 bags, and 1 packet each of corn, cabbage, and pea seeds. I was thrilled. Just when I was worried about not having a good sword to showcase the rare swordsmanship, the Xian iron sword arrived. Loyalty pills, silver, fabric, everything was practical. Attribute points could boost combat power, a great asset. Even the seeds suited my needs. I've been eating meat every day without vegetables, and the system thoughtfully provided vegetable seeds. While vegetables often have a bitter taste, proper vegetables are much better. After closing the panel, I was about to get out of bed when Yang Jinghua woke up as well. Her face was rosy, like a blooming peach blossom, making one want to steal a kiss. "Husband, where are you going?" "Up the mountain. Yesterday, I saw a mushroom sprouting. I'll pick them to make soup for you all." She was excited. "I want to go with you." "All right," I smiled, "as long as you can walk. But I have a feeling you won't be able to go up the mountain today." She hadn't realized the seriousness yet and said proudly, "Husband, I often go up the mountain to gather herbs. Climbing is no problem for me." I laughed heartily. "Silly girl, it's not about climbing the mountain. Then what is it? Take a few steps out of bed and you'll know." "All right, husband, you don't believe me." "Ow, husband, why does it hurt so much?" She turned over and got out of bed, but as soon as she took a step, her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and a certain area was still aching. Only then did she understand why I said she couldn't go today. So husband is experienced. She obediently pulled her feet back, climbed back into bed, and lay down, looking at me with her big, watery eyes. "Husband, when will this illness get better? Aren't you a healer? Didn't the books teach you?" She shook her head, pouting in grievance. "They didn't teach me." I rubbed her little face and laughed. "Don't worry, just rest for half a day, and you'll be fine. Today, you don't have to do anything. Just rest well. Aunt Wong will bring you food." She nodded obediently. I thought to myself, so sweet. If it weren't broad daylight, I'd want to teach her another lesson. After washing up and eating, I took the fox, monkey, and crow with me, ready to head up the mountain. When I saw Jiang Tingsu walking over shyly, her face flushed. Only then did I notice that her right hand had already healed, and though her left leg was still supported by a crutch, it was much better than before. A couple more days of drinking spiritual spring water, and she'd be fully recovered. "Brother Lu." She glanced at me shyly and lowered her voice. I want to stay." Previously, I had agreed with her that she could stay to recover, and once healed, she could decide whether to leave or stay, entirely up to her. Now that she had voluntarily said she wanted to stay, I was delighted. Such a delicate beauty. Of course, I wouldn't want her to end up with someone else. But I wanted to tease her. I stepped closer, almost pressing against her, and whispered in her ear, "Girl, do you know what those words mean?" She said nothing, her face turning even redder. My recent battles. Who in the courtyard didn't know about them? The creaking wooden boards had been shouting on my behalf every day. She obviously understood, but I was deliberately mischievous and spelled it out. It means that from now on, you're mine, Jiang Tingsu. Your heart can't belong to anyone else. It can only be mine. She nodded shyly, her face red to the tips of her ears. I pinched her flushed cheeks and said teasingly, "Silly girl, then be good and recover. Once you're better, I'll pamper you." With that, I laughed heartily and headed up the mountain with the fox, monkey, and crow. I headed up the mountain to the hazel grove where I had previously sprinkled the sacred spring water. As soon as I entered the grove, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hazel mushrooms were everywhere, growing in clusters and patches, fresh and tender. I squatted down and started picking them while humming a tune. The monkey helped too, piling the harvested mushrooms into small mounds. The fox, unable to help with the picking, darted around looking for mushrooms and called the monkey over to pick them. For once, the fox and the monkey weren't fighting today. The crow, perched on a tree, dozed off while watching us and suddenly fell headfirst from the branch. It flapped its wings just in time to avoid hitting the ground. Seeing this clumsy scene, I burst into laughter, sounding like a honking goose. Embarrassed, the crow tried to save face, saying, "I was just practicing my reflexes." I laughed, and so did the fox and the monkey. Annoyed, the crow chased them around the grove, pecking at them. After picking all the hazel mushrooms, I stored them in my space and headed to the mixed forest of conifers and broadleaf trees to gather porcini mushrooms, which I also stored away. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard clucking sounds. I turned to see the fox and the monkey darting past, thinking they were fighting again. I opened my mouth to scold them. "Can't you two stop fighting?" The next moment, they appeared in front of me. The fox had a large wild pheasant in its mouth, and the monkey was holding another one in its hands. The monkey quickly twisted the pheasant's head under its wing, rendering it motionless, then chirped proudly as it tossed the bird in front of me, clearly seeking praise. I laughed heartily. "Why are you so rough?" "But I like it." Not to be outdone, the fox tried to mimic the monkey by twisting the pheasant's head under its wing. After 2 failed attempts, it simply bit the pheasant's neck and tossed it in front of me. I was speechless. Well, that escalated quickly. After collecting the pheasants, I took another stroll around. In a mountain hollow, I saw a brown bear chasing a wild goat. Without hesitation, I drew my bow and shot the goat with a single arrow. The brown bear turned its head in shock, saw me, and immediately bolted. But no matter how fast it ran, it couldn't outrun my arrows. My god-tier archery skills, courtesy of the system, were no joke. With 2 thuds, the brown bear fell to the ground. The fox and the monkey rushed over, cheering. The crow, perched on my shoulder, rolled its eyes and sneered at them. 2 sycophants who've never seen the world. The next second, it tilted its head and looked at me, exclaiming, "Wow, master, you're amazing. Your arrows never miss." Ha ha. So much bounty in less than 2 hours in the mountains. Today's luck is excellent. After collecting the game, I descended the mountain. Just as I reached my doorstep, I saw a black carriage parked outside. I was surprised. Had father-in-law Yang come again? Entering the courtyard, I saw Yang Henyang pacing anxiously. When he saw me, he hurried over. "Good son-in-law, you must be careful. That Wang Yuanwei somehow heard that Song Qingshan isn't dead and that his daughter, Song Ningmei, was rescued. He's been asking around to find out who saved them. It won't be long before he traces it back to you." I laughed, thinking it was no big deal. "Father-in-law, so that's what this is about." "Don't worry. That old dog Wang Yuanwei. I haven't even gone to settle the score with him for my wife and you, and now he's looking for me first. Perfect. I'd like to meet him." "Good son-in-law." Yang Henyang still looked grave. "That Wang Yuanwei is not easy to deal with. He's rich and in cahoots with the county magistrate. If he finds out it was you, he'll definitely try every means to deal with you." He pulled out a large pouch from his chest and handed it to me. "Here are 80 taels, my life savings. Take everyone and move to a new place to avoid being found." Hearing that it was his entire savings, I was deeply moved. I returned the pouch to him and patted his shoulder. "Father-in-law, rest assured, I have my own plans." "But no buts. You don't need to worry about a thing," I said with a smile. "No matter how many people he brings, I'll knock them all down." Yang Henyang knew I was skilled in medicine and an excellent hunter, but he had never seen me fight and didn't know I was trained in martial arts. However, seeing the confidence in my tone, he gradually began to relax. I comforted him a few more times. He was in a hurry to leave, saying he had seen his daughter, delivered the message, and needed to return to look after the clinic and inquire about Master Wang's news. He promised to report back immediately if there was any sign of trouble. I knew he was still worried, so I persuaded him, Father-in-law, stay and have lunch before you go. Today, we're having pheasant stewed with mushrooms. Pheasant stewed with mushrooms? He exclaimed in surprise. Really? I haven't had that in years. I was craving it even in my dreams last night. Truer than gold. You go ahead for now, and I'll call you when the mushroom soup is ready. All right. With his hands clasped behind his back and his belly sticking out, he went to the backyard to check on the slaves repairing the side room. The side room construction had started the day before and was already completed today, with only the finishing touches left. Song Qing-shan was at the door of the new side room, sawing something with a creak-creak sound. Yang Henian asked him what he was doing, and he replied, planning to make a grand armchair for sunbathing. You? Make a grand armchair. Song Qing-shan snorted coldly. Do you think I'm like you, only good at studying useless herbs? My research on herbs bothers you. The two old men started bickering, going back and forth. I took out 10 pounds each of honey mushrooms and porcini mushrooms from the storage space and had Aunt Wong and the wives wash them, while I plucked, cleaned, and chopped up 2 pheasants. The 2 pheasants weren't very big, about 2 pounds each, but the key to stewed chicken with mushrooms is the flavor of the soup, not the amount of meat. As long as the soup is fresh and the mushrooms are delicious, that's all that matters. I set up a large iron pot over the fire, added water, and first stewed the pheasant to bring out its aroma before adding the mushrooms. Once the mushrooms were cooked, the fragrance wafted through the entire Yintu village. Countless people came out of their homes, searching for the source of the smell. What is that smell? It smells amazing. There's a hint of chicken soup, and the aroma of mushrooms. Whose family is stewing mushrooms with chicken soup? I haven't had that in years. It smells so good, it's driving me crazy. Judging by the smell, it must be coming from Lu Changfeng's house. That big fool must have had some incredible luck recently. His days have been too comfortable. If it's not the smell of meat, it's the smell of mushrooms. At noon that day, a pot of wild chicken and mushroom soup was simmering on our stove, its aroma wafting far and wide. Aunt Li Zulian stood at her doorway with her hands on her hips, sniffed the air, and spat. Eating mushrooms? Hope it poisons you all. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Yuan Ju, came out, swallowing her saliva at the smell. Li Zulian snapped impatiently. You greedy woman. Just a bowl of mushroom soup and you're drooling like this. Yuan Ju dared not talk back. She was afraid that if she argued, when Lu Dakue returned from the county, Li Zulian would egg him on to hit her. Li Zulian cursed and swore, calling me lucky and scolding Yuan Ju for being gluttonous. After venting, she threw a basket at Yuan Ju. Go to the mountains and pick mushrooms. Yuan Ju took the basket and walked off, muttering under her breath. Old hag, if you're not greedy, why send me to pick them? Hypocrite. Meanwhile, the widow Li Hongxing sat at her door, crying loudly as the smell of the soup reached her. She regretted it. Back then, she thought I was a fool. I used to follow her around every day, but she never gave me a chance. If she'd known, she would have given herself to me, and there wouldn't have been all those other women later. As she cried, she slapped her own face. Li Hongxing, you stupid woman. How could you not seize the opportunity? No, I have to find a way to seduce him. I'm so beautiful. I refuse to believe I can't do it. I'll go find Granny Huang in the village to buy some aphrodisiac. I won't believe I can't win over Lu Changfeng. On my side, my family gathered around the big iron pot, drinking chicken soup, eating mushrooms, chatting, and laughing. It took us 2 hours to finish the wild chicken and mushroom stew. Yang Henian left first, driving the cart back to the county. After resting for a while, I also planned to head into town, to sell the brown bear I hunted today and to ask my father-in-law, Yang Henian, for a few doses of poison, which I needed. Before leaving, I called the fox, monkey, and crow over. I had 3 attribute points in hand, just enough to give each one. Here, eat this. The 3 little ones opened their mouths trustingly, and I fed them one by one. These attribute points were tangible, like small glass beads, and had to be swallowed to take effect. The crow reacted first, squawking in discomfort and hoarsely accusing me of poisoning it. After speaking, it tilted its head, fell to the ground, and stiffened its legs. The fox and monkey were so frightened they widened their eyes, jumping and chattering around me. After a few cries, they too collapsed, their bodies stiff, their eyes filled with reluctance. After a while, the monkey lifted its head and twisted its neck, pleasantly surprised to find itself unharmed. Its body had even grown larger, and it felt stronger all over. It leaped up, jumping onto the wall and back again, covering over 10 meters in a single bound. The fox also discovered it had become much more agile. The 2 curious creatures went to check on the stiff crow, which suddenly sprang up with a squawk. Damn, I didn't die. Master still loves me. I shook my head. Try flying. See if you're faster now. The crow flapped its wings and disappeared like a flash of lightning, reappearing in front of me the next moment. I laughed. These attribute points are great. flying as fast as lightning. You'll be able to accomplish big things in the future. All right, I'm heading into town. Crow, you're coming with me. Just as I stood up, I heard a series of loud bangs. Someone was kicking my courtyard gate. I frowned. Who had the guts of a bear or a leopard to dare kick my door? I walked to the gate but hadn't opened it yet when a coarse, raspy voice shouted from outside. Hey, you inside, open the door quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Are you deaf? Creak, the door opened. I stood with my arms crossed, coldly staring at the man in front of me. A big, pot-bellied fat man with fair skin, small eyes, a flat nose, and a wide mouth. He looked sly and shifty, dressed in fine blue silk. Behind him were 6 black-clad servants, each holding a long stick, baring their teeth and trying to look fierce. I thought to myself, so this is that Wang Yuanwei? Whoever he is, daring to kick my door, I'll make him kneel outside. Was it you who kicked my door just now? I pointed at him, my voice calm. That's right. I kicked it. So what? The fat man raised his head and puffed out his chest. You kicked it? Impressive. I nodded. No one has ever dared to kick my door before. You're the first, you dead pig. That. The fat man was about to respond when he realized. Are you insulting me? How dare you insult me? Haha. Not only will I insult you, but I'll also beat you up. I slapped him hard, knocking him straight to the ground. I controlled my strength, just enough to knock out 4 of his teeth without breaking his facial bones. 6 servants rushed forward, and the monkeys and foxes on the wall leapt down in a flash. I didn't even have to lift a finger, for were taken down by the monkeys, and 2 were bitten by the foxes, all lying on the ground howling in pain. I clapped for the 2 creatures. Not bad. Those attribute points were worth it. 1 attribute point enhances 10 attributes, equivalent to the strength of 10 adult men. Now these 2 are not to be trifled with. As for the crow, it's just fast. Its combat ability isn't obvious. It's lazy, just watching the show from the side. You dare hit me? The fat man spoke through his missing teeth. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm Wang. Wang Wancai's brother, Wang Qiankai. You hit me, my brother won't let you off. Wang Wancai, the very man my father-in-law mentioned, who's in cahoots with the county magistrate. So this fat man is his brother. I squatted down and slapped him again, laughing. Your brother won't let me off? Then I might as well hit you harder. A beating is a beating, whether light or heavy. Slap, another slap. Go back and tell your brother Wang Wancai. I heard he's looking for me. If he's got the guts, let him come at me. I'll be waiting. And, since I knocked out 4 of your teeth, to be fair, as the elder brother, he should lose 8. Lose 8. You. If you can't speak, then don't. Just lie there and enjoy the beating. How does it feel? Asterisk slap. Slap. Slap, slap, slap. Asterisk when I got tired of hitting him, I let the monkeys take over. After the monkeys were done, I resumed. If the slaves weren't all busy in the backyard building side rooms and making stools, they would have taken turns too. By the time Wang Qiansai's face was swollen like a pig's, unrecognizable even to his own mother, I kicked him onto the curb. Ignoring their wails, I took the crow and headed into town. I found a secluded spot and released a 600-pound brown bear from my storage space, hoisting it onto my shoulder. Walking down the street, passers-by couldn't help but stare. What strength this young hero has. A divine being. I didn't respond, heading straight to Chunfeng Tower, where I sold the bear for 100 taels of silver. Then I went to Yang's medical clinic. My father-in-law was taking someone's pulse. When he saw me, he quickly pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Son-in-law, that Wang Wancai is looking for you everywhere. Why are you still wandering around? I shook my head. What's there to fear? I don't take him seriously at all. I just gave his brother Wang Qiankai a good beating. I came today to ask you for something. I leaned close to his ear. Give me some poison, colorless, tasteless, and deadly with just a small amount. Yang Henyang was startled. What are you planning? Wang Wancai's house is heavily guarded, and he's in league with the county magistrate. You can't go poisoning him. Don't worry, I'm not that reckless. Just give it to me. I have my own plans. Though worried, he went into the inner room, fetched the poison, and discreetly handed it to me. The patients in the clinic were groaning, paying no attention. I took the poison and left, the crow still hidden in my sleeve. After wandering the streets for a while, I bought a jug of wine for my father-in-law, Song Qingshan, and some peanuts, then headed back to Yentu village. Meanwhile, at the county office gates, Lu Dakue, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing had just been kicked out by the bailiffs. Each had a boot print on their backside, looking utterly disheveled. Lu Eryong was indignant. Officer, Lu Chongfeng's family has built a bunch of houses. That's definitely illegal construction. The bailiff cursed. Illegal construction, my foot. They have the proper permits. Stick around, and I'll throw you all in jail. Hearing that the construction was legal, Zhou Qing quickly came up with another excuse. Even if it's legal, he has several wives, each as beautiful as a fairy. That can't be legal, right? You should investigate. Yang Laosan chimed in. Let us in to see the county magistrate. We'll report this to him. The four of them pleaded with the bailiff, trying to get an audience with County Magistrate Su Wenyuan. The bailiff shouted and kicked at them again. Get lost. No bribes, no case. Dream on. The four, having been beaten, didn't dare press further. They tucked their tails between their legs and slinked away. They were envious of my family for expanding the walls and building annexes, jealous and resentful. Unable to sabotage or defeat me, they ran to the county to file a complaint, thinking that commoners couldn't win against officials and that I wouldn't stand a chance against the county magistrate. Unexpectedly, the house construction had proper documentation, so their complaint was dismissed. They could only accuse me of having too many wives. But having multiple wives isn't illegal. The problem was that all my wives were beautiful, and the county magistrate was a lecher. Once he found out, they were sure he would try to seize them. However, the bailiffs weren't cooperative and politely asked if they had money for filing the complaint. These four were dirt poor, living off wild vegetables daily. So how could they have money? When they admitted they had none, the bailiffs immediately changed their attitude, almost charging them with disrupting court proceedings. Yang Laosan sighed. No money to file a complaint. What do we do? Lu Eryong gritted his teeth in anger at the mention of my name. That fool Lu Changfeng. Why does he get to live in a big house, marry beauties, and eat meat every day? I can't accept it. Zhou Qing spat. Who can accept it? But without money, we can't file a complaint against him. Are we just going to let him keep being arrogant? All the beatings you guys took before would be for nothing. Thinking about his wrist that I had twisted and broken, Lu Eryong grimaced in pain. Yang Laosan hated me even more. He had tried to trick me into selling my fox, but I had broken several of his ribs and left his body covered in bruises. He would hold this grudge for life. Suddenly, Zhou Qing slapped his thigh. I have an idea. The three others leaned in. I have a distant cousin who works as a gatekeeper and steward for Wang Wankai. He has some influence there. Wang Yuanwei is a notorious lecher. He already has 48 wives. If he finds out that Lu Changfeng has so many beautiful women at home, do you think he won't be tempted? Yang Laosan asked. And if he is tempted, then what? He'll go and take them. He'll snatch all of Lu Changfeng's beauties one by one. Lu Changfeng is just a commoner. How could he possibly fight against Wang Yuanwei? Wang Yuanwei is filthy rich, has countless skilled fighters under him, and can hire more if needed. Plus, Wang Yuanwei is in cahoots with County Magistrate Su Wenyuan. Yang Laosan interrupted. Haha, I get it now? Using someone else's knife to do the dirty work. Brilliant. The four of them marched off to the street where Wang Wansai's house was located. At the gate, before they could even find Zhou Qing's cousin, they saw Wang Wansai's younger brother, Wang Qiankai, being carried back by others. His face was so swollen it looked worse than a pig's. If Zhou Qing hadn't recognized his voice and figure, he wouldn't have known who it was. Wang Qiankai wailed. Brother, I was beaten up by that dog Lu Changfeng. One of the less injured servants cried out. Master, save us. Second master was beaten by Lu Changfeng from Yintu village. The four hid nearby, almost jumping for joy. Zhou Qing laughed. That fool actually dared to beat Wang Wansai's brother. Now he's really hit a brick wall. We don't even need to act. Wang Wankai will deal with him. Heaven is truly helping us. The group returned to the village in high spirits, eager to watch my downfall. Meanwhile, I returned to the village with the crow and brought some wine to the backyard for my father-in-law, Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan was delighted but said, Why go to such expense? The wine you brewed will be ready in a few days. I smiled. My wine still needs 5 days to finish brewing. Drink this for now, and when mine is ready, you'll be the first to taste it. I handed some peanuts to Wang Ma to fry as a snack to go with the wine and shared a few drinks with Song Qingshan. Night fell quickly. I was just thinking about whose turn it was to accompany me tonight. Although I had important matters to attend to, it wouldn't affect my sleep. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the distance, growing closer. In the next moment, torches lit up outside my house, and the courtyard walls were surrounded. I was in the front yard pavilion, drinking wine and eating braised meat with Song Qingshan. The pavilion was something I had specifically ordered the slaves to build. A thatched roof, a large wooden table, and a few small stools. Sitting inside and drinking gave a sense of retreating from the world. But this elegance was disrupted by the footsteps and the torchlight outside, as bright as day. The monkey and the fox leapt onto the courtyard wall, staring at the group of torchbearers below. Outside, Wang Wansai's voice rang out. Lu Changfeng, get out here. I know you're inside, along with Song Qingshan and his daughter. Stop pretending to be deaf and dumb. Song Qingshan shot to his feet, his eyes filled with fear. He had seen Wang Wansai's methods before. Wealthy, closely connected to County Magistrate Su Wenyuan, and a tyrant in Nanning County who offended whoever he pleased, countless servants, a few highly skilled in martial arts, and no one dared to provoke him. lustful by nature. If he set his eyes on a girl or a married woman, her family could only consider themselves unlucky. Even with 48 concubines, he still found it insufficient. Son-in-law, what should we do? Song Qingshan trembled with fear. He had thought that hiding in this remote mountain village would bring peace, but unexpectedly, they were still found. The women in the front hall, busy making new clothes, heard the commotion and came running out. Song Ningmei, on the verge of tears, said, "Father, husband, it's Wang Wankai. What should we do? Should we hide?" I pulled her into my arms and patted Song Qingshan on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. Just a mere local squire. What can he do to me? Ningmei, you and father stay here and watch. I'll go out and deal with him." Song Ningmei felt slightly reassured, but was still worried that I might not be able to defeat those servants, fearing that she and her father would be captured again. I ruffled her hair and instructed Nu to open the door. The door opened, and in the firelight stood a pot-bellied fat man, bearing a 70% resemblance to Wang Qiankai from earlier in the day. However, his eyes were filled with malice, clearly a ruthless character. A servant whispered, "Master, that's Lu Changfeng, the one who took away Song Qingshan and his daughter and beat up the second master." Wang Wankai took 2 steps forward, his nostrils flaring. Are you Lu Changfeng?" I crossed my arms and said indifferently, "That's right. And who are you? Barking like a dog at my door. What do you want?" A servant shouted angrily. "Who are you calling a dog? This is our squire. You're the one who..." Before he could finish, Monkey descended from the sky and slapped him. A bloody handprint instantly appeared on the servant's face. One of his eyes was blinded, and he fell to the ground screaming. Everyone was startled. Wang Wankai felt a chill in his heart, afraid he might be next, but he still put on an arrogant front, forcing a smile. "Lu Changfeng, I'm here today for 3 things. First, hand over Song Qingshan and his daughter. Song Ningmei is my woman, and you must return her to me. If you like women, I can find you another. Second, my brother Wang Qiankai came to demand them, but you not only refused, but also beat him up. How do you plan to settle this? Third, your monkey injured my servant. You owe me a beautiful woman as compensation, or this won't end." Behind him, a group of servants shouted in unison, "It won't end. It won't end. It won't end." I glanced at the group, 40 or 50 of them, each holding a long stick, shouting in unison like a bunch of fools. I stepped out of the courtyard, closed the door behind me, and leaned lazily against the wall, looking down at him with amusement. "What if I don't agree? Are you going to bite me?" "Don't agree?" Wang Wankai sneered. "Then we'll beat you until you do." He stepped aside and raised his hand. "Get him. Beat him hard." "Beat me? Sure." I leaned against the wall, not moving an inch. The system had just rewarded me with a rare swordsmanship skill and a mysterious iron sword, perfect for testing its power. With a thought, the mysterious iron sword appeared in my hand. I glanced at it and couldn't help but complain. "What the hell? This sword is rusty." At that moment, a servant swung a stick at my head. I gently drew the sword and slashed upward. In the next instant, even I was stunned. The rusty sword sliced through the wooden stick as if it were cutting through hair. The stick silently split into 2, and the servant, along with several others nearby, was sent flying several meters by the sword's energy, landing hard and coughing up blood. What incredible sword energy! As expected, anything from the system is extraordinary. Several more servants charged at me. I was worried about accidentally killing someone and getting entangled in a murder case. Some things can be done, but not openly. Otherwise, why would I have asked my father-in-law for poison? I sheathed the sword and wielded it in its scabbard, striking left and right. My mind was filled with sword techniques, flowing like a dragon and snake, as powerful as thunder. In just a few moments, all 50+ men were lying on the ground. Without unsheathing the sword, there was no blood on me, but they were all severely injured, arms dislocated, legs broken, or ribs fractured. In the blink of an eye, the 50+ men Wang Wankai had brought were completely incapacitated, lying in disarray on the road outside my house, groaning in pain. When I had finished taking down all 50 servants, my wives were all leaning over the courtyard wall, watching the scene outside. Chu Wanru had seen me fight and knew I was formidable, but the others were different. Since they had known me, I had always been gentle, soft-spoken, and smiling, never showing this side of me. Shen Qingluo sighed softly. "I always thought my husband was skilled at hunting and strong, but I never imagined his swordsmanship could be so extraordinary." Fu Ling'er also marveled. Husband didn't even draw his sword, yet he defeated this group. If he had drawn his sword in anger, they probably wouldn't survive the night. Yang Jingyue clapped her hands and laughed. "Tomorrow, I must tell my father that he found a treasure. Husband is skilled in medicine and exceptional in swordsmanship. Let's see who dares to bully us in the future." Song Ningmei and her father, Song Qingshan, were left with their mouths agape. Song Ningmei turned to her father and said, "No wonder husband told us not to worry. It wasn't just to comfort me. He truly is amazing." Song Qingshan was already in tears, trembling with excitement as he leaned against the wall. I never thought that after a lifetime of hard work, I would end up enjoying the blessings of my son-in-law. Ancestors of the Song family, thank you for your protection. Tomorrow, I will burn offerings for you. I knew my wives were all watching me, and I couldn't be prouder. As a man, you always want to prove yourself in front of women, both in bed and out of it. Wang Wankai stood to the side, watching helplessly as I single-handedly took down all 50 of his servants. Among them were even skilled fighters he had hired at great expense from the martial world, but they were utterly powerless before me. He also saw the group of beautiful women on the wall, each as stunning as a celestial maiden. One of them was Song Ningmei, whom he had been searching for days. But at this moment, he couldn't even protect himself. His henchmen were all lying on the ground groaning, and as I stepped toward him, he was so terrified he could barely hold his bladder. He glanced at the servants on the ground, then at me, and forced a flattering smile. "Bro, brother, let's talk this over." I burst into laughter. "Sure, go back and bring me all the silver from your house as tribute, and I'll let you go." Of course, he had no intention of actually giving it, but to escape, he feigned agreement. "Brother, your skills are incredible. I've lived many years and never seen someone as formidable as you. Let me go back, and I'll deliver all the silver tomorrow." "All right," I replied with a smile. "But tonight, you barged outside my house and scared my wives. Before you leave, I need to collect some interest." As soon as I finished speaking, I raised my sheathed sword and struck his left hand. Though the sword remained in its sheath, the sharp energy instantly severed his left hand. Wang Wankai fell to the ground, screaming in agony. I sneered and punched him in the mouth, knocking out 8 of his teeth. Disgusted by his foul mouth, I wiped my fist on his clothes and said, "Your brother Wang Qiankai is a fool. Didn't he tell you the message I sent? He's the younger brother, so I knocked out 4 of his teeth. You're the elder brother, so 8 teeth. Fair enough, right?" Sweating profusely and bleeding from his mouth, he wailed miserably. "That's enough. Consider this a lesson for today. Pick up your teeth and get lost. If you dare howl outside my house again, I'll kill you with 1 strike." As soon as I said this, Wang Wankai was so frightened he wet himself. He scrambled to his feet, wailing as he ran toward the village entrance. Behind him, his 50 servants fled as if their lives depended on it. I turned back to look at my wives on the wall and smiled. "Is your husband impressive or not?" The courtyard gate creaked open, and my wives rushed out one by one, surrounding me in a group hug. Left and right, they praised me. "Husband, you're amazing. Husband, you're incredible," making me feel overjoyed. Just as I was about to take them back to sleep, I suddenly noticed a few figures sneaking around under a tree not far away. I turned my head to look, and they immediately bolted. With my ever-increasing combat prowess, my night vision was excellent, and I instantly recognized them as Lu Eryong and Yang Laosan. I sneered and said to the monkey scratching its butt on the wall, "Go, beat them up and scar their faces." The monkey let out a squeak and leapt off the wall. The fox followed like a flash of lightning, and the crow flew after them. In the next moment, the village road echoed with the ghostly wails of Lu Dakuai, Lu Eryong, Yang Laosan, and Zhou Qing. I was too lazy to take action myself, so I let the monkeys handle it. They would only be more ruthless than me. This commotion left the whole family too excited to sleep. They ended up preparing a late-night snack, eating and chatting until they reluctantly went to bed in the early hours. Tonight, it was Shun Furong's turn to keep me company. I had a bit to drink, was in high spirits, and felt stronger than usual, with the battle lasting longer as well, scaring her into repeatedly begging for mercy throughout the night. In the middle of the night, I got up to relieve myself and called the monkey, the fox, and the crow over. I asked the crow, "Do you remember what I told you on the way back during the day?" The crow nodded. I whispered, "You can take action now." The Yuanwai mansion. Today, the mansion was not as lively as usual. The atmosphere was eerie and oppressive, with women sobbing and wailing. The family doctor had just set Wang Wansai's broken bones, and the dentist had fitted him with 8 gold teeth. With the gold teeth, his speech no longer whistled, but the anger in his heart could not be quelled. 48 concubines knelt below the main hall, their figures varying from plump to slender, all crying in unison. They had heard that Wang Wankai had gone out to abduct a woman, but met his match, ending up with a broken hand and losing 8 teeth. Deep down, they didn't want him to bring another new wife into the household to share their wealth and glory. But in these times, men were the heavens, and their man was the wealthiest in the county. They could only swallow their bitterness. That bastard Lu Chongfeng. He's gone too far. Wang Wankai downed the water handed to him by a concubine in one gulp and smashed the cup onto the ground. Shards of porcelain flew everywhere, and one piece cut the back of the concubine's hand. She gasped but immediately fell silent, fearing she might be thrown out. Wang Wankai slammed his fist on the table and roared. He stole my woman, beat up my brother, and left me like this. If I don't avenge this, I'm not a man. Someone come. He kicked over a stool and shouted at the group of injured servants at the door. A bunch of useless cowards. None of the servants dared to make a sound. In the past, just a dozen or so of them could dominate the entire county, but today, they had all been defeated by Lu Changfeng. Who could have imagined that such a small county would hide a master of that caliber? A bunch of spineless fools. So many of you couldn't beat one man. What's the point of me keeping you good-for-nothings around? Enduring the pain in his left hand, Wang Wankai gritted his teeth and walked out. Angry as he was, he still needed a few servants to protect him. You lot, come with me to the gambling den in the East Market. A concubine timidly asked from behind. Master, what are you going to the gambling den for? To hire fighters. What? Do you think I'm going there to eat meat? What about us? Go to sleep, you bunch of stupid women. The East Market gambling den. It was already late at night, but the gambling den was still bustling. In a year of famine, commoners were trading their children for food, but the wealthy continued to squander money as usual. When Wang Wankai arrived, a one-eyed man greeted him with a fawning smile. Well, what wind has brought the Yuanwai here? Wang Wankai didn't waste words. I'm not here to gamble. I want to see your boss. At the Yuanwai mansion, as soon as Wang Wankai left, the women no longer had to pretend and happily went to sleep one by one. The mansion was left with only the servants on guard, but most of them had already been injured by me, with broken arms and legs, turning them into a defeated force. The night was hazy. 3 little masked figures were carefully making their way along the rooftop tiles, moving silently without a sound. They were none other than my 3 little darlings, Crow, Fox, and Monkey. Fox, with its keen nose, suddenly stopped on a section of the roof. Crow approached. Clown, are you saying that below here is where Wang Wankai lives? Fox nodded. I'll go take a look, said Crow. Monkey lifted a tile, revealing a dark hole. Crow slipped inside, made a quick round, and flew back out, clutching a large bunch of keys in its claws. This is indeed Wang Wankai's room below. I caught his scent. I stole his keys from under the bed. Now let's find the treasury. Split up and act. Monkey and Fox nodded and disappeared into the night. Before long, behind the wall near the rockery, Fox let out a few low calls, and Monkey and Crow immediately appeared. On the other side of the rockery, at least 10 guards were stationed, all tall and strong, not the same group that had gone to my house earlier. The 3 little ones weren't afraid, but for the sake of my long-term plan, they decided not to alert them. Monkey observed from the shadows for a long time. Seizing a moment when the guards were distracted, it silently pushed aside a stone on the rockery and led Fox and Crow into a narrow passage. After several twists and turns, they finally came upon a heavy iron door. Monkey tried the keys one by one and eventually unlocked the door. Turning a corner inside, they reached the treasury, a room full of gold, silver, and jewels. Monkey took off 3 bags from its back and began filling them with gold and jewels. Soon, the 3 bags were stuffed full, one for Monkey to carry, one for Fox to haul, and one for Crow to clutch. The 3 little ones closed the treasury door, slipped out of the mansion under the cover of night, found a secluded spot to empty the loot, and then returned to the mansion to continue stealing. In the first half of the night, they stole gold and silver and transported it out of the mansion. In the second half, they carried it back to Yentu village and hid it in the bathhouse next to my house. The next morning, I woke up feeling completely satisfied. The first thing I did was head to the bathhouse to check last night's spoils. If I had known this method was so quick to make money, why would I have bothered struggling in the mountains hunting? Looking at the dazzling pile of gold, silver, and jewels on the ground, I burst into laughter and swept them all into my storage space. Before heading out, I deliberately took some honey from the space to reward the 3 little ones and instructed them, well done, keep it up in the future. Empty out Wang Wankai's entire fortune, and once that's done, move on to the county magistrates. With so much silver gained effortlessly, I didn't go up the mountain for 2 whole days. Later, feeling bored at home, I finally went. Luck was on my side, as I managed to bring back a 300 to 400 pound adult wild boar every day. On the 5th day, I took my father-in-law to the cellar. The wine we had brewed a month ago was ready to be opened today. I scooped a small spoonful to taste. It was truly excellent, even better than the Matai I had drunk in modern times. I let my father-in-law try it, and he grabbed my shoulder, praising me profusely. Son-in-law, you're practically a deity descended to earth. Such a delicious brew. Only the emperor in the palace could possibly drink something like this. My wife and the slaves also tasted it, and every single one of them said it was perfect. In that case, tomorrow we'll go to the county to sell the wine, I told Wang Ma. Today, prepare some braised wild boar meat. Make 30 pounds of it. and I'll take it to sell tomorrow. The next day, I left the 3 little ones to guard the house, and took Wang Ma and 6 male slaves to the county. Too lazy to find a stall, I directly used my father-in-law's old spice shop, setting up a table at the entrance to start selling. At first, no one knew how good my wine and braised meat were, so there were no customers. Then I came up with an idea: free samples of wine and meat. I shouted loudly, inviting passers-by to line up and try, with each person getting a small piece of braised meat. As a result, everyone who tried it had nothing but praise. Soon, the 200 pounds of wine I brought sold out, and the 30 pounds of braised meat were gone too. The wine sold for 50 yuan per pound, and the braised meat also for 50 yuan per pound, earning me 11.5 taels in a single day. This business was profitable, but I still preferred sending the monkeys out to steal. Over the past 5 days, Wang Wancai's fortune had been completely emptied, and I had gained at least 50,000 taels. Compared to that, the money from selling wine and meat was a mere drop in the ocean. Still, small profits add up over time, so I didn't plan to stop. To expand the business, I even renovated the shop, naming it Braised Fragrance Tavern, and assigned 4 male slaves and Wang Ma to manage it. Business was booming, and the 5 of them were almost too busy to handle it. At home, I continued my routine, hunting during the day, spending nights with my wife, and living life as usual. That night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. After the family had a late-night snack, they chatted for a while in the pavilion before it was time to sleep. Jiang Tingsu had fully recovered from her injuries, and it was her turn to share the bed tonight. Under Chu Wanru's arrangements, she bathed first, then lay on the bed completely clean, waiting for me. I also tidied myself up, deliberately drank some wine to strengthen my stamina, and spent an unforgettable night with her. The next day, while bathing, I received my rewards. My strength increased to level 6, equivalent to the power of 21 adult men. My spatial ability reached level 6, with a capacity of 600 cubic meters. The bond count increased to 7 people. The rewards included God-level archery, the ability to understand animal language, a spatial spiritual spring, and an exclusive swordsmanship technique. Additionally, I received a set of Qishao War God armor, crafted from the profound iron of the Eastern Sea, impervious to blades and spears on the battlefield. There were also 100 absolute loyalty pills, 500 taels of silver, 30 taels of gold, and 10 bolts of shoe brocade. I gained 3 new attribute points, each enhancing 10 points of attributes, equivalent to the combat power of 3 adult men. Furthermore, I received 50 kilograms of premium rice in 200 bags, along with 1,000 seeds each of wrinkled peppers, cilantro, rice, potatoes, and eggplants. Fantastic! With a thought, the Qishao War God armor appeared in my hands. I put it on, and the reflection in the bronze mirror showed a majestic and imposing figure. Husband! Husband! As I admired the armor, Shun Qingluo's voice called out from outside the door. I opened the door. What's wrong? She looked worried. You need to check on Big Sister. On Big Sister. She hasn't been able to eat anything since this morning and keeps dry heaving as if she wants to vomit. I rushed out immediately. Chu Wanru had just finished vomiting. Thinking she was ill, I gave her some spiritual spring water to drink, but she still threw up. At that moment, the system interface reappeared in my mind. It informed me. Chu Wanru is pregnant. Chu Wanru is pregnant? I was overjoyed. First, I was thrilled to become a father and have a descendant. Second, the system was bound to issue rewards again. Previously, taking in women only counted as expanding the family, but having them bear children truly brought blessings of prosperity. Sure enough, the system interface in my mind began to glow. Ding. Detected that Chu Wanru is 1 month pregnant. Rewards issued: 200 taels of silver, 50 absolute loyalty pills. Chu Wanru's body is strengthened by 10 points, equivalent to the combat power of 3 adult men. After the child is born, the reward will include the Herculean strength, beginner skill, 10,000 seeds each of upland rice, sorghum, and tomatoes, which grow 10 times faster when irrigated with spiritual spring water, 1,000 free-range chicken eggs, 20 ripe watermelons, and 20 packs of instant noodles. Seeing these rewards, I was ecstatic. Not only did I gain silver and loyalty pills, but Chu Wanru's attributes were enhanced by 10 points. From now on, she would no longer be a delicate woman unable to fend for herself. In these chaotic times, no matter how strong I was, I couldn't protect everyone all the time. Her ability to defend herself was an incredible reward. The child would be born with Herculean strength. Although it was a beginner skill, it would only grow stronger with age and future enhancements, providing protection for a child in these turbulent times. The seeds were treasures. Ordinary seeds required over half a year from spring planting to autumn harvest, but these, when irrigated with spiritual spring water, could yield a harvest in less than a month with doubled output. The 1,000 free-range chicken eggs were perfect for ensuring the pregnant woman's nutrition. Finally, the 20 watermelons and 20 packs of instant noodles, though not particularly valuable, brought me immense joy. Being able to enjoy sweet, juicy watermelons in this famine-stricken ancient era was a delight beyond words.